orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, despite all this Hawaiian tropical frickin' weirdness out there, the Giants keep winning ball games, man. Bring on the humidity, bring on the rain, bring on the drizzle. Marcus was saying hauntingly that it felt like earthquake weather. I said, no. That's hot and dry weather. I say it's more like cut Jake Moody weather. Ooh. That's what I would say. So let's get into it, man. There's your marching orders for today. Niners have a new kicker. They have a tight end on IR. And the Giants, in the humidity, in the drizzle, in the weirdness, refuse to go away. They won again last night. Marcus was out there. Willie Adames hit a bomb. My guy Joel Piguero, or as I like to call him now, Joel De Niro. Ooh, Joel De Niro. That's because I stole that from Eddie Pinheiro, who's known as Eddie De Niro, the new kicker for the Niners. And Marcus De Niro was out there at the game last night. Good morning. Happy Wednesday, buddy. Hopefully no tropical rain today. You were out there. You brought home another dub in those weird freaking City Connects, which I think I'm done with, by the way. I think I'm done with the City Connects. It's time to move on.
Damn.
Good morning, Marcus.
What's up, Murph? Happy hump day, my guy. You're right. It was a weird tropical climate yesterday at Oracle Park, and I hope there's not any rain today because it's the last weekday day game of the season for the Giants. So immediately at like 10:01 today, I'm grabbing young Tony by the ear and I'm dragging his ass down to the ballpark.
Oh, young Tony is key to this whole plan.
Oh, well, he's key because young Tony has played hooky a couple times this season and has ditched me on Giants day games where he just refuses to go. He's like, why would I go watch Kai Wang Tang give up 7 runs in the first 2 innings when I can go home and get a nap in? And I said, first of all, young Tony, I know you don't take naps. But second of all, I know you're right because Kai Wang Tang did end up giving 7 runs. So I demanded. I put my foot down and said, young Tony, we're drinking beers today. It's the last weekday day game of the season. It's got to happen.
You sure he's not going to ghost you like he did outside Lance?
See, that's the problem.
Yeah.
He's got to answer the phone first.
By the way, how about this kid, young Tone? The ball's on this kid. So what was it? U.S. Amateur comes to town. One of the great events. It's right. How far is the Olympic Club from here?
Oh, I could throw a rock and be there.
You could hit one of your Marcus Boucher 1982 drivers and hit that thing too.
Shut out my pings.
You can get on the roof with that 82 driver and hit the Olympic Club.
My half wooden, half I don't know what the other half is club.
For the golfers out there, when I see Marcus pull out his clubs, I think, man, am I playing with Ray Floyd or Hale Irwin?
Dude, hey, Murph,
that's a deep pull, by the way.
That is too deep for me. But also, don't forget to mention the Verizon wireless putter that I have in the bag.
I can't explain the Verizon
I'm sponsored, baby. I'm sponsored.
I've never seen a putter with a sponsor on it, particularly Verizon wireless.
Yeah, can you
think
hear me?
Maybe Titleist, TaylorMade. No.
Can you hear me now? Good.
That's what you're saying to the hole.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you hear me now?
Can you make this putt now? Good.
So I offered him tickets to the U.S. Amateur right down the street. And, of course, the mere thought of being on the same property as me, the old nerd.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, I'm a little busy. So I was talking to him this week. I'm like, what are you doing this week? He goes, yeah, I'm going up to Silverado for the golf. Like, wait a minute. So that's about an hour and a half, 2 hours from here with traffic and parking and all that. I said, I offered you a chance to stroll around the fairways down here. So this kid's a bit of a also the round table incident too.
Yeah, the round table incident where he iced us. Of course.
So you're sure he's going today?
Well, of course. Then, of course, the Monday night game last year against the Jets.
Yeah, well, that's the flag planner right
there.
Yeah,
I mean, that was the first. That was the first sign.
That's the Neil Armstrong walk on the moon.
The writing was on the wall with young Tony. I don't think he likes us, Murph.
Well, I think it's pretty much the last time I'm ever going to offer him.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever hang out again outside of these walls.
That said, you guys will have a great time.
But today is the day we get him down to the ballpark.
I was all set to go too because I want to go see Bob Melvin last weekday game. You know what, dude? Unbelievable, man. I never thought I would think of Danny Dunn as a negative force in my life.
No way.
That kid is like the most likable kid in the building, maybe in the history of KNBR.
Nobody dislikes Danny Dunn.
But these weekly, this date in Giants history, he's like, Murph, he's at that little slow key. Wednesday, okay for you?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, man.
And then he gives you that smirk.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He does. I told him, I said, I snapped the other day, and he's like, sorry. I'm like, it's not you, kid. It's not you. It's not you. It's me.
That's a good sorry.
It's not you. It's
good
me.
Danny Dunn, sorry.
So anyway, look at these guys out there doing their thing in the frickin' City Connects, and it was Willie Blanken Adames, who I guess would fit the Buster Posey definition of a dude because he's up to 230 now on the batting average. I noted that this morning. And set the tone entirely last night with the 3-run jack in the first inning. man, you just feel great. The Giants scored 3 in the first. You're like, you know what? They're going to win this game. And, the Diamondbacks, who are a little pesky, They'll chip away at you. Monday night, I was in those seats for the Big Nile first pitch game, and I was like, you know what, Diamondbacks? You can stop being pesky. I'm like, didn't you guys trade your team at the deadline? Aren't you guys supposed to not be here? But there's Marte, there's Perdomo, there's Carroll, and they're trying to just kind of spray balls in the gap and take extra bags. I'm like, you know what? Enough of you guys and your peskiness. So they flared up a couple times yesterday. I mentioned my guy Joel Pagero came in. It's funny. That's one of those cases where Ryan Walker got the save, and we can talk about that too. First 2 guys on in the 9th. Mm-hmm. But truly, sometimes the save is earlier in the game, and Pagero came in with runners at 2nd and 3rd in a 2-run game with 1 out. Struck out the next 2 guys, and that was really the key to the game right there. Yes.
Yeah, Pagero has been fantastic since being called up. We joked about it, his first game in the big leagues, and the fact that it took 10 years for a guy that throws over 100 miles per hour to finally make his major league debut. And last night in a inning and 2/3 innings pitch, I think he had around 23 pitches. I believe I saw the number was 11 of them clocked over 100 miles per hour last night.
I brought it up with Melvin on the Monday media thing, and I was like, is he climbing that ladder? Should he be getting higher leverage things? He said, we are absolutely paying attention to this guy. So, hey, man, go Joel Pagero. And it's funny, I called him Joel De Niro. So last night, the Niners, waived their kicker. We broke the news at the end of the show. KNBR talked about it all day yesterday. No more Jake Moody. It was absolutely the right thing to do. And she's like, okay, who's next? I thought it would be Greg Joseph. Now, I admit, I'm not boned up on my free agent wire kickers, so I didn't know about Eddie Pinheiro, who's been around the league and kicked for a number of teams and has a great history. And so I was like, I'm a little bone up on my Eddie Pinheiro. So I went to Pro Football Reference, and it said nickname, Eddie De Niro. I said, you know what? That's just a sound nickname. I'm totally down with Eddie De Niro. Then I turn on the TV and Paguero's out there. And I'm like, well, maybe we got Joel De Niro here, dude. So.
It's a De Niro kind of night. Doubling down on De Niro.
Give me that money, baby. Give me that Eddie Pinheiro. Give me that Joel Pagero.
Blank you pay me.
And now we get give me the call in because Pat Burrell opens up the flip phone, the one he got in Philadelphia in 1998.
That burner phone.
And, oh, yeah. Patty has one of those. And by the way, Pat Burrell, man, nobody's calling for his head no more, which is good. I want him around. He's such a good, positive presence. And he calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, are you guys really serious about this? Manfred said, you realize the Mets have the tiebreaker. He said, don't worry about it, you empty suit. Put another one in the books. San Francisco Giants 5, Arizona Diamondbacks 3.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning's fun.
Yeah.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Hey, you don't go.
It's time to go.
Flores legs it out.
Rafael Devers is a dude.
Patrick Bailey, but he does have the clutch gene.
Patrick Bailey scores.
I'm optimistic that they're going to make another run.
Go, Marty, go. Baseball mensch, baby. Baseball mensch. He called it 13 out of 16. 13 out of 16 now. So this is what you call one of those September runs, man.
And now 2 games back in the wild card because the Mets lost again last night. I believe they're on a 4-game losing streak.
And they got 2 more in Philly. My only concern is that Philly clinched the division last night, so they might have one of those hangover games today because they went out on the town last night. Surely.
Yeah.
Sure, Schwarb's hit his 50th. And
I was going to say Schwarber's probably dropping more than bombs.
Yeah.
Probably taking double shots at Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
Also.
So hopefully the Phillies have enough gas in the tank. My buddy Schmitty, my Philly correspondent, says they are hellbent on getting the 1 seed. So they want to keep playing and they want home field throughout. And so he said they need us to mess with the Dodgers.
Well, we need you to go out and mess with the Mets.
Yeah, they're trying to chase down the Brewers, who right now have the best record in the National
Scratch
League.
my back, I'll scratch yours.
Yeah, there you go. A little mutual scratching.
Yeah,
All right, let's leave the yard because there he is. We just talked about him. Guys, it's going to happen, isn't it? It's going to happen. The one of the most funky streaks, and actually the left field streak is the most amazing streak. The fact that they have started a different left fielder every year since 07 is freaking remarkable. Yeah, absolutely remarkable.
That doesn't even take any talent to break the streak. All it takes is having the same guy out there 2 years in a row.
You almost have to try so hard to start a different left fielder every year for 20 years. But they haven't had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds, and now Willie Adames, number 28.
Big fly. Boom.
He's going to do it, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to do it.
He's going to do it.
Willie's going to get there.
He's going to get to 30.
Yeah, he's got plenty
Which makes
of time
the
to do
signing makes it a good signing.
it. Yeah, makes it a really good signing since he was the best available shortstop on the market.
And this guy who we just mentioned now, since August 23rd, he's hitting 288 with 3 bombs and 9 ribbies. We've been killing this guy's bat all year, but you saw him last night. Pat Bailey, number 5.
Big fly. Boom.
I mean, I still don't trust him.
Back-to-back nights with a bomb, Murph.
Yeah, and he hit a sac fly the other night, too.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, listen, if he could just become just a notch above what he's been, it changes the offense because he was so bad for so long. But this is the time to do it.
Yeah, you're not asking him to be a big power hitter or a 3-4 guy in your lineup. You're just asking for some type of pulse, some type of life in that bat.
So 74 and 71, 17 to go. And, we all sit at the round table, 83, 84, 85, 86, and they're kind of tracking that way. However, 7 with the Dodgers left. 7 with the Dodgers left.
And it starts this weekend.
Yeah, let's go,
Friday
baby.
night.
Just the way we like it, right? All right, well, day game today, and you get a little worried because the matchup isn't as favorable on paper because Arizona's throwing a lefty, Eduardo Rodriguez, and you hate to see a lefty. Although lately hasn't been as bad.
This is true.
And then this kid who, gave up too many home runs, but his last outing was good. Carson Seymour. Go ahead, kid. Seize the day. Carpe Carson. Carson Carpe? I don't know.
Carpe diem.
All I know is that's some Giants talk for you. All right, got Niners going your way. A lot of news on that front. Got to say good morning to Young Tone and get the guest list. And it's a Wednesday, hopefully not tropically rainy, on the Sports Leader.
My name's Eddie Piñeiro, and I can kick the ball really, really far.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see The Who with Candlebox at Shoreline Amphitheater down in Mountain View. Mountain View, not Palo Alto, Mountain View on September 21st. Stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. This was Mike Silver's request the other day. Naked Eye, the live version. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
My name's Eddie Piñeiro, and I can kick the ball really, really far.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Swing. There's a high drive. Deep left field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! And maybe the pain has completely gone away now for Willie Adames. A majestic 3-run homer over the 354 marker out there in left field and well back into the bleachers. Willie batting left-handed. And a curveball. He belts one high and deep to right field. On its way. Goodbye! Over the wall and right onto the arcade. And the Giants get one of those back right now on the first pitch. One strike offering. Swing and a ground ball to second. Fielded cleanly by Schmidt, and he throws him out at first. And the Giants win for the second night in a row.
There it is, man. John Miller and the Giants in front of a intimate gathering. Yeah, the crowds are getting a little tinier. These are weeknights in September when they're not, quote unquote, overtly in the race, but quietly they're in the race because they're only 2 out now. And we'll see what happens down the stretch. Maybe this weekend against the Dodgers. Can we put just a little, this is maybe one of the saddest things I've ever said in the history of my time at KNBR. Hey, the Dodgers are coming into town. Can we put just a little dent into their fan presence this Saturday?
Oh, man.
Can the Giants being in the race reduce the crowd from 95% Dodgers to 93% Dodgers? Can we do that?
This is like when the A's were begging for people to come out to one of their playoff games.
How about our running back from Cal? Remember, please come out to the Black Bear section.
Please come out. Please come out, Giants
Well, speaking
fans.
of which, we'll get ahead on that. In fact, just because we do have things to do early, why don't we jump right into Young Tony? It sounds worse than I wanted it to sound.
Pause.
Young Tone on a Wednesday, September 10, 2025. We got things to do. Are you buying the Giants, buddy? You buying?
I'm buying them, absolutely.
Yeah.
They were down and now they're back, and we're going to be out there today.
And you are. So it's a lock. You're going.
It's locked.
That's
100%.
it. Me and Tony De Niro will be at the ballpark
Tony
today.
De Niro.
Tony De Niro.
I like it. So we got Eddie De Niro, Joel De Niro, and Tony De Niro.
Yeah, give me Tony De Niro.
All right. Are you guys? Are you on the EMLO plan, or are you roaming, or
You
what?
know, we are not currently on the EMLO plan. Shout out to Maria Lopez if she's up early listening this morning. Really haven't asked for too many tickets this year, so we'll probably just be roaming around the ballpark.
Does Young Tone have a press pass?
Yes, Young
100%.
Tony
Look
is
at you.
credentialed.
Look at you. That thing got me. That thing was like the Wonka ticket. We were down by the owner's seats on Monday night.
Dude.
And anytime anybody came near me, they saw the big fat laminate and said, "Oh, well, sir, do you need anything
Yeah,
else?"
dude, it's hilarious.
Yeah,
like sometimes, like people they look at me, and obviously, like I'm there usually like in a Giants hat, like
You know
in
what
a
they
white
say?
T-shirt or
They say,
something.
Ricky Pearsall's at the Giants game, dude. It's amazing.
But usually, like someone's like getting ready to like yell at me and kick me out of a section, and then I turn around and they see the credential, and everybody's like, "Oh, sorry, sir. I didn't realize that you were a credentialed media."
They said, "Waterboy, I was unfamiliar with your game."
Exactly.
That's what they say. Yeah.
We thought you were some thug that jumped the right field wall and snuck into the building or something.
By the way, have you noticed the first 22 minutes that I'm looking more at you today?
You are. You're making better eye contact.
Are you
this morning.
uncomfortable with this?
No, I'm not uncomfortable at all.
You want to know why?
Why-
First of all,
why
you're a
is this?
good-looking guy.
Why is
Number
this,
one.
Murph? Yeah, why
Number
is
two
this?
is I have a brand new laptop.
Ooh.
It's gorgeous.
New laptop. Who dis?
And do you know what happens when I have a laptop at work and it's just every day? My frickin' coffee spittle popping all my P's about Joel Pagero and all that. Spittles all over the screen. And the screen is so beautiful and it's so brand new. I'm trying to reduce coffee spittle on the screen. I'm going to get a lot more MB in my life here.
Wow, this is great. So now you've redirected your coffee spittle towards me.
Yes.
How sweet of you, Murph.
Your lime green sweatshirt's going to be covered with spittle.
This new Carhartt hoodie I got on is going to have spit all over it.
So sorry in advance.
But it's okay. I like it. It's more intimate.
How's the eye contact, buddy?
It's great.
Want to have a staring contest?
Let's go eye to eye, Murph. Face to face with a little bit of space.
All right, let's get the guest list on a Wednesday, September 10. Tone, what do we got?
We got a lot going on today. So if you missed our 49ers Player of the Week, Jake Tonjes joined us at 9:30. We're going to replay that at 6:30 for you guys this morning. What did Young Tony ask today at 7:15? Episode 51.
Which means we're bearing down on
a year.
52.
Wow.
How about that?
It's the Jung Hoo Lee edition.
How about that? She did not take vacation on any Wednesdays in the last 52 weeks?
No. I've literally taken one day off besides like Christmas holidays.
Yeah. I was going to say, on a Wednesday, Murph, this kid doesn't take Mondays or Fridays off.
Have you honestly taken one day off?
It's a day after the Lions-Niners was at the 23 NFC Championship. The 22 season, it was in 2023.
And that was the day that he had scheduled to take off before he even started working on the show, Murph.
Correct.
Because this was early on in the Murph and Marcus era.
You didn't take over till December 23.
So I guess so. I'm confused. So it was the 23 season NFC Championship, so it would have been in 24. I got a year off. My fault.
Okay. Okay. So that was the one day.
One day off. That was a scheduled day off.
That was the only day that he took off.
And then when we were gone at Christmas, you took time off.
Yeah, like a week. I got like 8 days, I think. I snuck in.
It's admirable as hell, but I'm worried. I'm a little worried. And then it also means you're due for like a 3-week vacation coming up or something.
I love to work, man. You got a job, you got to work.
Look at this kid.
Well, the kid is not trying to get Wally pipped, Murph.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're at the point where I feel like we're past the point of this kid getting Wally pipped.
By the way, he's worried about getting Wally pipped. Marcus may say, have you seen our depth chart? There's absolutely no shot of him getting Wally pipped.
But you never know. You take a day off or two. I remember
Drew Gilbert's waiting in the wings to bite somebody's...
Exactly. Someone's biting your shoulder. I remember when I had COVID, I remember listening to the show from home and hearing Murph talk about how Triple E was going to Wally pip me.
How'd that work out?
Yeah, so you never know how these things can play out, and that's why Young Tony is so dedicated to his craft.
Did I say Triple E was going to Wally
dude,
pip?
I remember. I was like, can you believe this? Murph thinks Triple E's going to Wally pip
you were confident that he would not.
Oh, come on. Come on. I had no sweat. The Triple E? I don't think about the Triple E.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So we were at Young Tony at 7:15.
So the 51st edition, shout out Area 51, the guy in center field, Jung Hoo Lee, I'm blanking on his name. We got Mike Krukow at 7:30. We'll have the big hit at 7:50. Tracy Sandler going to join us at 8:15. We'll have Cooler at 8:30. Ron Rivera going to join us at 8:50. Andy McDowell previewing the tournament up there this weekend, Murph.
A famous actress from Groundhog Day?
No, I hope
and the
so.
L'Oreal ads or whatever?
Negative.
It's a beautiful gal.
It's not
I was trying to tell you guys, her daughter is like your generation. She's like become the it girl of your generation, hasn't she?
The it girl.
Saw her on Jimmy Fallon.
Hell yeah.
I saw her on some TikToks and all that.
Does her generation still have it girls?
Margaret Qualley, is that her name? Is that her name?
I think so, yeah.
She's a pretty gal.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right, so Andy McDowell,
Good genes.
not the actress.
Not the actress and not the actress's daughter.
This poor guy, his whole life.
Neither of them are coming
His
on.
whole life is going to have to be said, no, I'm not the actress. My name's Andy.
Yeah.
Andy with a Y.
It was unusual that she came at us with her stardom in the 90s with the name Andy for a gal. But she was so confident because she was so beautiful, nobody cared. They said, let's call her Andy and make her a star.
Makes sense.
There you go.
I've met girls who have gone by Andrea and go by Andy.
You know some Andys?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. Remember? No. Oh, no, I just dated. All right. Yeah. What
and then,
else,
finally, at 9:50, Michael Nash to preview Sound Summit. Is that coming up, Murph? When's the
Saturday, bro.
Saturday.
It's gonna be awesome. First of all, Cake's headlining. They are so much fun. They're really fun, and they're great. And then there's a huge Sly and the Family Stone tribute that's going down with some epic R&B soul musicians from the Bay Area getting together. That should be fantastic. So should be another glorious day on the mountain, a fabulous day in the BAY or on the MTN. So there you go. All right. Well, Jake Tonjes, did you see the Mercury News picked up our interview and made a big deal out of it? Because they're like, Los Gatos High star Jake Tonjes tells KNBR, quote, never considered a WCAL school. They wrote a whole story about it. because it's they're prep reporters seized it.
Oh, dope.
Kind of fueling a little bit of like the Los Gatos WCAL rivalry thing. And they're like, and then the subhead's like, Tonjes praises Wildcat culture in saying he wanted to stay at home. And it's almost like something you'd see in like Ohio or Georgia.
Right?
Or
this is like Texas football.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, yeah, you couldn't go to Midland. You're from Midland, huh?
Exactly.
No, I'm from Los Gatos.
Exactly. So you'll hear all about it next on The Sports Leader. Let's go football and pizza, baby. Football and pizza, and that means Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. So, all right, we've had our Tuesday, Wednesday off from football. We're back at it tomorrow with Thursday night football, and then, of course, college on Saturday, and then, of course, the pros on Sunday. So let's eat Amici's to celebrate thin crust New York-style pizzas, those rectangular Detroit-style pizzas with the beautiful crust. We got pastas, we got salads, we got flame-roasted chicken wings. While you watch the games on TV, have them delivered to you, okay? Or if you're out and you want to bring it home, you just pick it up at any of Amici's 11 Bay Area locations, or you can have them, as I mentioned, delivered by going to amicis.com and making the order, and then they'll deliver straight to your house. The last option is just going to a restaurant. Go into your nearest Amici's and any location and enjoy beer and pizza. And I'd recommend the top level of Pier 39 in San Francisco and catch a game on a big screen TV. So, order for delivery, pickup, or meet up out at an Amici's. Football, pizza, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Man, look at young Tony. There's been a lot has happened this summer, man. Remember when he was shucking oysters to get into the Dead and Company show at Golden Gate Park?
Yeah.
Now he's coming back with Dead rejoins. Incredible, dude. And there's a reason why. We'll talk about it. But we're sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And Tim Bro Ryan joins the afternoon boys today at 4:50. I always tease their guys. Do they ever tease our guys?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'd say most likely not.
So should I not tease their guys?
I don't know.
I mean, we're supposed to be a team player here, right? You know what I mean?
We do a lot of things on our show that the other shows don't do.
All right. Okay, Jake Challenge is our player of the week. So we like to do, we had him late in the show yesterday. It's cool. He caught the winning touchdown. So, young Tony, it begins with, of course, our traditional, as we should tell everybody, Jake Tonjes was our 49er player of the week. We will do those on every Tuesday, okay? So hopefully you can hear him on a Wednesday morning. The kid, number 88, out of Los Gatos, who really changed week one's entire storyline by snagging that ball. So on the UMA guest line, great to have him. Hey, Jake, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, good morning, man. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Oh, dude, what a day it was, man. Let's get right to it, Jake. I know we're going to ask all about life in Los Gatos and Cal Golden Bears and becoming a Niner, but I need to go one more time. You're going to have to tell that story. You break from the huddle on that play. What's your mindset? What's your route? And then what happened? And then how'd you see that ball?
Yeah, so we broke from the huddle. I knew what I had right away. I had like a little corner curl route, and I slipped a little bit coming out of the break in the end zone. And when I looked back, Brock was scrambling around and stuff, and so I knew it was on, so I just had to keep moving and really just stay in bounds and give him a chance for throwing up. And when I saw the ball in the air, I just tried to attack it as best I could, and we ended up seeing what happened. So.
Yeah, and it's funny hearing Kyle talk about that play yesterday where he said at first he didn't think you were open, but then Brock made him believe that you were open in the back of the end zone. So talk to us, like, what's that process is like, knowing that Brock Purdy has the ability to extend these plays? What's going through your mind in those scramble drills where you can never really give up on a play?
Yeah, I mean, we practice those all the time, in practice. If a D lineman gets to the quarterback quickly, we, even if the play is shot, we try and use that opportunity to work on scramble drill and stuff, and especially in red zone periods and stuff like that. So I know that's one of Brock's best parts of his game is, his legs and his abilities to extend plays and stuff. So I knew the play wasn't dead. I kind of just felt the corner, in front of me, so I had to undercut him to get to that ball. So,
Jake, the stat everybody was going over is that you had 0 career NFL receptions prior to that game. So what was it like going from 0 to 3 and your first NFL touchdown? Like, was it like, no, dude, I do this. I did this at Cal. I was a Mackey Award finalist. This is not news to me. Or was there something crazy about getting your first NFL catches and your first NFL touchdown? Did it feel that much different?
I mean, I think it felt really good to get that first catch and all right, here we go. The first catch is out of the way, and stop making it a big deal or whatever and just go out and play. And, that's kind of, I felt like I was playing a little looser after that. And, it was just the same old thing. So.
Yeah, and Jake, we know how important George Kittle is for this roster. So what's going through your mind when you get the news that George will be out for the second half of the game?
I'm just thinking back, all the preparation and stuff and, the different personnel groupings and where I'm going to fit in. And, really you don't have much time to even, process it all. You just got to, rely on your preparation and stuff like that. And, try and let the level of play, the drop off or be as little as possible because we know what a great player George is. And it's a huge loss anytime he's not out there. So just try and, step up and, just do your job.
Jake Tonjes is the voice you hear. He's our 49er Player of the Week. It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, so listen, we got a little Seattle there for you. Let's back it up, man. The Bay Area kid, Los Gatos Wildcat, man. So born and raised, right? Like forever home for you? Always home?
No, so I was actually born in Cincinnati, Ohio, and we moved out to Los Gatos when I was probably about 5 or 6 years old. So I pretty much grew up my entire life in Los Gatos. But we got a big family over in Cincinnati. But, yeah, went to elementary school, middle school, and high school all in Los Gatos, and then obviously went up to Cal for college. So,
Well, tell us, Niner fan growing up?
sadly, I was actually a Bengals fan in California.
You got to be honest. I like it. I like the honest answer.
No,
there.
I got to be honest. My friends will call me out if I get on here and start lying. So
Yeah. Well, Jake,
obviously, now that I've been with the Niners and played for the Niners, I think the Niners will be my team forever. So.
Well, Jake, let's get inside Los Gatos. You got to tell me what are some of your favorite local spots? Are you more of a Double D sports grill kind of guy, or more of a happy hound kind of guy?
I'm a Los Gatos meats type of guy.
Ooh, good call.
Have you heard of that?
Yeah, great
shop.
Great deli, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice little deli. Los Gatos Cafe, Southern Kitchen, 2 great breakfast spots. The Pastaria, great Italian spot. Those are my favorite spots in town.
I like it. There's a lot of good spots down there. And then, of course, high school.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Los Gatos high school football. I mean, you guys are kind of the real deal. Like these days, Jake, and we're talking to Jake Tonjes, the 49er Player of the Week, number 88, touchdown in Seattle, in case you did miss it. Dude, I follow high school football and sports really passionately, and everything's gone private. It's got to be WCAL or it's got to be De La Salle. No, dude, you guys are a public school, and you guys throw punches with the best. So tell us about, like, the Los Gatos High Wildcat tradition, and were you aware of it, and how proud of it you are?
Yeah, I was always aware of it. I think that, the football program is, since I've been here, it's always been, it's been really good. And I think Coach Crail has done an awesome job, with the program. He got there initially when I was a freshman. That was his first year, and he's won, a couple CCS titles, and we're always, playing some of the best competition in the area. And I think there's just a real, focus on the football program, and also, like developing the players and stuff, and in the off seasons and stuff like that, and lifting and running, and really the coaching staff is just so great over there. So it doesn't surprise me when they, win CCS or win the league or doing well in the playoffs or going to, the state playoffs or whatever.
So a talent like you, isn't St. Francis, Bellarmine, aren't those guys knocking on your door?
I just wanted to stay with all my buddies I went to middle school with, so I never really even considered the private schools. And Los Gatos is such a great school and has such great sports programs that it didn't really feel like it was, necessary to go to a private school. And I just wanted to play with all my buddies who I played Pop Warner with growing up, and just continue on in high school with those guys.
Hometown kid. I like it.
And you guys had some good players coming out of that program. Trent Edwards, Jared Allen off the top of my head. When I was there back in 2010, you guys had a wide receiver, Andrew Berg, who ended up playing at Harvard. So some really good talent at Los Gatos. And let's give you an opportunity to shout them out. Is there anybody you want to say what's up to? Your high school quarterback, your buddies you played with? You are on 50,000 watts here in the Bay Area.
And YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. No one specifically. Shout out to all my boys I played with back in 2016. We won the league, but, we kind of came up short in the playoffs. But, shout out to all those guys I played with. I
love it, man. By the way, you played hoops, too. Was that a big sport for you? Were you a prominent figure on the basketball team?
Yeah, I mean, I played into my senior year for basketball. I kind of, in high school, I realized, I maybe wasn't going to be 6'7", 6'8", so I kind of put more of my focus on football and felt like I could be a better tight end than, shooting guard. So, I really did enjoy basketball and stuff, but I definitely feel like my number one priority throughout.
Well, the reason I ask is because I actually saw a little hoop and you going to get that ball. That was you grabbing a board against Saratoga, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, just getting a rebound on that one.
By the way, who was your guys' traditional rival? Los Gatos.
So it was always Saratoga, but it was pretty lopsided. It was a pretty lopsided affair, and I'm not even sure what their football program is doing these days. But I know we would play Saratoga for probably like 30, 40 years straight. But then, it kind of started becoming, Palo Alto, and then I feel like we would always see, like St. Francis in the CCS championship game, and that would always be kind of a good little rivalry. So I'm not sure what it is now. I think they've changed the league up a little bit, but yeah, it's changed a little bit.
Yeah, Jake, now we've talked about the catch. We've asked you about Los Gatos High School and a couple local spots in Los Gatos, but it's time to ask you maybe the most important question of the interview. How did you get the invite out to Las Vegas to go see the Grateful Dead at the Sphere with Nick Bosa, Kyle Juszczyk, and Christian McCaffrey?
I mean, Nick just texted me, he said, hey, you want to go to Vegas and, see the Grateful Dead? And we were doing some golfing in the off season, so that's kind of how we built that relationship a little bit. And I didn't really even know much about the Dead, and so I was just excited to go see what it was all about, because obviously a lot of my friends' dads in the Bay Area are big Deadheads and stuff like that. So I heard the name, but hadn't really listened to much of the music, and it was one of the best concerts I've ever been to. So.
Nice. Well, we're all kind of Deadheads here a little bit. So you bought in, you enjoyed the vibe.
Oh yeah, we stayed the whole duration of the concert. It's a long concert. They thought we were up in like the family and friends kind of suite area. They thought we were leaving at an intermission, but we were really just going down to the stage. And when we came back, they're like, "Oh, they get it, they got it."
You're in, but so do you?
I can firmly say we all had an absolute blast.
That is so great. Do you have any tie dye in the closet now, like Kittle and Bosa do?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
They gave us some bags of merch and stuff.
Okay.
We're constantly wearing it in the facility and stuff like that. It's great.
And B, do you got a track like the one song that you're like, dude, that's my jam. That got me going.
So the song that really kind of turned me on to them was Althea, but I know that's kind of a basic answer. But there's a whole bunch of them, Fire on the Mountain, stuff like that. So
dude, you're in, buddy. You're in.
And there's just so much to get into as well. So.
Oh, Jake, you got a lifetime ahead of you.
Endless live concerts, live renditions, stuff like that. So that's
so good.
That's one of the best parts is you hear the same song in like 3 different ways, and it's always different. So.
Dude, you are in. You know the phrase. So Bobby Weir. You met Bob Weir, right?
Yep, met Bob Weir.
Well, he's obviously one of the the last iconic member, him and Mickey Hart, and he's a huge 49er fan. He's the real deal, man, as you know. So the phrase is "We're everywhere." WEIR. We're everywhere, meaning Deadheads are everywhere in this world.
Right, of course.
That's you. That's you, buddy. Hey, last one is Cal. We didn't talk about that. What were your recruiting options coming out, and how'd you choose Berkeley?
So I was pretty lightly recruited coming out of high school. I had like some Ivy League stuff, and I had a scholarship to Sacramento State, but I kind of wanted to go play, Power 5 football at the time. And so I walked on at Cal. I was going to walk on at Cal or San Diego State, and ended up choosing Cal because of how good the education was and stuff like that. And my first 2 years there, I was a walk-on, and then I earned a scholarship before my 3rd year, and kind of took off from there a little bit.
Dude, we have they're making a real movement to try to raise the profile. Them and Stanford kind of joining forces to kind of raise. So Andrew Luck is now coming on KNBR every week in the afternoons, and we get Ron Rivera every Wednesday morning. Cal's like, they're trying to get going. So you still keep an eye on the Golden Bears, and you're still forever.
Oh, yeah, I was just texting some of the guys from over there, and I always tune in and watch. And if I can't, I'm on a plane or something because we travel on Saturdays. I always watch the highlights and stuff, and they're always really well coached, and I think they got a real shot this year to do some good things. So, dude,
your QB's pretty good.
The QB looks real good. Yeah.
Les, what a pleasure, man, to have a local boy, Los Gatos High. So what was the place again? What was the Los Gatos Meats?
Oh, LG Meats.
LG Meats. Okay.
LG Meats.
By the way, shout out. By the way, this great story that is on 49ers Media Guide that your mom went to CVS to get pictures, and you guys got Tom Brady's family pictures. Do you know about that?
Yeah, that was my sister's deal. I think she was trying to print out a photo for my mom for like Christmas or her birthday or something. I don't know. But then went to go pick up the developed picture, and it was just a picture of Tom Brady and his family. So it's a funny little thing. That was a while ago. That was like 2023.
We were wondering if there's a Euclid connection there, because Uke is a Los Gatos guy, and he's married to Brady's sister. So maybe that's how the picture got there. I don't know.
Yeah, potentially. We were trying to think of all the different ways it could have gotten messed up like that. So. But yeah, it was pretty funny when it happened, and kind of blew up a little bit.
Well, man, Brady does he's doing Fox, right? So when you guys have a big game, you'll have to do the production meeting with him and give him his picture back.
Yeah, bring the photos.
Right. I'll have to ask my sister, see if we have it.
All right, Jake, man, good stuff, man. By the way, Giants, Warriors, other Bay Area sporting allegiances, or it's all Cincinnati?
I've kind of transitioned into a Bay Area sports fan just because I'm like, all right, the jig is up. I lived here all my life, playing for the Niners now, so I'll root for the Warriors and the Giants, and and that's kind of how it's going right now.
And the Cal Golden Bears. All right, good stuff, man.
And
good.
The Cal Golden Bears.
Hey, go Bears. Roll on you Bears, man. All right. Hey, good stuff, Jake. Congrats on that great catch. And I know you're going to think about New Orleans and you're going to do more of it. So we'll let you get going on the film and the prep and all that. And we appreciate you coming on Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thanks, Jake.
Yep, appreciate you guys.
All right. We enjoyed it very much. And as a listener wrote in saying he got JT Snow vibes off of that. I did see the same sort of cadence there. It was funny, just talking to a local kid. It's funny, we didn't get too into the Saints game plan or what he's going to do, but we'll have to do that on the other side because we haven't really addressed, because it happened at the very end of our show yesterday, George Kittle and Jake Moody, the two huge moves, next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
While the San Francisco 49ers also have some players who are going to miss some time. We'll start with one whose status is up in the air. Brock Purdy, the quarterback for the 49ers, dealing with two injuries. He's got a left shoulder injury. That one seems to be minor. That one seems to be manageable. He's also got a toe injury. In the words of Kyle Shanahan, that is more problematic as far as just planting, throwing, all of the things you need to do as a quarterback. I would say his status right now is up in the air. But for George Kittle, his standout tight end, it is not up in the air. He has been placed on injured reserve. He is out the next 4 weeks with a hamstring injury. It's no surprise that we told you on Monday that he was going to miss 3 to 5 weeks. The way their schedule goes, you have 3 games, then they have the Thursday game. So obviously he is going to miss the 4th game. Put him on IR, get him back for the second half of the season. Not great, but could be worse for George Kittle than that.
There it is, man. 49ers, injuries. Oh, and then cutting a kicker. Let's get into it. 808-KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Any particular reason you're stoking me here with some money and some...
Yeah. Well, Murph, in honor of Eddie De Niro coming to town, this is a little Eddie money on the
nice,
rejoin.
Buddy. You know what? I'm going to applaud that.
Yeah.
I'm going to applaud that.
Oh,
Eddie
yeah.
De Niro. Eddie money. I love it. So we're going to play Eddie money. Anytime he gets a game-winning kick, Eddie Pinheiro, whose nickname is Eddie De Niro.
Absolutely.
Good stuff. Enjoyed it, man. Well, we got the two storylines here, the twin storylines. The George Kittle, welcome to Eddie Pinheiro, and bummer about George Kittle. Since you played Eddie money, we'll stay on Pinheiro for just a second here. So, obviously, the news broke at the end of our show yesterday, and the show is the one you're listening to on KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And it was just, it's like, listen, crude analogy, but, when you got the dog and it's at the end of the run, you're like, we got to go to the vet.
Oh, man. Dude,
I'm just saying, it was inevitable. It had to happen.
Man.
Nobody's happy about it.
Man.
Nobody's happy. We feel bad for the guy. We want him to have I bet he'll go somewhere and do good.
Are you going Jake Mooney as Lenny and of Mice of Men?
Wow,
just stare at the rabbits.
Once again.
Stare at the rabbits,
This
Tony.
kid, every now and then, this kid will surprise you.
Now, Tony,
Yeah.
tell me you get that reference.
No way.
Of Mice and Men?
No freaking way.
That's a book, right?
It's a book. Believe it or not, I can read.
So I remember it was like one of those required readings over the summer. I think I did like the Cliff Notes on that thing.
Okay, all right, very good.
About
Steinbeck,
that, yeah.
shout out to Monterey Peninsula where we were for Cypress Points. Maybe Lenny was walking around the 16th hole at Cypress Point.
Yeah, maybe Lenny can make a field goal.
Well, back to Eddie Money here. Eddie Pinheiro. So listen, you guys have heard his name. So here's the book on this guy. First of all, he's of Nicaraguan descent. Shout out our guy Walt. We got another a little Nicaragua love in the house. He was born in Miami, Florida. But the Raiders, so he's been in the league since 2018. Raiders signed him as an undrafted free agent. Bring me De Niro. Bring me the money.
You're damn right we did.
Show me the money.
You can't be in Vegas without a little De Niro.
They said Rod Tidwell said, show me the money. I said Eddie Pinheiro said, show me the money. But he never made it with the team out of camp. Then the Bears picked him up, and he had a little run with the Bears. Had a little NFC Special Teams Player of the Week, made a game winner here and there. Also missed some kicks, as happens with kickers. Missed a couple. Bears fans, I think he missed one. If you bone up on his career, he missed a game winner against like the Chargers or something like that. Okay, that was like in 2019. 2020, COVID comes, and I believe he's injured in 2020. The Bears move on from him. And then he has trouble latching on a little bit, but he eventually finds his footing in Carolina. So shout out Eddie Pinheiro, the Carolina Panther, where he had a nice little run. For example, in 2022, he made 16 out of 17 field goals. He will miss an extra point on every now and then. Every now and then he'll miss an extra point. Last year he missed 2. He was 33 of 35. And last year he was total field goals made. I got you 22 of 26. He's 4th all time in accuracy in NFL history.
Stop right there.
Yes.
Say that again.
4th all time in NFL history in accuracy, 88.1%.
How the hell is a kicker who's 4th all time in field goal percentage a free agent week 1 of the NFL season?
First of all, because kickers and teams are freaking dysfunctional. Mm-hmm. That's number one. Yes. Okay, number one. Number 2, he wasn't perfect. Like I said, he's missed 10 extra points in his career. It's kind of weird. The Carolina Panthers said they were moving on. They let his contract expire without re-signing him. They just wanted to go with a younger kicker. That was it. That was the reason in Carolina. He had a contract end, and at the end of the season, they're like, yeah, we're going to go get another guy. So obviously they didn't love him to death to bring him back.
And I think a big reason is I think our guy Eddie was asking for a little dinero. Yeah. I think he wanted to get paid, which was a similar situation that we saw here with Robbie Gould in San Francisco. And the 49ers said, look, we don't want to pay millions of dollars to a kicker, which probably isn't a bad investment since kickers do write history, but they decided we don't want to pay Robbie Gould what he's asking for, so we're going to go with a rookie like Jake Moody. And to your point, that's who Eddie Pinheiro got replaced with, a rookie on a cheaper contract. But it is still a little head-scratching to me when this guy has a career field goal percentage of 88.1%, which, as you mentioned, is the 4th highest of all time. Now, we should mention last year, 22 for 26, so that number drops down to 84%. But my big breakdown is the 49ers decided to make a decision where they traded the power of the leg of a Jake Moody for the accuracy of an Eddie Pinheiro.
Yeah, he has his career long is 56, but he's not, Moody had that threat from 59, 60, 61, whatever. But let's be honest, man. Are you going to trust? I mean, yeah, he made one. He made one against the Raiders. He made one in the Super Bowl. It just wasn't there consistently. I mean, honestly, anybody, like I put out something on Twitter about Dinero, and like one of the first guys is like, dude, I'm a Panthers or I'm a Bears fan. He'll miss a kick for you. And I was like, yo, dude, yeah, so did the other guy. You know what I mean? We just let a guy go who misses kicks.
Yeah, so I would say kickers are essentially similar to closers in baseball. Like you blow one save and nobody's going to let you forget it. And people are going to latch onto that one moment, even if you do have a mid-3 ERA or something like that. Like a guy like Ryan Walker, who has like a 3.8 ERA this year. You think about the blown saves and how bad of a season he has. But by actual closer standards, he's not having that bad of a season.
And last night, no joke, when the first 2 guys reached in the 9th inning, I literally said out loud in my living room, I said, well, we got Jake Moody on the mound here.
Exactly, But like that kind of is the thought process where that's the thought process that a lot of 49er fans had going to the season, where even after the walk-off field goal in the second preseason game against the Raiders, anytime you saw Jake Moody walk out on that field, you started to second guess and started to question the entire organization.
People feel that way about Walker.
Yep.
They do, no matter what. It takes a large body of evidence to push that out of your mind. It takes like Robbie Gould, Brian Wilson, Rod Beck levels of
and
evidence.
as frustrating it is to see Ryan Walker start an inning with a free 90, that's how frustrating it is seeing Jake Moody miss a 27-yard field goal. Like, we're not asking for you to be perfect from 60 yards plus, but when you're missing chip shots, when you're dictating the way that Kyle Shanahan makes his decisions down in the fourth quarter because he simply can't trust you, then you can't be on the team.
Just give me this new guy. Let's just go. Eddie Pinheiro, come on down. Frickin' Eddie Dinero, he's done it. He's been in the league. He's not Moody. I'm totally in. Pro plus move. Let's go. Is he going to miss a kick? Yeah. Is he going to make everybody like physically ill like Jake Moody did? No, he's not going to. So that's issue number 1. Go Eddie Pinheiro. Go Eddie Money. Issue number 2, George Kittle. And that was the one that happened right at the end of our show, too. Actually, it happened right after our show. We're the ones who told Walt to tell Silver and whoever was with him yesterday, Kruger, JD, I lose track.
Kruger.
It was Krug, yeah. That George Kittle went to IR, which we knew was a possibility, but now that you hear it, you're like, ouch. So 4 games. So you're already talking about a 17-game season, and he essentially missed most of the Seattle games. You're talking about missing 5 out of 17 right away. It's literally almost 1/3 of the season, so you're like, damn. This is your guy. You were counting on him. The young core will be guided by Hall of Fame veterans. Well, now you don't have him. And the biggest one is, okay, so you go at New Orleans this week. We don't even know if Brock Purdy's going to quarterback. We'll see what happens at practice today with Mac Jones and Purdy. We'll see what happens today with that situation. But you're talking about at New Orleans, you're still feeling pretty good about that game no matter what. Then you're talking about Arizona coming here for a home opener. By the way, it always gets weird with Arizona. Always. Goes back to Steve Young in Arizona in 88. If you know, you know. Then Jacksonville comes here. And, respect to Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas and that crew, but you'd like to beat Jacksonville at Levi's Stadium. So those first 3 games, I think you're not totally freaking out. Of course you want George Kittle, but it's the 4th one. It's the Thursday nighter against the Rams. Yeah. That's going to hurt. By ruling him out now, the Niners have said he's not going to play against the Rams. And you always bring up that loss to the Seahawks. George Kittle was not in that game.
Yeah.
Last year, I'm talking about the regular season loss last year.
Yeah, the last year game where Geno Smith said night-night with Nick Bosa off the field. Things were a little bit different this year with Nick Bosa on the field. But, look at the 49ers offense. I know Brock Purdy had a great final drive of the game, but it did not look the same in the second half without George Kittle out there.
No.
And you know how much I love George Kittle because of what he does, not only as a receiver, but as a blocker. And yes, the 49ers will have some other options, like the guest we just had on, Jake Tonges, talking about blocking tight ends, but nobody's going to be able to replace the production of a George Kittle. And I can make the argument that, yes, Christian McCaffrey might be the best offensive player on this team, but I think George Kittle is the 1B to the 1A of the most important pieces on this offense when you're talking about keeping it moving for everything that Kyle Shanahan wants to do.
Yeah, it's a crushing loss. It really, really is. And it's not even just what – like the point is your point about the what he does for the offense. It's also the depth chart. And listen, we just had Tonjes on and we liked him, we enjoyed him, but the guy's had 3 catches in his career. Mm-hmm. I mean, Luke Farrell, okay, he's a vet, he's done it, but now we don't even know who the third tight end is going to be. Maybe it's Braden Willis brought up from the practice squad. Maybe they go sign somebody. I don't know. But this will be a test for Brock Purdy because now he's down to CMC. He's going to be locking on 23 on every play. And then Pearsall, who may continue to do his thing, may continue to grow. Now, the only good news they got is that Adam Schefter reported that the Juwan Jennings shoulder scan was clean. So now it's a matter of him healing up this week and getting back out there. We so casually just say, yeah, he'll play. I mean, these guys' bodies are just absolutely brutalized in this game in the NFL, but we're expecting Jennings to play this Sunday because his CT scan was clean.
Yeah.
So that gives Purdy, CMC, Pearsall, Jennings.
Yes, which is not the worst case scenario in the world, but I think most 49er fans expected Juwan Jennings to be the version of Juwan Jennings that we saw in week 1 of the season. But the problem is he missed a month of preseason in practice. So who knows where he's at physically if he can't even play 100% of the snaps or how that shoulder is going to recover or if him sitting out for a month led to that injury that we saw last week also. Those are some of the questions also when you are talking about this offense. But with Brock, with CMC still, they should still have enough against this Saints defense that did have 5 sacks last weekend. If Purdy plays, now with Mac Jones, it's a little bit of a different situation, but it still feels like we're a few days away from finally making that decision.
God, could you imagine no Purdy? You're going no Purdy, no Kittle, no Ayuk. Heck, we'll throw in Debo, too. No Debo. I mean, man, oh, man, they're out there with that. Now, can those tight ends, can Luke Farrell and or Jake Tonjes become a guy? I mean, listen, Tonjes was a good player at Cal, and he's, he just hasn't been in a situation where any of the teams he's with, he was with the Bears briefly a couple years ago, and now he's with the Niners. They've never asked him to be that pass catcher, but he caught 3 on Sunday, and, he's done. I mean, there's no rule that says that these guys, 26 years old, healthy, that he can't go out there and catch 4 or 5 balls. I'm just, obviously he's not Kittle. They're going to have a week of practice to work together, Purdy and him and Farrell, to find something. So maybe, and I mean, I'm not whistling through the graveyard. You want George Kittle. But maybe, just maybe, those guys can make 1 or 2 or 3 key catches on Sunday.
Well, if we're talking about maybe, Murph, now this is a scenario that I've thought about in my head, but the 49ers have never really taken action to it. But Kyle Juszczyk, I feel like, can get involved more as a receiver. And it felt like we saw that a little bit when Kittle went down this past Sunday. Now we know that Kyle will like to line up with the fullback. But I'm curious if they ever mess around at practice and let Kyle Juszczyk line up at tight end.
Well, he lined up at tight end Sunday in Seattle.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
you answered my question right there.
Yeah, he did.
Thank you. I should study the film a little bit more. But you would think about just maybe lining him up and trying to get a mismatch because I would think just off the top of my head, he might be a better route runner and a better receiver than the 2 tight ends you currently have on the roster.
They did use a little bit of it, and you're right. So it's going to be Kyle's going to have to get creative with that, and it sounds like he will get creative with that. So Luke Farrell, in terms of his career receiving, he caught 13 balls in 2023 with Jacksonville. That's his career high. He's only and they had caught 12 balls in 2024. So he too is a blocking tight end / special teamser. So you're talking about a couple of guys out there. So you mentioned Juszczyk. He could be used. Kendrick Bourne enters the chat. I don't know. Can he grab a helmet and be a factor right away? I mean, is he going to catch 3-4 balls? And then, can Brian Robinson pick it up a little bit in the second half? I was reading all the film review guys who do all the film study, and it was true. And I actually sent out a tweet on Sunday saying, damn, Brian Robinson's first half is looking a little April, May, Willie Adames-ish.
Oh, not the slow start.
He did not look good in the first half at all. He looked better in the second half.
Yeah.
I was reading Matt Barrows' mailbag, and people are like, wait a minute, I watched Jordan Mason on Monday. Why did we get rid of that guy again? Yeah, again, to save how much money? Yeah. And believe Mike Silver says the cap is a myth. But Brian Robinson's supposed to be that guy. But right now, Jordan Mason's running better than Brian Robinson.
Yeah, and now the 49ers might have to rely more on Brian Robinson. Like we talked about maybe the option of using Christian McCaffrey in like a Debo gadget type of role where maybe you line him up in the slot, get a couple end around, and maybe that's a way you get McCaffrey and Brian Robinson on the field. But let's be honest, best case scenario is 49ers have a touchdown or 2 lead in the second half, and they can just feed Brian Robinson Jr., and he can try to run out the clock in the second half. But, again, there's questions when we don't even know who's playing quarterback or tight end this weekend.
It's only been 1 week, and I'm going to go ahead and say this. It doesn't matter because the Niners have Bob Saleh.
Oh,
all right.
I was going to say, I thought it didn't matter because the 49ers have a last-place schedule.
Definitely. God, he holds that 3-4 seconds longer than I always think. And it plays out this Sunday is the classic example at New Orleans. That's it. Against they're not going to, like, Green Bay has to play Washington tomorrow. Or I should say Washington has to play Green Bay. That's the Thursday night game. And I was listening to the people on the way in. Oh, this huge game. I'm like, no, man, we're going to New Orleans, bro. We're going to New Orleans.
Yeah, when the 49ers come
we're going to face
in.
Spencer Rattler. All right, we got a better draw. All right, so
easily.
All right, it is time for episode 51, Area 51. Shout out Jung Hoo Lee. Shout out your guy Bernie Williams. I believe was 51. Wasn't
Shout
it?
out Ichiro Suzuki. Also,
there it is.
That's another one on the list.
51 has a magical power about it, and it's Young Tony, his 51st edition of What Did He Ask Us Today, and it's next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, Giants fans? Summer is heating up, but there is a refreshing new way to cool down, and that's with Surfside and their limited edition SF Giants cans. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka cans now showcase the iconic Giants SF logo right on the side of the can. And these cans are available right now at select bars and stores in your area. So show your fandom by posting a photo of you in this historic SF Giants Surfside can and tag us on social media at KNBR and tell us how much you enjoy these tasty beverages, because these beverages only have 100 calories per can, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Let me say that again, 0 bubbles. You will not find a single bubble in a can of Surfside. So before first pitch today, grab a limited edition Surfside Giants can. I'll be at the ballpark with young Tony. We're going to be enjoying a few Surfsides today because Surfside is a proud partner of Giants baseball.
Surfside is made with vodka, iced tea, and or lemonade, natural flavors, and artificial sweetener. 4.5% alcohol by volume. Stateside brands, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Must be 21 plus to enjoy a Surfside. Party smart.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
51 times he's going to grill us. We're getting on the stand, and young Tony, the kid oddly out of Kentucky, which we never really focus on.
No, I was born here. I'm a local kid.
I know, but you prepped out in Kentucky with a shirt and a tie. But
That's a fair
hey,
point.
Listen, if you're going to ask me questions, I'm here to answer. Marcus is here to answer. I say to you, my friend, bring it on. Episode 51 of the What Did Young Tony Ask Today? And I should tell everybody, too, this is all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Young Tone, have at it, buddy. I'm all ears.
Let's do it. I got 4 questions for you guys. After I read each question, you will have 60 seconds to respond, Marcus.
Well, Tony, since it is the 51st edition in honor of Ichiro Suzuki, I will answer my questions quicker than 2 rats in a wool sock.
Oh, my God. Wow, nice pull. Nice
Hell
pull.
yeah.
I like that.
By the way, shout out Scott Hansen as well, Marcus. That riff. If anybody saw that on Twitter.
The Red Zone commercials.
Okay.
I'm not down with them.
Okay.
But I'll get it done quicker than a Red Zone commercial.
There you
Tony.
go. And if your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That's your cue to stop talking. Everybody can join the conversation. We good to go?
I think most people getting conversations with me wish they had that bell.
Yeah.
They do. Yes.
I might just walk around with a bell. Like during the bullpen. Oh, there's the bell, Murph.
Yeah, exactly. All right, go away, baby. Fire away.
Let's do it. So the Giants won again last night. They're 2 games out with 17 to play. They are chasing the Mets, who have lost 4 in a row, and they're 3-7 in their last 10 games. I looked it up today. According to FanGraphs, Giants have a 7.8% chance to make the playoffs, and that's been going up. It was at like 2, and then it was at 4. Now it's at 7.8. So on a scale of 1 to 10, and 10 being super confident, how confident are you that the Giants can make the postseason?
Let's go. First of all, that's got to be wrong. I'm going to jump on your stats right now. I got a Baseball Reference 21.5%. So right away,
Well, shout out FanGraphs.
I'm calling you out for you're getting sloppy on your 51st edition here. Shout out the war between FanGraphs and Baseball Reference.
Fake FanGraphs.
I think they actually war over war.
They do.
They
It's
do.
2 separate wars.
But my 60 seconds are frittering away. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being a lock, 0 being they ain't going anywhere, I'm riding a strong 7.5. All right, buddy, because I'm feeling pretty darn good about this. And you know what? I'm going to say this in the last 20 seconds here. They don't even have to make the playoffs. I just want to see them finish super strong all the way to the end and show me that instead of those Gabe Kapler September collapses, they can have a strong Buster Posey September finish. So just give me a surge to the end, make it interesting to the final weekend, and we're good.
Murph, I like it, a 7.5. And I got to say, being at the ballpark last night, I had a moment to myself. And I realized, man, it's nice just to watch meaningful baseball. And a couple weeks ago, it felt like we did not have meaningful baseball. So if you would have asked me this question 2-3 weeks ago when they lost 15 of 16 at home, I would have been at like a -4 with the confidence level. So I think everybody was waving the white flag and ready to move on to the 2026 season. But not so fast, my friend, because the Giants have been one of the hottest teams in baseball. They got me feeling nicey. So I'm going to give them a 6.9 on the scale. Because crazy things can happen with 6.9. You can end up on top. You can end up on bottom. Things can get interesting for sure. Giants have a chance. They can run down the Mets. I'm feeling nicey. Give me a 6.9 for my confidence level in the Giants.
How about for you, Tony, a 6.7?
6.7, yeah, 6.7. All right, number 2 on the list. The Jake Moody era is finally over. 49ers fans can rejoice. Here's the question. Is Jake Moody the biggest draft bust in Bay Area history?
Oh, now I will go first, and I will start with a man out in the East Bay known for sipping on that codeine, sipping on some scissor. The easy answer is Jamarcus Russell. I mean, we're talking about a guy that got drafted first overall because, he could throw a ball 40 yards off his ass? 60 off his knees, 80 on his feet. Well, he couldn't throw a damn pass in the actual NFL, and he's out here lying about studying film and tape that was never actually on tape. Jamarcus Russell is widely regarded as one of the biggest busts in NFL history, but I don't think he's the biggest Bay Area bust. Because I do think the Trey Lance draft pick is a bigger bust than Jamarcus Russell because of the 3 additional first-round draft picks that the 49ers had to give up to go get Trey Lance. And no, I don't want to split hairs and argue about 2 versus 3 draft picks. It was 3 first-round draft picks. And for a guy that you gave up 3 first-round draft picks and a little bit more, Trey Lance started 4 games in his San Francisco 49er career. At least Jamarcus Russell played a couple seasons for the Raiders. I'm going Trey Lance, bigger bust than Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, it's just the lowest of hanging fruit. The fruit is so low, it fell to the ground. One of those fruits that's like ripe and it falls and like the fruit flies start eating. It's Trey Lance is the easy answer. So just to kind of change it up a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and say I think that the NBA might rival NFL quarterbacks for naked busts. Like the NBA, dude, you can see a bust so purely with your eyes. And like they're in a tank top and shorts. They got hairy legs. They're running up and down. You're like, that guy stinks at basketball. And I'm going to go ahead and give you 2 Warriors from back in the day. This was a huge deal in the 80s. A guy named Chris Washburn came out of North Carolina State. We thought this guy was the love child of Dr. J, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and John Havlicek. And sadly, he fell prey to the powder of the 80s and never made it. Total Warriors fans lamented Chris Washburn, the number 3 pick overall. Warriors fans lamented Chris Washburn forever. And then I just got to swerve off the road and take a shot at my guy. He was just sitting there. He didn't ask the Warriors to take him at number 11. But Todd Fuller, this ivory-skinned white boy, taken by the Warriors ahead of Kobe Bryant. He'll have to wear that forever. So I'm going to go ahead and say basketball busts can be so bad. And I'm going Washburn and Fuller. But obviously Lance is the gold medal.
Yeah, but one more for that list also. Don't forget about your guy, James Wiseman. He could also join that list.
Great call.
As big NBA bust that never even got on the court.
Yes, we're beyond Mount Rushmore. We've got 2 Mount Rushmores going. Yes.
And also, I got to give a shout out.
Here he is, QB1.
My guy, Joey Bart.
See, baseball busts, you can't say baseball because it's so hard, but you can. You can. Anyway, what do we got, Tony?
He's playing well for the Pirates right now, too.
Well, not as good.
He's fallen off.
Year.
Yeah.
There he is, QB3.
All right,
Here he is, QB1.
Third on the list. This was a hot topic on Twitter a few weeks ago. I meant to ask you guys. We never got to it. In terms of the 4 major U.S. cities, is San Francisco one of them?
This got hot, I know. So everybody, the easy. So we go medium mark. New York, L.A. We're still going to throw Chicago a bone, even though I don't know if Chicago still has the sizzle it once did. As I was just saying to my friend in the White House. Anyway, so we're going to go L.A., New York, Chicago. I will grant those 3. Number 4 is a hot topic, and I saw this on Twitter. I'm truly not sure. I mean, I love San Francisco. So, obviously, Tennessee Williams, famous playwright, said there are only 3 American cities, New York, New Orleans, and San Francisco. Everything else is Cleveland. He once said that. So, but I don't think the nation thinks of it that way. I'm not sure we have a number 4 because Houston has now risen to be the number 4 media market, but I ain't buying it. I mean, Philadelphia, they signed the Declaration of Independence, but it's Philly. I mean, Boston has had that history too. San Francisco. I don't think we have a 4th. I think it's a 3, and then it's a free-for-all, a frenzy. So I'm going to go ahead and say there is no 4th.
Wow.
How's that for my answer?
Is that
acceptable?
Are you going Mike Sando, like QB tier list?
Yes, QB tiers.
We're going city list.
L.A., New York, Chicago, tier 1. Everything else is tier 2.
Yeah, you make a good argument. And I was trying to think, like, who would be the city who fits that number 4 spot? Dallas, Houston. I thought Miami, maybe, with the cultural influence. Shout out to the Cubans and young Tony's heritage down in Miami
Eddie
also.
Pinheiro, Miami guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Then I thought maybe Las Vegas, just because it is the party capital of the world, but outside of partying on the Strip, there's not a lot to do in Las Vegas. So, yeah, I will put my stake in the ground, even though it seems like the rest of the country hates San Francisco. This place is beautiful. I live here. I think it's fantastic. I have no problem walking around these streets, going out for lunch, and enjoying a couple beers.
And can I say this? I can't believe I'm saying this, but you've brought it up, so I'm not jinxing you. Still no bippage?
Still no bippage.
Okay,
my car has not been bipped in San Francisco.
Dan Lurie, San Francisco,
That's
buddy.
it, baby.
I need him to vlog from right outside your car. I'm here outside of Waterboy's car. See these windows? These windows are intact.
Unbippable.
That's what we're doing in San Francisco.
I'm actually issuing a challenge. Somebody come bip his car.
San Francisco's on its way back, as evidenced by Waterboy's windows here. Yes. So, what about you, buddy? You got a fourth city?
I was throwing out maybe Washington, D.C., just because the government's there, obviously.
The dysfunction that grabs that city. Yes. So anyway, all right. What do you got? What's
it's
the
a
last
hot
one,
topic.
buddy?
All right, last on the list. So Jake Ton just joined the show. If you missed it, we played that for you earlier this morning, and you guys actually asked him about how he got invited to the Grateful Dead show in Vegas. I want to play you what he said.
I mean, Nick just texted me, he said, hey, you want to go to Vegas and, see the Grateful Dead? And I didn't really even know much about, the Dead. And so I was just excited to go see what it was all about because obviously, a lot of my friends' dads in the Bay Area are big Dead heads and stuff like that. So I heard the name, but I hadn't really listened to much of the music. And it was one of the best concerts I've ever been to.
One of the best concerts he's ever been to. All right, so for you guys, let me turn it around. What's the most random invitation you've gotten from a coworker?
Whoa. Well, it's your turn. That's a tough one to handle.
That is a tough one to
boy.
answer because
Random
with
invitation.
our job, we get a lot of opportunities. Now, a lot of times we're going out to cover an event. So when we go out to Scottsdale for spring training, that's not us getting an invite. That's us working. When we go to Radio Row for the Super Bowl, that's not an invite. That's us working. But there have been a couple situations where the man to my left has invited me for a social gathering outside of the office. And I got to give a shout out to the OC, the Olympic Club, and me hitting that birdie from 42 yards out. That was beautiful. Also, shout out to Murph taking me up to Mount Tam to go see War on Drugs for Sound Summit. But Murph, you're the runner-up because there's only one answer. It's Paul Tonelli giving me tickets to the Ain't Too Proud to Beg tour that turned me into the midday matinee Marcus, where young Tony, Paul Tonelli gives me tickets to a Temptations musical. And he's like, yeah, bro, I can't go to these. Do you want to go? And next thing you know, I'm day drinking at a Temptations musical.
That is the best answer in the history of 51 Young Tonys. I had forgotten about that.
Dude.
It is the most random invitation. I'm going to steal that answer because what is the most random invitation from a coworker you've ever witnessed? It was when Paul Tonelli said, hey, I got 2 matinee tickets for the Ain't Too Proud to Beg Temptations tribute show at the Golden Gate Theater on a Wednesday afternoon. And Marcus goes, I'll go.
Yeah, I ain't too proud to beg,
by
Paul.
himself.
I ain't too proud to beg.
We nicknamed for about 2 weeks. The nickname stuck Matinee Marcus because he was out there in the theater district.
Hell yeah.
That's one of the best stories. I can't top that, and I can't come up with one. I'm going to have to. Can you nudge me? Can you help me? I mean, I remember I did solar ads with Peterson Dean. They invited me to a on-the-ground San Jose Earthquake suite, one of those suites at an Earthquakes game where you're on the grass, I mean, and we never made it, but I remember thinking, well, that would be random if I went to an Earthquake suite on the grass. I mean, that's one of them. Maybe Kirk Reynolds took me and the boys to a San Jose Earthquake Chivas game at Levi's.
Okay.
We went with great enthusiasm. So that's what I'm coming up with. But other than that, I gotta dig a little deeper.
Hey, baseball mensch.
I got a little. Okay, these are good.
Okay,
These
now
are
real
good.
quick, I know we gotta go and get the Mike Kruko, but young Tony, have you ever been invited to a random event by a coworker?
Gotta go back to week 1, 49ers opening against the Jets. I got this invite from Murph. Do you want to go to a Chilton Auto Body suite and watch the whole game? And I was like, damn. Like, I'm down, but, is Marcus going to be there? Do I have to stay the whole time? What's the details on that?
You know what? I got to thank John Platts, our super producer who listens all the time. He gave me my answer. Plattsy knows me better than me. He even knows the day, 4/14/88, when Superfan walked into the Daily Bruin office and, today's your lucky day, dude. 2 tickets. Halos, Palos.
Wow.
Let's go. I was bullied into an Angels-White Sox game on a Monday or Tuesday, a day game, and it was a freaking rain out, one of only 5 rainouts in Angels history, and he and I inching through the L.A. rain. So what do you think about our chances against the Beavers this weekend, dude? Yes, dude. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you, Plattsy. It was Superfan bullying me.
Halos Palos, dude. Today's your lucky day. That's a true story, too, by the way. And I've told that story so many times. Platsy's found the box score, 414.88.
Nice.
Thank you, Platsy. There's my answer.
Thank you, Platsy, and thank you to the text line also mentioning that young Tony and I got invited out to Dreamforce last year. Still don't know how we got invited, ended up on that invite list.
Very good
We're
one.
going to try to go back this year as well. It's in October.
Right. We're the future of AI.
Great listening, buddy.
And you know that this AIBS is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
All right. Mike Kruko next on The Sports Leader.
You know, with this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's
All right, let's talk to our great friend Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney. He's on the line on a Wednesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to people about what happens if they didn't get their ERC check?
That is such a big deal right now. There are so many people who have been waiting literally for years. And they said, where's my check? Where's my check? And it's just not there. There's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. Or if you got a nasty grant, you don't qualify, no ERC for you. We have to appeal that. Right now, the IRS is being accused of using AI and doing something called batch disallowances. They just take a whole batch of them and say, no, you're not qualified. They don't even know if you're qualified or not. We have to appeal those. Or if you're being audited. That's the big 3. You haven't gotten your check. And remember, you're due interest. So whatever amount of money you're waiting for, you're entitled to a lot more of that because of the interest. Whether it's hurrying them up to get you the money in your hands or appealing when they say you don't qualify when they don't even know, or an audit. The bottom line is anything to do with the ERC, the only thing you have to do, we have a free consultation, call up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
That's it. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 670 AM.
Remember when George Costanza had those great seats down in the front row? He goes, and he's walking down. He goes, we keep going and going. It's that great feeling when you have great seats. Well, that's the Giants. They keep winning and winning and winning, getting closer and closer to the NL wild card. The Murph and Marcos show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, for the 13th time in 16 games, the Giants won. This counts as a late season surge. It is official, Mike. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, it's unexplainable. We can't explain it. I mean, for like the last 2.5 months, they were the worst team in all of baseball. And what they hit with runners in scoring position. And now, since the middle of August, they're the best. So go figure. But what's really cool about this whole thing is that everybody is firing in that lineup. Everybody up and down that lineup. In fact, the bottom three guys are the best bottom three guy combinations in all the big leagues. They're making major contribution offensively. So when you're getting that type of distribution of offense up and down the offense, everybody's freed up. There's nobody feeling like they have to carry the load because everybody's making contribution. So it's so much fun, and we're all enjoying this to the max. And you know why? Because they are. They are so joyful and so happy with what's happening right now. And so are the hitting coaches.
Yeah, and you're right. And one of those guys at the bottom of the lineup is Patrick Bailey, who's gone deep in back-to-back games. And I was looking at his stats in the month of September. He's hitting .346 with now 3 home runs in this month alone. So what have you been seeing lately from Patrick Bailey at the plate, Mike?
Well, that's another thing that's hard to explain because a lot of this year, it looked to me like he was between thoughts. He would be up there in a fastball situation, looking fastball, and all of a sudden somebody throw a little wrinkly slider up there, and he'd just wave through it. So he wasn't staying on the pitch he was looking for. Or he would sit there and sit on a breaking ball, and all of a sudden a guy would throw a fastball, and he'd wave through it. So there was no balance. Now, I mean, he's really put himself in a great position with his lower body. It's just really slowed down, and he's using the whole field. He's not trying to pull the ball. He's not trying to hit home runs. He's taking what they're giving him. So it really has been discipline from his perspective mentally that has turned things around. Plus, he's just not anywhere close to being as bad as what he was early in the season. So, a long baseball season has a way of riding the ship and evening things out, and I think it's kind of doing that for Bailey right now.
Yeah, he's up to 218. For so long, he was, if not on the interstate, just barely above it. So 218 looks like he's safely ensconced. Mike, it just continues to be so much fun. Now, Robbie Ray goes 5 innings last night. He has to, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to say he's running out of gas. That's the wrong thing. He pitched 5 innings, 2 earned runs. But it has been a little bit of a slow down for him. He hasn't, maybe the umpires haven't been as friendly to him in these last 2 starts. But I guess my question is, they got 17 games left. Maybe he gets 3 or 4 more starts. Are you seeing, does he need to kind of dig deep like Verlander does now? A little older, still coming off that Tommy John. What's your scouting report there?
Well, my scouting report on him is the same it's been for the last couple of weeks. He is letting the umpires get to him. And when you do that, when you show emotion and you show an umpire up, he did it last night. God, who was the umpire last night?
I got you,
it
Mike.
It was Doug Eddings, who's got like the biggest strike zone on earth. And there was one instance he threw a 3-1 breaking ball and didn't get it, and he had the Gumby shoulders and really showed up Eddings, and it ticked him off. The next pitch he comes back with another breaking ball, and it was right there. And Eddings looked right at him and called it a ball. And that was for a reason, because Robbie Ray showed him up. And he's been doing that every outing. So I think every time you do that, when you let your emotions go and you show up an umpire and you walk around and you do the Gumby shoulder and you shake your head and you show him up, and it fractures your concentration. And if you look at one thing that he has done in these last 4 or 5 starts is he's missed a lot of fastballs up. Now, normally a fastball up for him has been a great pitch, but it has to be a bit more inviting. Just like we're talking like 3 to 6 inches above the strike zone. Those are, through the longest time, that's been a great strikeout pitch for him. But right now, he's missing that pitch by a good 2 feet, and that's an easy take. And so he's given up a lot of easy takes. And I think that has everything to do with his concentration getting fractured, because he is showing his emotion openly against umpires, and you can't do that. This guy is an 11-year veteran. He's a Cy Young Award winner. And I just think that, his reaction is not something that's benefiting from. In fact, I think it's going the other way because of it.
Mike, I wanted to make sure to mention Logan Webb eclipsing 200 strikeouts for the first time in a season in his major league career. And we've seen Logan lead the league in innings pitched before, but there's a real possibility that he could lead the National League in both strikeouts and innings pitched this year. So just your thoughts on what this milestone means for a guy like Logan Webb.
Well, it's a milestone, and what it says is you got great stuff. You don't get 200 strikeouts unless you have great stuff. But what he's learned to do, if you look back as to, how when he arrived on the scene, it was all sync. Everything he had movement that was just nasty and broke down. And he was pretty one-dimensional as to how he attacked the strike zone, knee high, with everything. And then he started interjecting four-seam fastballs above the belt, and then a cutter above the belt. He had two weapons where he could change sight lines, and he could go above the belt and pitch effectively. And because he's so well known for his stuff down around the knees, he had hitters going up there and looking for it. And he was at a point in time there, he was throwing great stuff down around the knees, but because guys were sitting up low, and that's all they were seeing was low movement, they were starting to beat it. Well, then he started going up top with the cutter and the four-seam fastball, and it made all that stuff on the bottom look better. And then he started getting more swing and miss, and that's when the strikeout total started to rise up. And I think his ability to finally achieve the 200 strikeout milestone had everything to do with him using a couple of pitches to change the sight line. And he's getting guys chase those high fastballs and those high cutters now. And he's become much more of a pitcher than what we saw when he first got in the scene, which is understandable. I mean, you have to learn how to do what he's doing, and you have to understand swing types and situation and all those things. And the only way you get that knowledge is by throwing a lot of innings. And he's done that, and he's just going to get better.
He's only 28 years old. He'll turn 29 in November, and we're going to be talking to him in February in Scottsdale, and he's going to be primed for another great year. It's just fabulous career there for Logan Webb. Mike, the guy I've just been really noticing is it's either Joel or Joel Peguero. Wow. I know it's a quote-unquote small sample size because it's only about 11 or 12 major league innings, but he did it again last night. And I know Ryan Walker got the save last night, which was important, but you could argue that the real save was Peguero, second and third, one out in a two-run game, striking out those two hitters and then putting up another zero. He continues to put up numbers. He continues to not walk guys. Mike, I asked Bob Melvin about it on Monday. Part of me, these last 17 games is, do they have the bullpen to finish the job? And whether it's Joey Lucchesi quietly doing stuff, but this guy Peguero, Mike, what are we seeing? I mean, we got the scouting report when he got here, but what are you seeing with each increasing outing, and how do you think Melvin can use him?
Yoel. And what this kid did he's always been able to throw 102 miles an hour for 10 years. But what he finally learned was a two-seam fastball. And it really, when you watch him pitch, is a great example of just how different four-seam and two-seam movement is on a fastball. It's as different as a curveball and a slider. So it's given him two weapons. And I think that's significant because he always struggled with command. And he didn't really have many options away from the four-seam fastball that he could rely upon. And so your only countermeasure when when you only have one fastball is to try and add on. When you try and add on and you try and throw too hard, you lose command. And this is something he struggled with. When he discovered the two-seam fastball, he realized he didn't have to overthrow a pitch. He had high velocity with two and four-seam movement, and he had two really, really good weapons. Then he learned the slider, and it's been a really, really good pitch for him. And when you're throwing 100 miles an hour, guys have to start early. They have to cheat to try and catch up to the fastball, and that exposes them to back foot sliders. And we're watching him. He had guys missing sliders last night by 2 feet, literally. And then he's got, he's toying with a changeup, but that, is a pitch that I think eventually is going to be a good one for him right now. But he's never had this kind of confidence. He comes into a ball game in last night's game, it's a two-run game, and the tying runs are in second and third with one out. And, Matt Gage did not have a good night. And so he leaves and flips the ball to Peguero. He comes in, and he strikes out two guys. He struck out a guy with one out and a runner at third, and that's a pure strikeout situation. Mm-hmm. And he made the guy look bad. And then he made the next guy look bad. So he gets out of the inning, and then he has a perfect next inning, 1, 2, 3. Face 5 up, 5 down, 2 strikeouts, but in strikeout situations. So, it makes you think, well, there's another guy you might possibly consider for the ninth inning. And I think as you go forth, you're going to see Ryan Walker. Last night was huge for him to get that save, especially after allowing the first two guys to get on base, and he pitched through it. But there's help, too. If he pitches 2 or 3 consecutive days, maybe you can go to Peguero. Maybe you can go to Lucchesi because they're the hottest arms in the pen right now.
Man, for sure. And, hey, we can't leave without he's 2 away, man. Willie Adames, I'm going to put a stamp down. He's going to do it. He's going to hit 30 homers. He's going to be the first Giant since Bonds in 07. A shortstop, Mike. And he did it after fouling a ball off his knee, too. So we can, I mean, just a hat tip to this guy. Maybe, possibly, hopefully ending that 30-homer drought.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he doesn't do it. I mean, he might do it today. But I think more importantly, when you come over here as a hitter, I mean, you have a built-in excuse for not hitting home runs, and that's called Oracle Park. And it's a hard park to hit home runs in. And I think early in the year there were several times where he hit the ball right to the wall and it didn't go out, and it was wearing on him. He was struggling. He was trying to justify a contract, and it just got to him. And but he's overcome it. Now it's not an issue. He knows he's got the power to hit balls out of this ballpark. And I'll never forget when Buster was a rookie. One of the things that he was asked when he hit a fly ball right to the warning track, and a writer asked him about, well, you hit that ball really well, but this is Oracle Park, and it can wear on you as a hitter. And Buster, as a rookie, looks at the guy and he says, "Well, I can hit the ball farther." And he just didn't fall for the question and the trap. And I think that Willie Adames has learned that I'll just hit the ball farther because he's got that confidence now. I mean, how about the bat yesterday? Here they are. They get 2 free passes from Zach Gallen. Zach Gallen, who doesn't walk anybody. Well, he walks 2. And quite honestly, both the payoff pitches could have been strike 3. So now there's 2 free passes on it. Here comes Adames. Hits the ball off his knee, collapses, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, did he wrench his knee, break his ankle, stub a toe? What the hell happened? Well, he hit the ball off his knee. So he has to go around and do the Aztec 2-step and try and, get back in the box and not feeling great next pitch, 3-run homer. I thought that was I loved it. It was great. And we all got to sing the song. It was just so I think he's overcome the stigma of Oracle Park, and he's here, and he's comfortable here.
Yeah, 28 bombs, 81 ribs, 750 OPS, shortstop. And by the way, you're right. You know what I've noticed? I think it's been like the last year, but particularly this year, the playing of Bye Bye Baby at the park after home runs has really taken hold. I'm singing. I was out there Monday night. I sang 5 times. So I'm with you. I'm down with the song.
Well, I mean, it's our song. And, sometimes there's a drought. But, recently with the home runs that they're hitting, more and more people at the stadium are singing it, and it is awesome. So, they put the words right up there on the board. Now everybody's singing. You have no excuse not to sing.
No, you got to it's on the board. You can't miss it. So there you go. All right, last one is just last time we talked to you, Carson Seymour was going to the mound. We were a little worried, but he delivered in St. Louis. He threw 5 innings. He only allowed 2 hits. He did not let anybody leave the yard, so he can build on that somehow, some way. It's a huge job to try to kill off these pesky Diamondbacks because Marte and Perdomo and Corbin Carroll, they'll fight you in the batter's box. So Carson Seymour, building on that Cardinals outing, your thoughts?
Well, the D-backs are a proud team, and they are not going to go easy. And they basically, they're in it, and they're fighting for their lives. So expect a spirited game today. But with what Carson Seymour did in this last outing, he was really, really good with his command down around the knees. That's where he gets his life. That's where he's intimidating. He throws a heavy, heavy sinker. Where he's been hurt has been above the belt, and most of the home runs that he's given up have been hanging sliders. So from his perspective, if you go up with your 4-seam fastball, but do not go up with that slider. It's not a good pitch. In fact, every time I think he throws it, it's a mistake. It is a mistake. So if you miss with that slider, miss down below the zone. Very simple. And I'm looking forward to this start. Hopefully he can back up what he did in St. Louis. And I can't wait to get out there. I can't wait to sing the song.
Let's do it, man. We'll be singing today. All right, Mike, have a great one. Enjoy the heck out of the game. We'll talk to you Friday.
In a bit.
Mike Kruko every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the UMA guest line. By the way, corrected by a listener who told me Bonds hit 27 homers in 07. Actually, he hit 28, and he had 26 in 06. So Giants haven't had a 30-homer guy since 2004 when Bonds hit 45.
You're telling me the Giants haven't had a guy hit 30 home runs in young Tony's lifetime?
Oh, my God. Where were you in 2004, kid?
That would have been 6.
Oh, you were alive. My apologies.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Just moving to Kentucky.
He just feels that young. All right, the
you're
big
so
hit,
young, Tony.
The big hit is the Niners. George Kittle and Eddie Pinheiro, a.k.a. Eddie De Niro. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. How worried are you about the lack of Kittle, and how happy are you that the Niners have a new kicker on the Sports Leader?
Oh, when the Giants come to town, is why
everything's recorded in here, Mike. You can't ever take it back.
I don't take that back at all. I'll be singing that on the way home.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away these tickets to go see The Who. We got Eminence Front by The Who. This is a Murph request. The Who's going to be at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, not Palo Alto, Mountain View on September 21st. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to go down to Mountain View. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Moody's kick is up and it hits the upright. A 27-yard attempt from the left hash just banged off the upright, and the 49ers cannot take advantage of the red zone opportunity.
No, that blows.
49ers trying to tie it up. 2 minutes and 21 seconds to go. Kick is blocked. It's blocked. It's picked up by the defense, and DeMarcus Lawrence returns it out to the 32-yard line. It's been a kicking mess for the 49ers today.
Oh, listen to that. You don't have to hear that no more. Guy Haberman calling Jake Moody's mess. He is no longer a 49er. Your reaction at 8:08 KNBR. The best news is not just that the Niners cut ties with Moody, and again, wishing no ill will on the young man. He maybe go somewhere else and have a nice career. Take a few weeks off and just go get out of, the pressure here was too much, being a third-round draft pick, and that's on the Niners front office, too, for picking him in the third round. But the best news was that, who's the next guy? We thought it would be Greg Joseph. For some reason, we'll have to ask John Lynch about that. He'll probably avoid the question, but because, he doesn't want to dog Greg Joseph. But they deliberately did not choose Greg Joseph. They chose a kid named Eddie Pinheiro, who has done it at the high level for the Chicago Bears and the Carolina Panthers, and is the fourth-ranked all-time accuracy kicker in NFL field goal history. But I was boning up on him, Marcus, and I saw Eddie Pinheiro. I was on his Pro Football Reference page. It said nickname, Eddie De Niro. I said, first of all, I love that freaking nickname. And then you took it to the next level. You went in to see Young Tone, right?
Oh, and I had to tell him, if we're talking Eddie De Niro, I need some Eddie money on the rejoin all morning long.
I freaking love it because I love Eddie Money. Eddie Money makes me feel good. Eddie Money's like what we need in America. We lost him, sadly. He's no longer with us. Friend of the program.
Ooh, really?
Raider Vito, in his brief time running this show, he was way too good for KNBR. Once he went in and asked Lee Hammer for, he's like, so what are you going to pay me? And Hammer gave him the answer. He's like, yeah, I'll be out of here in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I got some payments for you.
But he said, but prior to that, I'm going to get the boys Eddie Money because he was going to sing the anthem at a Raiders game, bro.
So, of course, Raider Vito gets him.
Eddie Money was, rest in peace, a Raiders fan, too. You guys have all the cool fans.
Yeah, we
James
do.
Garner, Eddie Money.
Yeah, you're looking at one, Murph.
Well, we got Huey, baby.
Yeah.
But he came on the show, and he was cool as ass, man. He was cool. He had a smoker's throat. He also had a great late career cameo in the show Kaminsky Method with Alan Arkin and Michael Douglas that warmed my heart. It was awesome. So anyway, back to Eddie De Niro.
Yeah, but real quick, if we do want to pull back the curtain on Eddie De Niro, Eddie Pinheiro, or Eddie Money, Young Tony, be honest with us. What's your knowledge on an Eddie Money?
Oh, to be honest with you, I didn't realize. I've heard the two bangers, 2 Tickets to Paradise, and then the other one I'm blanking on.
Take Me Home Tonight.
Take Me Home Tonight. I've heard both those songs. Talking to Marcus, I didn't know who sung them.
There's more where that came from, baby.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's more
we
where
got
that
them all
came
queued
from.
up.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Tracy Sandler at 8:15, Ron Rivera at 8:50 will all be fun. But man, oh man, let's stay on the kicker and then go to the tight end. Pinheiro, listen, he's done it. He's kicked at a high level. He's made game winners. He's missed game winners, too. He does have a tremendously accurate leg. Marcus, we were saying earlier, not as long of a leg statistically as Jake Moody, but how was that working out for us, that leg strength of a Jake Moody?
Yeah,
right?
I don't really care about the power of a Jake Moody when he's missing kicks from 27 yards out. And that was my breakdown when I got the news yesterday that they would be signing Eddie Pinheiro. To me, they basically went with a swap where they decided to emphasize accuracy over power. And we're talking about Eddie Pinheiro, who, you mentioned it, has the 4th highest field goal percentage make rate in NFL history, which blows my mind that, A, he's on that list with guys like Justin Tucker, Harrison Butker, and Chris Boswell, but also, B, that he was available week 1 of the NFL season.
That's one of the texts that just came in. 209 says he's a top 4 kicker in stats over the past 5 years. My question is, why is he available? I'm actually not I'm not looking at it like he's some sort of toxic thing that's going to kill your team. I just think kicking's weird, and kickers are weird, and it's not like teams are teams try to have stability at the kicker position. They're not trying to run guys in and out. I think they want guys to get comfortable, get repetitions and all that stuff instead of like worrying about their job every week. So when the Carolina Panthers parted ways with this guy at the end of last year, because I guess he wanted a little more Eddie De Niro, and they went younger and cheaper, there wasn't teams that were willing to just sort of like overturn the apple cart and get him. And sometimes guys are just out there, especially kickers. So why not? And I mean, he's missed a couple. A guy hit me on Twitter and said, dude, I'm a Panthers fan. He's going to miss extra points for you. I'm like, well, listen, the other guy could miss an extra point too.
Yeah.
And so the guy's career speaks for itself. And most important, he's not Jake Moody. He's a veteran. He's done it before. And his career just shows that, yeah, he has a couple of misses along the way. He has a lot of makes along the way too. And he's coming in here with that veteran savvy, and the locker room can kind of exhale.
Yeah. And here's the thing. You're coming in with a guy that has a deeper resume, more experience doing it at the NFL level. And Murph, all kickers miss kicks. There's not a single kicker who's made every kick in his NFL career. Like I just mentioned, Justin Tucker has the highest field goal percentage of all time. It's at 89.1%. Eddie Pinero's at 88.1%. So that's pretty damn good. Now, last year in Carolina, it did drop down to 83.9%, but we're talking about a guy that is a lot more accurate than Jake Moody and should give 49ers more confidence going into this weekend.
They had to make the move, and they did. And, they'll rue that third-round pick, by the way. You seen the memes going around of the screenshots of the 2023 draft?
Yeah, it ain't good.
When they have those reunions, the Giants always have the reunion. We're going to bring back the 2012 World Series champs. Niners going to have a reunion for the 2023 draft class.
It's going to be an empty table.
I think literally D. Winters right now is carrying the flag for that class.
Hey, shout out to D.
He had a good game.
He had a real good game.
He had a good game. Mm-hmm. Also, Jair Brown is still around.
Oh.
From there.
I don't think he has a starting job anymore.
Well, so 2023, man. 2023 will be like one of those family dysfunctional things. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, no, we don't have to talk about
We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about the 2023 draft.
Yeah.
So, okay, so the other one is the tight end. And this is, I think, well, I mean, is it bigger? I mean, yeah, because, 100 snaps versus 4 or whatever. 55 snaps versus 4.
Yeah, but last time I checked, Murph, tight ends don't write history.
Yeah, this is all very true.
Unless they're making game-winning catches at the end of the game.
Unless it's the ghost to the post, then you're writing history.
Oh, the holy roller.
The tight end fell on that one, too. That's right. Very good. And plus, your tight end, Todd Christensen, one of the great mullets of all time.
Nice.
George Kittle, IR. And we heard this after our show ended yesterday, so the midday and afternoon boys talked about it. And just to recap for the morning crowd out there, so that means George Kittle will be out for 4 weeks, which sucks. That's 4 important games, because as much as we've been making fun of the last place schedule, you can lose games, okay? Exactly. Thank you. I mean, at New Orleans, you'd like to win? Well, geez, it's the NFL, and they got Alvin Kamara, and they got Chris Olave. You never know what can happen. They sacked Kyler Murray 5 times. It's also the freaking Superdome where weird things can happen down there.
Yeah, it's haunted, right?
Versus Arizona on the 21st. It's always weird with Arizona. Because they're not the Rams and they're not the Seahawks. So I think mentally and emotionally, the team kind of drifts a little bit. They're like, oh, we're playing the Cardinals.
Yeah.
It's like playing the Diamondbacks. You're like, it's not the Dodgers, it's not the Padres. Yeah, it's the Diamondbacks, And then you fall asleep
but
a little bit.
But then Kyler Murray starts drifting in the backfield, starts drifting in the pocket and escaping and making plays.
Right. So and then Jacksonville comes in here. And, you'd like to beat the Jags for sure, but they have Travis Hunter and they have Brian Robinson. They have Travis Etienne. They have players, So I'd like to think that they could win those 3 games with respect to the possibility of any given Sunday, obviously. It's the 4th game. He's going to miss the Thursday night game against the Rams. And I am a Rams believer. I think they will be good this year. I think they will be the Niners' main competition for the NFC West. So it's going to really suck to not have George Kittle playing the Thursday night Rams game. So the Niners made that decision, though. They sat in that front office, man, and they waited out. They could have kept him on the roster and just kept making him inactive and eat up a roster spot, but I guess they feel like they needed the roster spot. So the question is, can Luke Farrell, who's never caught more than 13 balls in a season, and our new best friend, Jake Tonjes, who caught 3 balls on Sunday alone, can those guys somehow, some way make up for the loss of Kittle?
No.
Yeah.
My answer is no.
Yeah.
There is no replacing George Kittle. He's the best tight end in football because what he does as a receiver and what he does as a blocker. There is no replacing George Kittle. You can try to get creative. You can maybe think about using Kyle Juszczyk in a tight end formation here and there to maybe get a better receiver and then use the blocking tight ends to try to replicate what George Kittle does in the ground game. but it's simple. There is no replacing George Kittle. And we've seen how different this offense will look with and without him on the field.
All right, couple of calls. 808 KNBR. Our buddy Scarecrow, he's in Sacramento. You never know where Scarecrow is. He's in the state capital. Scarecrow in Sac. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Morning, guys. I think the question that you need to ask is the 49er defense capable of allowing them to sort of tread water until Kittle comes back? Because you're going to have that one guy coming off suspension, and you're getting a little close to getting Ayuk being able to be available, and you're literally can get the offense sort of back to where it's supposed to be. And the schedule is kind of nice. You only have a couple of division games you have to worry about. But that win in Seattle looks really big right now, doesn't it?
Really does. And you know what? You're right, Scarecrow. We haven't mentioned the defense in this whole thing. We've been talking Farrell and Tonjes and Eddie De Niro and all that. But it is a factor. I mean, they held the Seahawks to what? What was the final score of that game? 17-13?
Yeah, one touchdown, 2 field goals.
I mean, and Darnold is decent, and, JSN's decent, and Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet are decent, and they held Clint Kubiak and them to 13 points, given that we had, as Tim Ryan told us, trepidation and questions about that D. So you're right, Scarecrow. Maybe the D kind of becomes a factor in treading water until Kittle comes back. So good point, Scarecrow. Thanks for the call, man. Got to get to another one.
And Murph, think about it. Like the last couple of weeks leading up to the season, of course, there was the Juwan Jennings distraction, but we are asking what were the biggest question marks going into the season. And my answer was defense. It's been defense all along, and how they're going to retool that defense with Robert Saleh. And I think if Robert Saleh is not out there on Sunday calling plays, there's a good chance the 49ers lose that game like they did last year with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley. So we're already seeing the increase in blitzes, the different packages, the different personnel, the mixing and matching of Robert Saleh, which I think is going to be pretty much the meter of success for the 49ers. How far can Robert Saleh and this defense take you? Not Kyle Shanahan in the offense.
Yeah, their blitz rate was 28% on Sunday versus 17% in 2024. Now, blitzes, you have to be judicious with them. You can't just say, "Oh, it was a blitz every play, man. It's cool." So you got to be
engage eight.
Bring 11 guys, man. Sack him. And Dre is down in Lemoore. I got great love for Lemoore, my man Tiny, who we still miss. Dre, good morning. How are you, man?
Yeah, what's up, Dre?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing good, Dre. I haven't heard from you in a bit. How you been? Life is good?
Life is good, man. A man my age shouldn't be in this kind of shape. So,
hey, man, you're above ground and you're talking Niners, so it can't be too bad.
Yeah, I was just telling some people yesterday about 49ers kickers history, and I was going back to the Plunkett year with Steve Mickemeyer.
Oh, dude.
And how he used to choke. I think we would have made the playoffs that year. I don't know if Oakland would have ever got Plunkett if we'd have made the playoffs and won some games there. Our boy Washington was always money.
Yeah.
Cofer was good, and then he wet the bed. Kickers are strange. I'm Moody never really landed that spot, and so I'm happy to get was Eddie De Niro we're going to nickname him?
Yeah, Eddie. Well, that's what Pro Football Reference had it down. Eddie Pinheiro, and they said his nickname was Eddie De Niro.
I like that. I hope he's accurate as heck, but it just what I hear, he doesn't have a long leg.
Yeah,
I know we don't want to talk fantasy, but in my fantasy league, I used to get 5-point bonus for 50 and over. But every other brother can kick a 50-yarder now. It has to be 55 or over, and there was at least 8 kicks of that this last weekend. But, hey, make the chip shots. And as far as Tongas goes, he just may be a diamond in the rough. At least he was on that touchdown catch.
Yeah.
He can't replace Kittle, but he gets some first down catches. And as far as you guys, man, I just don't understand your guys' love for the Grateful Dead. I love you, Murph.
Yeah, buddy.
But that stuff is beyond me.
Have you ever sat down and listened, buddy?
What's that?
Have you not sat down and just enjoyed the lush? Dude, it's like maybe the most American music ever, because it's like it's country, it's blues, it's jazz, it's rock and roll. There's even elements of pop in there. There's like elements of Americana. It's like the most American, authentic music possible.
You know what? If you can't say something nice, don't say nothing at all. So I'm just going to say you guys are on it with Eddie Money, brother.
Yeah, well, I'll take that too, man. If Money opens for the Dead, we're good. By the way, before you go, dude, you made my day with the Steve Mickemeyer. So I looked him up real quick. Here's 2 facts I didn't know about him. A, he was born in Hungary, and his real name is Istvan Mickemeyer, and he went by Steve when he got to America. And, dude, you ready for this, Dre? You ready for this, Marcus? In 1975, the 49ers drafted Mickemeyer out of Maryland in the 3rd round.
Wow.
Just like Moody.
Wow.
Oh, my God. We've been making these mistakes for 50 years, dude.
It's a small world, brother. You got to know your history or you're going to repeat yourself.
There you go. Be good, Dre. Take care. Dre in Lemoore. Dude, 3rd round pick in 75. And
That's insane.
And they had to get rid of him quickly.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you are looking for a silver lining this morning, Jake Moody's not the worst kicker drafted within the first 3 rounds in the last 20 years. Shout out Roberto Aguayo, who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted in the 2nd round a few years ago. He did not last nearly as long as Jake Moody.
Yeah, right. Another one. That's right. The 2 guys. By the way, don't forget Steve had a brother, Nick Mickemeyer, who kicked for the Falcons. Bro, there was a time guys named Mickemeyer were trotting out in the field, dude, and kicking, missing like 39-yarders. So
39-yarders. But that is a good point by Dre that
Went
he
to
brings
Temple.
up about the power of a guy like Eddie Pinheiro. And I did a little bit of research, and I have some numbers for you. He's 11 of 14 all-time on field goals more than 50 yards. So it's not the biggest sample size, but I think when you don't have the confidence of Jake Moody making field goals within 50 yards, this is the decision you have to make because it is going to change how Kyle Shanahan approaches the second half of the field. And when he's coming down at halftime and he's trying to double up on points, no, there will not be as many 55-yard attempts. But I think now the feeling is Kyle doesn't have to feel like he has to go for it on 4th down, but he has more confidence in a guy that has an 88.1% all-time career field goal percent make-it rate versus Jake Moody, whose career rate is at 74%.
Yeah, man. Let's bring them on. And we'll end it all with this, and then get to Tracy. 209 says, I have an Eddie Money story. My wife's family is very close with Eddie. They were back around 98 to 01. A buddy of mine used to grow some fire-ass weed.
Whoa.
Eddie caught wind of it and asked to try it. So he sold Eddie his pot for 3 years every time he went on tour.
Oh, hell
R.I.P. Eddie Money.
Must have been some fire.
Eddie knows what he's doing.
Must be some top shelf.
If it's Eddie Money's weed, it's going to be good.
Oh, it's got to be
All right,
money.
dude?
It's got to be money.
Tracy Sandler next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away these 2 tickets to go see The Who at Shoreline Amphitheater down in Mountain View on September 21st. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win, your chance to go see them play Eminence Front. This is a Murph request. We were getting some love on the text line for this, too. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day and you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, 49er fans, it's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher, and you know that every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this football season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite San Francisco Stars and stay faithful to the Bay all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get all your picks right, you could cash in. It's as simple as that. And you want a couple simple picks? How about Prize Picks back with our maximum discounts this weekend with Travis Kelce, Mr. Loverboy himself. All he needs is one receiving yard for you to cash in on one of your picks. So add it to your lineup. All you need to do is make picks on 2 to 6 player stat projections. And if you get your picks, you could cash in. But if you don't want to wait for this Sunday, you know I love making picks on some Giants Day baseball. Hopefully it's a warm one at the yard. I'm going to go Willie Adames and Rafael Devers, both to have more than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs combined as the Giants try to break out the brooms and sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks. So join me and download Prize Pick today and use the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, man, the Niners signing Eddie Pinheiro and finding out his nickname is Eddie De Niro has led us to these Eddie Money rejoins. It's just putting me in a tremendously good mood here. Thank you, young Tony. Making my day. Let's talk 49er football with our friend Tracy Sandler, our 49ers insider for KNBR and for The Sports Leader. She'll be on the pre and post for home games, I believe, Marcus. Mm-hmm. And she, of course, is the founder and CEO of Fangirl Network. Tracy, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Tracy.
I'm good. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
How was Seattle?
It was good. Seattle was good, obviously. It was an exciting game. The weather was nice. All around, it was a good time, I have to say. I mean, they left with some injuries, but that seems par for the course.
Yeah, and Tracy, last week we talked about the ticket numbers and how it was expected to be 53% 49er fans, but it felt like Lumen Field got pretty loud at certain occasions for the Seahawks. How was it live in person? Did it feel like there were more 49er fans than Seahawks fans?
No, there were definitely not. I would say there were a lot of 49er fans, but not even close to the number of Seahawks fans. Maybe Seahawks fans took umbrage and they were like, absolutely not. We're going to this game.
Vivid Seats took a PR hit on this one. They gave us the bad stat because it was loud and ugly in there, man, for sure. Have you ever found the place where they pipe in sound? Did you find that room where they pipe in the sound?
You know what? I haven't. That's a very good question. Next year, I'm going to have to be right on top of that.
Do a little sleuthing, all right? Do a little sleuthing.
I will.
All right, Tracy, who is, from your crack research and detective work, who is Eddie Pinheiro?
Well, he seems to be a very successful kicker, and as you mentioned, has a heck of a nickname, which should be fun, assuming he actually makes all of his kicks. But he seems to be a very successful kicker. I want to say he's the fourth highest kicking percentage. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Like
yeah.
in the NFL. So, I mean, that seems like a good thing. I think what the 49ers would like, and 49ers fans would like, would be to not have to think about kicker. So I think nobody wants to have this much conversation about a kicker ever again. So if he truly is Eddie Dinero or Eddie Money, I feel like that's a good sign. And he probably will be. I think with Moody, it just got to a point that there was so much had happened. Everything became so high pressure and everybody just needed a fresh start.
Yeah, and Tracy, after we got the news about Moody yesterday, I think most 49er fans expected to hear the name Greg Joseph as the 49ers' new kicker. So any insider information of what went on there and why they went with Eddie Pinheiro instead?
Well, I would say this. They were willing to let Greg Joseph go pretty early in camp. And yes, they had injuries and they had to deal, with roster moves. And they said they didn't have the luxury to keep two kickers. And while I believe that, of course, is true, they were willing to let him go pretty easily and pretty quickly. And so he clearly was not the fit that they wanted.
No, I mean, it was time to go with Jake Moody. And so we move on. We move on to the tight end situation, which is really large. And the decision to put Kittle on IR means he will miss the Rams game. Now, all due respect to New Orleans and Arizona and Jacksonville, but division. So what did you think about the decision to put him on IR, and what do you think they're going to do to make up for his production?
Well, I think the IR decision made sense because over the next 3 weeks, they play 4 games. That Rams game being on a Thursday night, and Kyle Shanahan had said on Monday that he was going to miss a few weeks. So I think it just made the most sense to put him on IR. In terms of what they're going to do, they obviously have Luke Farrell, they have Jake Tongas, Braden Willis on the practice squad. And then the other thing that I think about is they have Kyle Juszczyk, and that's someone that they can use in tight end ways that maybe other teams can't do. So I think that they're going to be fine there. It'll be interesting to see if they bring someone in. But I feel like in-house with all of those pieces, they can probably make do the next few weeks.
Brock Purdy is also a player dealing with multiple injuries, has a shoulder and a toe injury. Now, we've seen Brock play through injuries before, but Tracy, what do you think for this weekend? Do you think Brock Purdy will be out there, or what's your breakdown on the situation?
We'll obviously know more later today. I kind of get the sense that he won't. It's just the toe injury being worse to me. Toe injuries are really bad, and I think we've seen it over the years, and obviously this was a long time ago. But remember when Patrick Willis had turf toe and he was missing a week, and then he was retiring, and I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying toe injuries, I think, are a lot worse and a lot more painful than they sound to people. So it feels to me like he may be out this week. We maybe have a Mac Jones start in the 49ers future.
Wow, Tracy, if it's Mac Jones and Luke Farrell and Jake Tongas, and man, that's like sounds a lot more preseason than regular season at New Orleans. Are you going into this game radar up? I mean, I know obviously any given Sunday, but on paper, you're supposed to beat the Saints. Does this game now go into the 50-50 category?
I don't know if it goes into the 50-50 category. And I also want to say we'll know a lot more today about what's actually going to happen. But New Orleans is a tough place to play. I don't think New Orleans is a particularly tough team. But yes, now with all these injuries, things do change. That being said, 49ers still have Christian McCaffrey. They still have Nick Bosa. They still have Fred Warner. So they're not completely lacking in people that can play well on Sunday. So I don't know if I'd go 50-50, but it might become a 60-40. And I would say that, any game, and I know, as you said, any given Sunday, but as we know, there are always games you're supposed to win that you lose, and there's always games you're supposed to lose that you win. And I guess we'll see on Sunday. I still think the 49ers pull this one out.
Tracy, I did want to circle back to Jake Moody for one more question because Pam Oliver did have a report this weekend that 49er fans were throwing helmets and looked a little disgruntled on the sideline after the missed field goal. You were there in Seattle. Did you see any of this happen on the sideline, or did you just get a feeling around maybe the locker room that the vibes were changing surrounding Jake Moody?
I didn't see it personally on the sideline. I did see the report. I think after that game, the vibes probably were changing somewhat. I didn't feel like it was a locker room distraction before, but I think everybody knew going to this game, and Kyle Shanahan said it himself. He said, we'll see how it goes during the year. And that said to me, and I'm sure that said to Jake, that any faltering and we're going to make a change. It's just been so many chances. So I think after that, in a tough game on the road, division game, there was a lot of frustration. And I think at that point, like the 49ers just had no choice at that point. Like how they couldn't keep him one more week, and what if it happened again? And it really, in some ways, I don't mean this to sound childish, but it was almost like not fair to the rest of the team. So I think frustration certainly mounted more, but they had no choice.
Yeah.
But I didn't feel like before I've been asked that. Was it like an issue in the locker room before? I didn't feel that beforehand. I just think it was time.
No, it's a NFL is a failure success league. I mean, if you're failing, you're gone. Hey, we didn't ask anything about the defense before you go. Just a quick question. I mean, they played great. Nick Bosa made the play of the game, all that.
They really did.
Just two rookies. Excuse me, two rookies I wanted to ask about, though. Nick Martin was inactive, which I thought was surprising.
Yes.
Well, first on that, what do you think the story is on that?
I think it's just that the other guys have shown a little bit more experience. And with Nick Martin, we saw in the preseason a big jump from week 1 to week 3, but he's still a rookie, and there's still a lot to learn. And you have other guys in that position that have a little bit more veteran experience. D. Winters having been in the offense or been in the defense much longer. So I really think it was just a factor of that. It wasn't like an indictment on Nick Martin.
And then the last one's Michael Williams. There's sort of mixed reviews from everybody watching film saying, man, his stat line showed nothing, but he did set the edge against the run a little bit and was in the solid trusted him to be on the field in the final drive, and he did occupy a double team or two. So sort of a mixed bag for Michael Williams, who we are still getting to know. We haven't really seen him do much this summer or even week 1.
And I think with Michael Williams, stats, as we all know, don't tell everything. None of this surprised me. He did not have much training camp. He had no preseason. But as you said, they trusted him to be on the field, and they trust him to be on the field in the final drive. So the stats we may see come later. He's still going to be somewhat of a work in progress, but that trust to me says everything. And I think he did do some things that were good for them. I just don't know that we're going to see these massive stats from him right away. That's kind of been my feeling on it since training camp began. I think he'll play well. He will do what he needs to do. But are we going to see a bunch of sacks and pressures in these first couple months? I just don't know that we will just yet.
Something to watch for sure. All right, off to New Orleans you go. You going, Tracy?
Oh, I sure am.
Oh, lucky you. Lucky you. All right, have a great time and eat way too much great food, all right?
Oh, thanks, Tracy.
You got it. Deal.
Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line, and dude, New Orleans. Well, listen, you and I were there, huh?
No, we were
not.
No,
I'm sorry. That was 2022. We were in Vegas. We were in Vegas.
Yeah, we were in Vegas.
Sorry,
I've actually never been to the to New Orleans.
Whoa.
How surprising is that, right?
Whoa.
Yeah.
I think I'm in the same boat. I think I've been through the airport. Yeah.
Wow, you've never been to the Big Easy. That's what they call it, right?
Whoa.
The beignets? Yeah, never tried them.
Yeah, give me some of that powder.
Cafe Du Monde is what it's called, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not your first. I mean, that's not your first stop.
That's what I hear.
Get me to the French Quarters.
You'll get there eventually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ooh boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so but as the guy who dropped off John Cusack in The Sure Thing said, I hope you understand the magnitude of your impending good fortune, because I'm thrilled for people making their first trip to New Orleans. What's it going to be?
I was hoping last year it would be the 49ers going to the Super Bowl.
Was that where it was last year?
Yeah, last year was in New Orleans, right?
In the bowl. I always lose track of sites. It's just the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and Lil Wayne was upset because he was not the halftime performance, and Kendrick was.
We still haven't heard if it's Taylor Swift this year, have we?
I don't think so.
I heard she was a maybe.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I got to talk to my girl Ellen from Big Bay Mornings.
Yes.
She was giving me some insight. She was like giving me dates. I think she might have said September 14th. There might be a Taylor Swift announcement. So stay tuned.
Wait, she's got dates out?
I mean, she's got the inside information.
Well, these are our friends. We're talking about our neighbors here at the next studio.
Big Bay Mornings. And, when we talk about our buddies in the next studio, we talk about Greg.
If they're playing with balls, I'm all over it.
That's our guy.
Yep.
That's Greg.
He's all over it, and Ellen's all over the halftime show.
Cooler of content next on the Sports Center.
All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
Of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Just in about 13 minutes, Ron Rivera is going to join us. Cal, Minnesota, Saturday night in Berkeley. Should be fun. And also, we're still going to do this giveaway, the golf giveaway at the Willie McCovey Golf Classic at Harding Park on Thursday, September 25th. 2 spots in my foursome. 2 spots in my foursome. This is furnished by the Giants Community Fund. And there's going to be a lot bigger names than yours truly there. So come on out, benefit the junior Giants. We love our junior Giants. And if you want to buy a foursome, sponsor foursomes are available. GiantsCommunityFund.org/golf. The winner will receive 2 spots, you and a guest, to be paired with your boy here at a foursome. You get the official rules at thesportsleader.com.
Now, just to clarify for people who are not in the golf community, when you're offering 2 spots in a foursome, that's to play golf, right?
Oh, my God. That is correct.
Just wanted to clarify.
We're teeing off at 6 after 9. How's that? I don't know.
6-7.
All right, cooler content. All the mic'd up stuff comes out from NFL Game Day, and we got Kyle Juszczyk mic'd up on the Seattle Seahawks sideline as the Seahawks drive inside the 10. But let's not forget that. They were inside the 10.
Yes, they were.
There was a lot of close things about that game. Jake Tongis's fingers being that much longer than Reek Woolen's and Nick Bosa being able to shove Abraham Lucas's rear end into Sam Darnold. Here's Juszczyk, nervous right before the game ends on the Bosa play.
Hey, Trent Williams said we got to win with intelligence. We need a Nick Bosa sack. I know.
Darnold. Hit as he let it go. The ball is loose. The 49ers have it. Oh! Nick Bosa! Nick Bosa! Nick Bosa! And the 49ers closing the door on the Seahawks.
Yes! Let's go, Nick Bosa!
Very good. Let's go. Nick Bosa as a candidate for the new win package.
Oh, see, I was thinking the same thing, but I was thinking it's the part where Juszczyk is jumping for joy, yelling, Nick Blanken Bosa!
Let me hear that again.
With the beep right in the middle of it.
The video is on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Here it is.
Nick Bosa!
It's a little muddy.
Yeah, it's a little muddy.
I like your idea. Yeah. But the one at the end is a little cleaner. Let's go, Nick Bosa. Near the end of the soundbite.
Nick Bosa! Nick Bosa!
I like it, too. What about at the end? The one near the end is a little cleaner, maybe? I don't know. We're trying to build this win package as we go here.
Let's go, Nick Bosa!
That's a little cleaner.
Yeah,
a little
that
cleaner.
is.
Yeah.
But not as much energy and passion as the other two.
It's pretty good, though. I don't know. We're going to have to disagree on this one. What about you, young Tony? You got to vote for one to make the win.
Nick Bosa!
I think it's got to be that one, right?
The double down.
Okay, to me, it's a little hard to hear.
Yeah.
It's a little muddy. Are we an audio medium?
Yeah, but then
as
again,
we were just saying about the touchdown calls on Sunday.
Dude, I was going to say most of our audio is muddy these days.
What about Curly? Where does he come down on this one? No? Yes? No? He doesn't have a thought.
He likes to bleep, yeah.
Wow, I'm outvoted.
Wow.
All right.
The tribe has spoken.
I'm just looking for clean audio, boys.
So are we, Murph.
One of us has been here 20 plus years. The other ones are, trying to find their ass from their elbow.
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Tribe has spoken. That's all I'm saying.
Give me that last clean one more time, so I can hear it one last time.
One last time. You'll never hear it again.
Children with your muddy audio want to run the station, yes?
Go, Nick Bosa!
There we go. Thank you. Nice and clean. All right, let's move on.
We can do both.
Wow, that's a little much.
Yeah, that's a lot of Nick Bosa.
Yeah. Dan Lanning in Oregon, they got it going on. The Ducks got it going on. In fact, so much so that I took Oklahoma State plus 27.5. They lost, ready? 69-3. I'm not kidding.
Nice.
69-3.
Nice.
All right. So Oregon's got it going on. And at the end of the third quarter, they play Shout. You make me want to shout. Because of Animal House was filmed at Oregon. And, of course, the famous scene with the toga and everything. So they play that at the end of the third quarter. Well, Dan Lanning has the team doing it. Like, instead of getting ready for the fourth quarter, they're out dancing on the field, and they're doing a little bit softer now. I saw the players were all getting down on the ground. I'm like, guys, you guys got to In about 1 minute, you guys have a snap coming up here, too, but they're doing that.
A little bit louder now.
I mean,
A little bit louder
that's
now.
what you got to do. Yeah. We should play the, yeah. I mean, have you seen Animal House, kid?
Not yet. It's on the list.
Oh, boy.
I know. I started watching it, then I had to do some other things.
Oh, jeez. Anyway, they got it going on in Oregon. They do. In fact, their first 2 games of the season, they beat, like I said, Montana State 59-13 and Oklahoma State 69-3. They play Northwestern this weekend. So Dan Lanning, he's got a lot of – here's his pregame speech to Oregon last week. Got video, too. This guy's hyped.
Let it rip. The great thing about us is we don't need any extra motivation to come in and want to whoop your ass. But it sure does help when your opponent pours a little gasoline on you. And they poured a little gasoline. The great thing about this game is what they think versus what I know. I know about this team's work. I know about this team's sacrifice. I know about this team's connection. Right? That's going to be a separator in this game. Because if you're going to come in and you're going to be talking shit, it's time to cowboy up. But guess what? The Bull don't care. And today, we're the Bull. Let's go whoop their ass.
All right, Dan. So what had happened was Mike Gundy, I'm a man, I'm 40. Remember that guy?
I'm a man.
He had talked a little smack about Oregon's NIL and saying something about, that they were just sort of bought and paid for by Phil Knight and all that.
Yeah, which team is
it? So Dan Lanning's response was, let's go whip their ass. I'd almost rather have that than the muddy Nick Bosa. Give me the end of that. Let's go whip their ass there at the very last line.
Good news is the Bull don't give a damn.
You mess with the Bull, you get the horns. Yeah. Here we go.
Dude, somebody banging against a locker?
Dude,
the Ducks,
Bull don't care.
He's been good, man. I remember when they hired him, I'm like, wait, they're hiring a line coach from Georgia? I was like, what? Or the D coordinator? He's been good, man.
It was last year where he was going with the thumbs down pregame speech, right?
He's been really good. All right, here's the deal. So I have a complex relationship with the Pat McAfee show. Like, great for them, success, good. All sports talk is good talk. There's room for all of us to succeed.
You're saying your team, Mike Silver.
But, to me, it's like, it's obviously for you guys. It's not for me as much. And one of the things is the guy just knows nothing about baseball. Nothing about
Absolutely
baseball.
nothing.
So one of his boys, to their credit, and I got no clue the names of his crew. He's got a crew out there.
Is it the one in the cowboy hat?
That's Tony, no.
No, it's the one in the Patriots hat with the mullet.
I would ask if it's AJ Hawk, but he also does not speak on that program.
That's a good riff.
I was going to say, no, it's the one that looks and acts like Shane Gillis.
I think it's Boston Connor is what they call him.
Wait, I had a line here, buddy. No, it's the one who looks and acts like Shane Gillis. Oh, no, wait, that's all of them. All right, dude? They seem to all want to be Shane Gillis, all right? So here's the deal. They mentioned Drew Gilbert, and we thought it was a little bit of a cultural breakthrough that these mulleted, Coors Light drinking, college football, pro football guys actually acknowledge the game of baseball, and they acknowledged a San Francisco Giant. So it took Drew Gilbert's lunacy to crack the Pat McAfee circle.
We made it.
So here's what they did: like 3 minutes on him, and they kept showing him biting Robbie Ray, humping the dugout rail.
Yeah, they thought Robbie Ray was a pitching coach or something.
So anyway, here's McAfee says he may want Gilbert on College Game Day. Is this video too or no?
No video.
Okay, just audio. All right.
Bench coach of some sort.
BA, anybody ever come up and bite the shit out of you?
No, hell no.
And we need those dogs on the team.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, Drew Gilbert maybe needs to come over to football a little bit. He seems to be quite his physicality levels are high.
He might get signed after the World Series just to be a part of a team.
So he's getting choked out.
I don't think they have drug tested in Major League Baseball. He ain't passing, bro.
That's who he naturally is.
Yeah.
That's Drew Gilbert football.
I love that guy.
Wow, in college?
I know who the Red Sox
He did in college?
Yeah, not that much, but I remember him the epic backflip for the Volunteers.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
This guy's a Tennessee Volunteer?
Yeah.
We need him on game day. He needs to be barking on game day.
Doing more than flipping bats, I bet.
There it is. Drew Gilbert, you made it, kid. By the way, we asked Drew to come on the show today, and he said another time.
Yeah, he's got to suit up and get ready for the game today, Murph.
Yeah. So we are chasing that. Everybody's like, when are you going to get young Gilly?
He's got shoulders to chew on, Murph.
We'll get him.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of energy. But yeah, if College Game Day goes out to Tennessee this year, let's get Drew Gilbert out there.
Good cooler of content. There we go. Ron Rivera, he wants to talk about energy in Berkeley Saturday night against Minnesota. Next on The Sports Leader.
Minnesota! Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Yeah, let's get some life insurance going in your life. It's not too complicated. It's not too scary. Go get life insurance. Don't let excuses get in the way. If you have a family, it's not too complicated. We have Ethos Life, the online easy way to get life insurance. In as little as 10 minutes, Ethos Life. Rates you can afford. For example, 40-year-old male, $500,000 term life policy starting at just $1 a day or $30 a month. Now, the rates can increase the longer you wait, so do not put it off. Hey, with Ethos, you can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions online. You got to ask yourself the real questions. What if something happens in life? Who takes care of the family? Who pays the mortgage? Who pays the kids' education and all the important bills? Then ask and forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. For your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ETHOS.com/leader. Not available in all states. Rates vary.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Born and raised on the Monterey Peninsula, he was a Cal Bear, a Chicago Bear, and two-time NFL Coach of the Year. But now Ron Rivera has returned to his roots.
One of the biggest things I'm here to do is support Justin and his coaching staff, because this is about getting butts in the seats, getting eyeballs on the television, and re-engaging with our fan base and getting them excited about it, which will help us elevate our programs.
Here's the general manager of Cal football, Ron Rivera, with Murph and Marcus on the sports leader.
Oh, man, the Golden Bear blood is flowing. Jake Tonjes pulls down a ball in Seattle and says, yeah, I went to Cal. And then Ron Rivera shows up on our show every Wednesday at 8:50. He said, do you guys see that Niner tight end? He went to Cal. So, Ron, it's a great day to be a Golden Bear. You guys got the win over Texas Southern, 35-3. You got Minnesota coming in Saturday. But your Niners, or I should say our Niners, they rode a Cal Golden Bear to victory. Good morning, Ron. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Ron.
I'm doing great. In fact, I'll tell you what, there are a number of Golden Bear victories this past weekend. I mean, Aaron Rodgers throws 4 touchdown passes. I mean, come on. Guys are all over the place. And Keenan Allen, 7 receptions and a touchdown. for San Diego. Come on, or for the Chargers, I should just say.
Yeah, I say San Diego too all the time. You're in good company there. Yeah. So, well, there you go. Tonjes, Rogers, Keenan. Man, oh, man. So I guess the moral of the story, Ron, is everybody out there, go to Cal, be a star, right?
You said it. I appreciate that.
I'm spoon feeding you a good one right there. There you go, buddy.
Yeah, well, Ron, how cool is it to see a kid that not only went to Cal, but comes from Los Gatos High School? Like, talk to us like the importance of being able to capitalize and recruit Bay Area talent.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one of the things that, again, when we talk about owning the Bay Area, that's what Stanford and Cal have to do. We've got to be able to recruit in our own hometown, in our own backyard. We've got to keep these young men and young women for the different sports as well to stay here, to stay close, to stay local, because that also helps boost up our fan bases. When you got local kids that are being successful at the local schools, that's a good combination for us. So we have to win the recruiting battles. We have to win in our own backyards.
Yeah, we're talking to Ron Rivera, the GM of the Cal Golden Bears. Of course, they have a home game Saturday night against a Big Ten foe, Minnesota. Should be interesting. Just a quick word on Texas Southern. I saw some people say, 35-3, but I don't think you didn't score in your first 6 possessions. Maybe it wasn't your sharpest game. Is that something for you and Justin Wilcox? Do you guys use that as motivation? Like, we didn't see you guys at your best, even though you won 35-3?
Absolutely. I'd say that. I'd say, there are a couple of things that we got to do, and we got to do them better. I mean, we have to understand right off the bat how we're being attacked by our opponent. Us as a coaching staff got to make sure we're putting the players in position to have success, and then our players got to go out and operate. This is not a rollover team. This team had a lot of quality athletes out there, and we've got to be able to match that intensity. This was a small school coming in, trying to make a mark. And I think, in all honesty, we might have overlooked them for a little bit. And then when they hit us in the mouth, it's like Mike Tyson says, everybody has a plan, but when they hit in the mouth, things change. And we learned very quickly to respect them. So I think that's going to help our guys going forward. I really do. And I think Coach is really trying to capitalize on that.
Ron, looking ahead to the game this weekend against Minnesota, it's on ESPN at 7:30, but I know you guys want people to get out to Memorial Stadium. What can you tell us about the Gold Out, and also tell us about the debut of the Black Bears section that you guys rolled out last weekend?
Well, it was good. We really appreciate those folks coming out. Again, our big idea and attitude is let's capture as many of the football fans around here. Right now, I know the Raider fans are starving for live football, so why not come out and watch us? Why not be part of what we're trying to create? And so that's what we really tried to pitch to them. We thought we had pretty good participation. We're hoping for more this weekend, that's for darn sure. We opened up a tailgating section right in the middle of campus in the Glade, in Oskie's Village, and that went very well as far as the attendance and the excitement. So we're really trying to generate it and create it right now.
So the tickets are available in the first row of the south end zone with the promo code BlackBear25. We'll say it again. Promo code BlackBear25 gets you in the south end zone and the black hole, which is just starting 1 weekend. It was Texas Southern, an FCS team. But, you start with the tailgate in Oskie's Village, and you can't go wrong from there. So Ron and the crew would like to see a few more of y'all out there. Let's talk about Minnesota coming in. PJ Fleck, he'll be wearing his little pullover and his tie. He talks about rowing, and everybody's like rowing the boat and all this stuff. And they really haven't played anybody, though. They had a couple of sort of soft openers. They're 2-0. They're a Big Ten team. It's a 7:30 game on TV, on ESPN. You guys want a Gold Out. So tell us about this game. Yeah. It's not a conference game, Ron, but it would be sort of that step forward of, hey, we're 3-0, and we just beat a Big Ten team.
Absolutely, and that is the plan. Going forward, when you play teams like this that come from these kind of conferences, this is a game that could be one of those earmarks for us saying that, hey, this helped us gain the momentum we needed going forward, especially once we start conference play. So we have to look at things like that, and we got to try and create that kind of, I don't want to say excitement, but that kind of urgency for our players to understand just how important games like this are for us in the big scheme.
Yeah, we're talking to Ron Rivera, of course, on the UMA guest line. The Minnesota Golden Gophers are rolling into play Cal. It's a good old Golden Bears versus Golden Gophers doing their thing. A little bit of paperwork, unfortunately. Your star linebacker, Chris Uluave, is out for the first half of the game for targeting. Just a little bit on that, Ron, how you feel about that rule. I mean, it is pretty severe, and, targeting can sometimes be very subjective in college games.
Yep.
And I know you got to toe the line a little bit, but what's your comment on Uluave missing the first half against Minnesota?
Well, it is a big blow, and I know we did make an appeal, and I think we're waiting. I haven't heard anything definitive yet, but yes, unfortunately, they have a penalty in it. In the NFL, they just find the guys. In college football, they suspend them. Well, I mean, you kick them out of the game, especially at the beginning of the first, early in the second half, and you almost think that would be more than enough. But they have the rules, and that's what we've got to follow. It is subjective, and I think again you got to go back and got to look at the circumstances. You got to be very, very intricate when you look at these things to see exactly what happened. I know when I was in the competition committee in the NFL, we looked at a lot of these types of hits, and we tried to determine what we felt was really the type of hit that warrants this type of penalty, or was it really just a little less, little below, and being kicked out of the game was more than enough. And so again, I think that the subjectivity, we have to really follow that based on what their parameters are as far as the ACC is concerned. So, for the most part, we honor the decision, and we just have to go with it.
It's a tough one. I misspoke. I said, Chris, it's Cade Uluave, and he will miss the first half against Minnesota unless the appeal works. So that is a little bit of a hurdle going into that game. So it should be really fun, and we'll look for the gold out Saturday night in Berkeley as you guys take on Minnesota. Sort of a transition a little bit. We always ask you a little bit about the NFL. The 49ers had a big move this week of getting rid of a kicker. Now, Ron, I mean, you've been an NFL coach at the highest level. You now are in charge of a Cal program. Kickers, it's a whole thing, right? It's a whole thing. Yeah. It's a whole thing. And you've had great ones, and you've had ones that missed, and it drives you crazy. So maybe could you speak to us from an NFL head coach's perspective of where Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch kind of were at? They have this talent, Jake Moody, undeniable, one of the best kickers in recent college football history, who just can't seem to get out of his own way on the NFL level. Can you share us a little bit about how long NFL coaches can be patient with kickers, how much you guys can understand their heads? I mean, it's almost a lot of mental, isn't it, Ron?
It is. There is a lot of mental part about it. It's almost like a golfer getting the yips when their putting stroke goes. But you have to be really careful as a head coach in your decision and your timing. The thing you look at here, and I think what Kyle did was he's really just telling the guys, look, this is the responsibility you have to the entire team. We can't allow it to get to the point where it's going to cost us a game. So he made a decision. And again, I respect it because it's a tough decision. It's a popular player. It's a guy that's had some success for you. But when the tide turns very quickly, like it does for kickers, you've got to be very definitive in that. And what it does is sends a message. It sends a message to every player on that roster as well. Guys, the team is more important. I like the guy. He's a great guy. That type of stuff. But we can't have it. We need professionalism. We need you to be able to overcome little things like this. So I think that's part of what Kyle was probably trying to do. I don't want to put words in Coach's mouth, but from my perspective, I had to do that. I've done that before as well. I've had to cut a kicker at the beginning of I've cut a punter at the beginning of the year. When they're not performing at the peak, you've got to recognize it, and you've got to be willing to make that decision. You've got to make it quickly, because the last thing you want is for it to cost you a game.
You just got to pull the trigger and sometimes be that guy, that head coach that says, sorry, it just ain't working out. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Couple more minutes here with Ron Rivera, the general manager of the California Golden Bears football team, who hosts Minnesota Saturday in Berkeley, 7:30.
Yeah, and Ron, I got to say, it was great to see Christian McCaffrey back on the field this weekend for the 49ers, but there's been a lot of talk this week and even previously in his career about the usage of someone like Christian McCaffrey. But every time Kyle Shanahan is asked about his usage, he talks about how hard it is to take Christian McCaffrey off the field. So tell us, as someone who has coached Christian McCaffrey and who has tried to take him off the field, how difficult is it to convince Christian McCaffrey to come off the field?
It's very difficult, and it's one of those things that, I think when a player ages and gets to a certain point in his career, you've got to use it judiciously. You've got to be really on top of his game and understanding where he is physically and health-wise as well. So, again, it's up to coach. He's got to know when not to pull this young man back a little bit. I do know this. If there is one thing he does is Christian practices very hard, practices like he plays. And every now and then you'd have to back guys off like that. And I could see Coach wanting Christian to back off a little bit. But again, in Christian's mind, he just wants to see it. So you've got to be that, you don't want to weigh yourself down. It's a long season. It really, truly is. And so you just try to avoid those little tweaks, those little things that come up with him, and hopefully he can continue to play at the level he's been playing. He played last week. I mean, last week was really emblematic of who he is as a football player and the way he plays with that intensity. And again, it'll be up to Coach Shanahan as to how he uses them. But I think Coach has a pretty good feel, and really it was always very hard to get him off the field. And then when something happens and he's not out there, you go, why wasn't he out there? So you've got to balance that as a head coach.
Ron, wrapping up here, your old team, the Washington Commanders, plays tomorrow night at Green Bay. How much did you hate Thursday nights after a Sunday game, and how unfair is that to the players?
I hate it. Just remember that both teams have to go through it. The hard part is who's traveling and who's not traveling. If you got to travel, I will say the nice part about it, too, is that after you play a Thursday night, you get a little bit of an extra few days off for the players to recover. And I think early in the season is actually a good time to have one, and late in the season is another good time to have one. So I think, again, it to their benefit, they are playing one early. They're going into a very tough environment, and I know Green Bay is a great football environment, so the energy level is going to be really high. These are two good football teams. I will say this. Green Bay's got a little bit more impact now with that Parsons deal that they got. So they have a guy that's going to be able to I think, affect that game as well as get after Jaden Daniels. So it's going to be a good game. It really is.
Well, your game is now focused on Saturday in Berkeley. You're taking on the Minnesota Golden Gophers. And just for a little motivation, I know you can't talk about these things, but Vegas has Minnesota favored by 2.5. Use it as motivation,
That's
Ron.
All right. Oh, we most certainly will. Anything to give ourselves a little extra, we will use it. We're going to take advantage of those types of things and try and create what we need from our players.
Have you seen the way Dan Lanning motivates his crew up in Oregon?
Yeah.
He's got a little charisma going. He dropped out.
You've got to find out what the trigger is for your players. How to get them going? How to challenge them with something? And once you find that, then you got to.
Yeah, Ron, sorry, the connection. Yeah, sorry, Ron, you dropped out. We'll let you go because the connection was getting a little sketchy there. So great talking to you. Have fun Saturday night, and we'll do it again next Wednesday. Ron Rivera. Yeah, sorry, we had a little problem with the connection there. It happens sometimes.
Yeah, I heard Andrew Luck and the Stanford nerds were trying to hack into that conversation the entire time.
Well, they're going head-to-head now because Stanford hosts a game Saturday night at 7:30 down at the farm.
And where can I hear that game, Murph?
10:50.
That's it. Mike Holder's 10:50.
Meanwhile, Cal hosts a game at 7:30 on Saturday night.
Where can I hear that game, Murph?
8:10.
The spread.
No. No. It's not the spread, and we're not even going to speak of its call letters ever again.
KSFO.
There it is, Tony.
Don't do that.
Thanks for the clarification, Tony.
Don't do that.
I was confused.
I'll start swearing on the air, and you'll have to be dumping like crazy.
Dump.
That's maybe the worst thing.
We got to promote the game.
8:10 is fine. 8:10 is fine. I'm not even kidding.
I mean,
that when you say what you just said, you're confusing the listeners.
Well, why would it be confusing? Because there's not maybe two things on the planet that go together better than Cal Berkeley and KSFO radio.
You guys are
same agenda, Murph.
I think you guys are trying to provoke. Games on 8:10. Don't ever say the other thing ever again. I don't care what anybody from Mary Burner on down.
Do it, Murphy.
Do it.
8:10 is fine. If you say the other thing, nobody's going to tune in because they're going to go to another station.
Yeah. Well, how do you feel about recording this date in Giants history with a man that has named his fantasy team 810 KSFO?
And guess who I play this week?
Oh, are you taking on KSFO?
Football 810. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to beat his ass I'm going to do.
He 100% did that to make you mad.
Well, guess what? Dan Lanning has my message for Danny Dunn.
Yeah.
He's going to mess with the bull. We're going to whip that ass.
Bull! Let's go whip their ass!
There it is.
Damn.
That's going to be pounding the locker room.
Danny's about to get the horns.
Yeah. Not only that, but he's making me record one. I want to go see Bob Melvin today. This date in Giants history, bro. It gets relentless.
Yeah.
I told Danny it wasn't him. It wasn't him. But now I'm going to say it is him. It is him.
It's not you. It's me. No, it's you.
By the way, 408 says, Is Murph more pissed about KSFO or Aaron Rodgers?
That's a good question.
That's pretty good.
Just wait till you hear Aaron Rodgers later on with Charlie Kirk on KSFO.
Not going to San Fran.
707 wants to bring back the bread for 810. Very, very good.
810 the bread.
650 calls it out. He says, amazing interview with Ron Rivera, but man, the Cal's got to have 1 million landlines on campus. You know what I mean? Campus was built in the 1800s. They got to have landlines there. So listen, we'll tell Tyler. He's our buddy over there. He'll straighten it out. So anyway, we love Ron, and we hear from Golden Bear. In the middle of that interview, Golden Bear coach Will Golden Bear said, "Let's effing go, Riverboat Ron, go Bears." So the Cal fans are excited about this. To be honest, buddy, I thought they'd be favored, and you may be getting a preview of Saturday Murph right here.
Are you tipping your hand?
You're giving me points. Minnesota's not that good, dude. Cal can beat them. I mean, that might be. I don't want to make it too easy. I want to make sure
no
maybe
spoilers.
Uluave being gone for the first half or something.
Maybe.
But I would lean heavily towards taking Cal 2.5. Yeah.
Careful.
I
You
know.
got to save your picks for Friday.
1-1 last week because frickin' loaders, Arizona State Sun Devils choked their guts out down in Mississippi State.
Gross.
Yeah, but the Oklahoma Sooners took care of business with John Mateer. All right, what do we got next? We got, do we have, Young Tone, get on the mic here.
Yeah, good
Guide
question.
me here, guide me.
What are we doing today, Tony?
Do we have, because I know we have a couple of TBA guests in the 9 o'clock hour. Are we doing the golf hit at 9:40? That's a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay, that's a yes. Okay, then we'll do Sound Summit at 9:50. So we're open next segment.
We're open next segment. Curly's got recap Niners talk coming up next. That's on the rundown. I'm following the rundown, man. I'm like blind without this thing, bro.
Curly's so imaginative. Recap Niners talk.
Wow.
We'll do that next.
Hot takes.
On The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We are still giving away these tickets to go see The Who with Candlebox at Shoreline Amphitheater down in Mountain View, California on September 21st. I was just down there for a Rufus concert. That place is sick. They got the Google campus all around, Google Way. I was driving down. Pretty sweet spot. Stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, man. I told young Tony, he's like, well, he's been playing, he played Mike Silver's Request, was it Naked Eye? And then,
the live version.
Earlier today from the Isle of Wight, not the Isle of Lucy, which Spinal Tap played in. Spinal Tap 2 coming out this weekend. Somebody wrote in and said Spinal Tap crew is on the Today Show with Stephen Curry today.
No way.
Not together.
Oh, okay.
They were just like,
but still, the fact that Spinal Tap and Stephen Curry are being said in the same sentence is pretty crazy.
I wonder if Steph F's with Spinal Tap.
Yeah. Well, do you F's with the new Spinal Tap?
I'm unsure.
Comedy remakes are always questionable.
Very ambivalent. Very ambivalent. So,
do we know if it's like part 2 and the story continued, or is it a complete remake?
It's
same story.
Very, very dicey.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe out of respect, I go give them my money just because they've given me 45 years of joy, maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, the point of the story is, I told Young Tone, I said, well, listen, if you just want to drop a banger on a Wednesday, you can just ride Eminence Front all day, and you have ridden Eminence Front.
Yeah.
All day. Yeah, turn that up, buddy.
You got to listen to those who are more knowledgeable than you.
Well, I'm sure you would enjoy this tune. Huh? The intro to Eminence Front is like iconic. Silver used to always say, dude, it's my dream to produce a Hollywood movie and just have the opening scene just be like the first 90 seconds of Eminence Front is like some dude, some gangster or dude is walking through LA or just like, and all you do is just hear Eminence Front the whole time, dude.
I didn't realize he was such a Who guy.
Well, he's a music guy, period. But of course, the Who. Yes.
He is the Who guy.
Well, who isn't? I mean, Paulie Mac's a big Who guy too. And I always wondered if the English teacher for Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend told them they should call themselves the Whom. Huh. Get it? So
look at you.
This is like a movie opening?
Oh, absolutely.
Gangster walking through a street.
Like
here.
not even a gangster, like a kid walking through the hallways on the first day of school or something like that.
Anything. Yeah. This was Silver's idea. Yeah, camera following him. And it's just the ultimate, credits rolling here. We're setting the scene here. 2 tickets to see these guys. Call Curly right now. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10. 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see the Who at Shoreline on September 21. It's a pretty good gift, man.
Who?
Pretty darn good gift. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Yeah, because it's a nice long intro, man. So there you go. Very, very good. 916 says it's part 2, not a remake. Yeah, that's what we said there, buddy. 408 says Eminence Front sounds like risky business. So that was Tangerine Dream. Very different. I'm going to say very different. 707 Sear and 415 says Eminence Front, just timeless. Very relevant today. He says, come and listen to the word, listen to the lyrics. He thinks it's very relevant to today's world. That's what great art does. Stays relevant. And 530 says they filmed the remake here in NOLA. So 530 is listening to us down in New Orleans.
Ooh, might be getting ready for the 49er game this weekend.
There you go, man. All right, fun stuff. Okay, so we talked to Ron Rivera about the Cal game coming up here when we could get in between his broken up network or his broken up phone connection. But we talked about kickers, and he's just like, yeah, sometimes you just got to do it, man. So probably for the 9 o'clock crowd, the best thing we can tell everybody is that when we did a little research on him last night, Eddie Pinheiro, We found out that his nickname from Pro Football Reference is Eddie De Niro, which I'm all in on. I'm all in on Eddie Money. So we've been playing some Eddie Money rejoins.
Oh, we've had Eddie Money rejoins going all morning long.
Listen, the most common refrain, Marcus brought it up and a bunch of texters brought it up, is if he's so good, why was he available?
Yeah, how is the guy that's ranked 4th on the all-time NFL field goal percentage not on an NFL roster?
I guess answer that a couple of ways. Number one, I don't think anybody's saying this guy is Jan Stenerud, the love child of Jan Stenerud and Ray Wersching.
I think you're right. Nobody's saying that.
No, nobody's saying that. It's not like he was like Brett Favre in his prime as a quarterback free agent. No, he was just a veteran kicker. That stat is that stat. He's the 4th most accurate. Yeah, he also misses kicks. He's missed some PATs.
Yeah, but when you're in the conversation with guys like Justin Tucker and Harrison Butker and Chris Boswell with the best kickers in the league, that seems to tell me that you should probably be on a roster.
So it could be any number of things. First of all, like I said, he's not like some unbelievably historically great kicker. Okay, he's not. He's just a guy. He's pretty good. And a lot of teams have their kickers lined up. They just kind of have their guys, and you don't want to have constant turnover at kicker. That's just not something you're looking for. So I don't know how many teams were in the market for a kicker. I don't know. Also, what's he asking for money-wise? Let's talk about the real thing. All that matters in this life is money. And he probably is looking for more money. And if you're a team saying, wait, Eddie De Niro wants too much De Niro, and I can go with some kid out of Arkansas who's kicking at 70 yards for half the price, I'm going with the kid out of Arkansas.
You're telling me Pinero wants more De Niro?
Yes, exactly.
Doesn't everybody?
Well, Gene Simmons would tell you that too.
Exactly. And so would Robbie Gould. Like, that's the example I used earlier this morning, talking about Robbie Gould. And look at his numbers from the last year in San Francisco. I would have thought if he did not continue kicking for the 49ers, he would have gone back to Chicago, or he would have had a job elsewhere around the league with the turnover that you see at that position. But Robbie Gould also wanted a little bit more De Niro, and that's where the 49ers had to make the choice. In a salary cap league, they did not want to commit that money to a guy like Robbie Gould, and instead went with the rookie route of taking a guy like Jake Moody. Similar situation with Pinero in Carolina. As good as his accuracy numbers are, there are knocks about him not having the big leg and being able to maybe extend the field from 50, 55 yards out. But they got in the same situation where they did not want to pay Pinero, so they went with an undrafted rookie kicker also, and that's the turnover we're seeing right now at the NFL level.
Yeah, man. So, listen, to me, it's not like some huge deal like he was some huge hot free agent that was out there. There's a lot of kickers that are out there. Robbie Gould, who's coaching high school football, I guess.
Nice shot, Robbie Gould.
There he is. Nice coaching, Robbie Gould. So I'm not making that big a deal out of it, like, why was he available? Well, dude, when you cut Jake Moody, you got to go get somebody who's not on a team. So it's like, I don't think anybody's walking around strutting going like, Eddie Pinero, he's going to save the season. It's like, oh, no. It's a nice little factoid about him.
I don't know.
He also misses kicks, too.
We've been playing Eddie Money rejoins all morning,
Which is
Murph.
really fun. I enjoy that very much.
It's good, but that's the key here for me is making this swap and then finally making the decision to move on from Jake Moody. Let's stop trying to justify the pick and because he's a 3rd-round draft pick that he should have a roster spot. He straight up lost the competition this summer to Greg Joseph. Greg Joseph had better numbers when we were told that there was going to be a kicking competition. It wasn't a real competition. They gave him another chance, and credit to the 49ers for cutting ties and moving on at this point of the season because you don't want to go into New Orleans with potentially no Brock Purdy, no George Kittle. Who knows what's going on with Juwan Jennings? He has a chance, but you don't want Jake Moody deciding a game out in New Orleans. So they made the decision to trade some of the power and maybe the higher ceiling of a Jake Moody for more accuracy and more confidence in your kicker moving forward.
He will miss a PAT on occasion, Pinero, and that's what the first guy on the comments said to me. He said, dude, I was a Panthers fan or a Bears fan. He'll miss a PAT. And I was like, dude, the guy we just got rid of could miss a PAT too. This is forever. When's the last time the Niners? They had Robbie Gould, and that was it. And then when they got rid of Robbie Gould, they decided to go into this merry-go-round of lottery kickers here.
Yeah, breaking news. Kickers will miss kicks, and closers will blow saves in Major League Baseball. It happens all the time, and people put so much more emphasis, and, of course, they remember the bad times more than they remember the good times. If a guy goes out there and blows a save, we're going to be talking about it for weeks. Same thing with Jake Moody. Even though he's a career 74% kicker, we're talking about the 26% of the kicks that he missed. That's the life. That's the life you signed up for. And now he has to deal with the consequences of not being a productive kicker, despite the fact that he was dealing with injuries last year. And you can see the numbers and how they change from post-week 10 on. It's a result-based business, and Jake Moody wasn't giving you the results.
Be interesting to see how Pinero does this weekend for sure. 408 says, Murph making excuses for the new kicker. Ha ha. So first of all, we see texts all the time that try to bait and try to bait. Here's my take on this, is that I came to work this morning, Jake Moody's gone, and people are trying to pee all over Pinheiro. I'm like, bro, can I enjoy freaking Pinheiro for a day?
Nope.
Before we go, well, why was he available? Why was he available? I got news for you. Anybody who they got was going to be available, all right? So can I enjoy? Moody's gone. We got a new guy. They're like, well, this guy, this guy is not very good.
But I don't know, Murph. The people in the radio business were asking the same questions when we got John Joe Curley as our producer. Like, why was he available? Why was he available?
Very good. So 408 and 2 and all you get. Just let me enjoy the fact that there's a guy here. And if you don't want to hear that he's the 4th most accurate kicker in history, we won't talk about it. We'll see how he does on Sunday. Moody's gone. Enjoy it.
Let Murph enjoy his dinero.
Let me enjoy the non-Jake Moody world I'm living in right now and just freaking chill the blank out, all right? So let De Niro miss a few kicks before you start throwing that stat. I thought he was the 4th most accurate kicker in history.
The moment that he misses that first kick, social media is going to go off.
Butker missed a PAT Friday in Brazil, and he's the most accurate, isn't he? Or
yeah, 3rd most accurate.
Well, I'll ask you guys a question.
Right behind
if Justin Tucker's the most accurate guy, why is he available?
Yeah, well, there's some things going on off the field.
Some things are better left unsaid.
Yeah, or maybe untouched.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that was too dirty.
Real quick on Tonjes and Farrell. I mean, replacing Kittle. I mean, this Kittle thing we've been spending so much time on the kicker. I mean, you keep bringing it up all the time. I mean, Kittle is the run blocker, man.
Yeah, dude. Kittle is the heartbeat of this offense.
We got problems, man. We got problems without Kittle.
Christian McCaffrey is great. Arguably the best player in football when he's healthy. But to me, I could probably make the argument that George Kittle makes a bigger impact on this offense because we've seen Kyle Shanahan have a lot of success with different running backs. A big reason for that is because of the run blocking ability of George Kittle. You take George Kittle off the field, it's a completely different offense. So to me, not having Kittle for the next 4 weeks is going to be a huge test for this offense.
Yeah. I don't have this stat. I'd like to see it. The way, there's a stat for the Giants this year with Matt Chapman. When he's in the lineup, they're like 13 games over 500. When he's not, they're like 11 games under or whatever they are. I wonder what the Niners are without Kittle on the field.
Yeah, I know we could probably look up some of these stats because I used to get into this argument with our guy Mark Willard back when I used to produce his show about who was more important for the offense, Jimmy Garoppolo and George Kittle. And I would hit him with some of the stats and how the rushing yards would drop off by like 50% when George Kittle wasn't on the field. Again, just showing how valuable he is in the run game.
We're going to have to do a little digging. Maybe some of the beat guys or something. But I bet there's a stat. I'd love to see the stat of the run game without Kittle and the one-loss record without Kittle because you point out always that frickin' game that I hate so much, the Seattle Geno Smith night game when we were checking into our hotel in Hawaii and I had my golf bag. Yeah, first world. And those Hawaiian hotel rooms have those really heavy doors. And so those beautiful heavy doors that keep your room nice and quiet. And I was pulling my golf bag in, and the heavy door was banging into me, and I had my phone in my left hand. I was watching Geno Smith run into the end zone. I was like, I'm checking into my room here, and this is happening. And the heavy door is like banging my golf bag and banging my knees. I'm like, this is not good. This is not how you want to start your Hawaii trip.
Yeah.
Go get me a Mai Tai.
Yeah, exactly.
Promptly.
But it all started when we got the news that George Kittle wasn't playing in that game.
Right.
And they struggled to run the ball against Seattle for the first time in a while.
Maybe I'll do some work for a change.
Yeah,
I'll dig it up.
Give me one of those jock blogs on the numbers or something.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I got a jock blog this week.
I got you.
All right. Well, I dared Brock Purdy to prove me wrong late and close. And even though that pass was not a high probability, it's a touchdown.
Put that in your jock blog and smoke it.
Eric Branch's review in the Chronicle today said way too many risky throws from Purdy. He gave him a very mixed review from the film. He was not awesome. He was not awesome.
No,
he got away with it. He got away with a chance he won.
He was not a $53 million quarterback for the majority of that game.
First drive.
Yes.
First drive was fantastic. Whatever they scripted was awesome. He looked fantastic. I remember thinking, wow, okay, here we go. And then after that, that was it.
Yeah.
That was their only touchdown until the end.
And who scored that touchdown?
Jake Tonjes.
No, George Kittle scored
George
the
Kittle.
first one, and then you saw that offense, and Brock Purdy struggled a little bit without George Kittle out.
Oof. Look forward to Sunday in New Orleans. All right, so here's our deal. We got a little, we're going to visit Silverado for just a little bit. By the way, they have burger dogs at Silverado. Do you know that? They have them.
Yo.
Little controversy, though.
It's a game changer.
Don't get too excited.
Like, can you have one outside of the original spot? Now, they're very, very good, but...
I will be having one.
So I looked at Alan Shipnuck, the great golf writer, tweeted it out. He said, hey, up here at they're calling it the Procore Championship. Here's a burger dog. They have these from Olympic Club here at Silverado. And I was reading the comments just to get triggered. And there was a guy. one of my least favorite words of all time. Meh. M-E-H.
Oh,
Anybody uses meh deserves to be kneed in the nards, dude. Meh, comma.
Meh.
They're overrated. I was like, you know what, bro?
Damn.
Who gave this guy access to social media?
Meh.
Why is this guy in my, why do I have to live in a world where I have to see that? You know what I mean?
Yep.
M-E-H, bro.
Meh.
Yeah. How was that segment? Meh.
Meh. The Murph and Marcus show? Meh. Overrated.
Anyway, we're due a couple minutes up in Silverado, a couple minutes up on the mountain too, and remind you about this baseball team that's playing at 12:45 today, bro.
I'll be out there.
2 out. I don't even want to hear the 3 out because of the tiebreaker. Just give me the 2. I'll worry about the tiebreaker later, dude. I really will. Phillies taking on the Mets. Hopefully they won't be hungover from clinching the division last night.
Yeah, Mets on a 4-game losing streak, looking to extend it to 5.
And I think it's one of the good. I think the Phillies are pitching one of their good guys tonight, aren't they?
Ooh,
I think they are.
Was it Ranger Suarez yesterday?
Yeah, so I think it's the other kid.
Lizardo?
Ooh,
no.
Or your
I
guy,
think it's Christopher Sanchez. I think it's Christopher Sanchez.
Dirty Sanchez.
The changeup.
Dude, that guy, he's super nasty. Let's see here. Go Phillies. Skeens is pitching tonight for the Orioles.
Oh,
I mean for the against the Orioles. Christopher Sanchez, bro. 12-5 with a 2.60.
Yeah, he's filthy. Yeah.
Mets are going down. They're pitching. The Mets are countering with Clay Holmes.
Ooh,
journeyman right-hander.
Sup Holmes.
That's a 12:45 game. No, it's a 3:45 game. I'm sorry. So you can go put the win in the books. You got Carson Seymour against the lefty. So on paper, it's a little sketchy.
Yes, planning on seeing less home runs from Carson Seymour.
Well, by the way, is Devers cooling off a little bit? 3 strikeouts last night. Just a little chill.
Yeah.
He's streaky. We're finding out he's a little streaky.
Yeah.
And when he gets hot, he's ridiculous. He's nuclear.
Yeah,
he's molten hot.
I mean, we're talking about a guy that started off the season 0 for 19 out in Boston. So, yes, he's a streaky hitter, but when he's hot, man, he's hot.
And I think maybe he might be due to come back and get hot again because I think the last 3-4 days hasn't been awesome. So if he gets hot again, and Devers only 2 away. We said to Mike Krukow, he said, you're going to hit 30 for the first time since Bonds in 04. He goes, he might do it today.
Willie Adames, 2 home runs today.
I mean, he could.
Put it in the books.
That's a big prize picks for you
yes,
there, buddy.
it is. Oh, yeah.
You'd probably win a lot if you bit that
Code word leader.
All right, guys. So a little golf, a little mountain music, and a little baseball to finish up on the Sports Leader.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Sometimes our job is actually really fun because when we found out that Eddie Pinheiro, it's actually always really fun. When we found out that Eddie Pinheiro's nickname is Eddie Dinero, Marcus smartly said, well, then how about some Eddie Money rejoins?
Yeah, bring me the Eddie Money.
When Eddie Money plays in Mexico, they say, ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Dinero, bring him up. So, and here it is, shaking. And you know who'll be shaking down at Shoreline is Ryan and Roanoke Park, who won the tickets to see The Who. Although they don't really shake at The Who. You shake when you see Eddie.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully no U.S. Ryder Cup players will be shaking over putts in the next couple weeks up in Bethpage Black up in New York. But man, oh man, what a absolute freaking stellar turn of events for our next guests. We got him, Young Tone, yes. Andy McDowell is the name, no, not the actress from Groundhog Day. The executive director of the Procore Championship, who woke up one morning and hit the lottery because the event in Silverado, which is always a great event, 10 different players from the U.S. Ryder Cup team said, yeah, let's come out and have a little warm-up and bonding session. And Andy's like, okay, come on out, because the interest is through the roof for the Silverado event that is starting tomorrow. And the players are already up there warming up today. What do you want? You want Scotty Scheffler, the greatest player in the world?
Yeah, I do.
He's there. You want the rest of the Ryder Cup guys?
Yes,
Russell Henley, Patrick Cantlay, Cam Young, Sam Burns, Justin Thomas, Ben Griffin, Harris English, Colin Morikawa, and I believe JJ Spawn. Did I leave anybody out, Andy? Congrats on your stacked roster, and welcome to the Murph and Marcus Show. How are you?
Hey, Andy.
Hey, thank you, guys. Great to be on. No, I think you covered it. We got 10 guys from the Ryder Cup team, 6 from the top 10, you know, and counting Scotty's 2 major wins and JJ's U.S. Open win. You know, we've got 3 of the major championship trophies here. So it's a fantastic week of golf at the Procore Championship.
No, it's unbelievable. I mean, Silverado's always great. It always is, no matter what. Even if you guys have a lighter field, it's always just weather's always spectacular. It's wine country, the whole deal. But for you guys to have this, when did you get kind of the news that these guys wanted to have a little bonding session and chose Silverado and the Procore as their spot? When did that all come together?
Conversation started with Keegan and members of his team, you know, going back to January and February, and we knew it was a possibility and it was being discussed, but I think it became more of a reality coming out of the Open week and the first week of August when Keegan came out and, you know, made a statement pretty much highly endorsing the tournaments and Napa. And then that's when we knew, and then we had to sit tight till guys officially signed up. So just over a week ago, we officially announced the guys, and then ticket sales have obviously taken off since then. Yeah,
it's awesome. We're talking to Andy McDowell, who's running the show up there at Silverado. The 2025 Procore Championship has almost essentially the entire U.S. Ryder Cup team that's going to be there. By the way, the Ryder Cup is September 26, 27, 28 at Bethpage Black, and it's always obviously electric and memorable. So is Keegan on the property too, Andy?
Keegan is on the property. They had a team dinner last night. Keegan's around supporting the guys, driving around in his golf cart. So happy, so prideful to be here. And then, you know, Keegan was able to work with PGA Tour behind the scenes, and we have 4 groups of featured groups that are going to be Ryder Cup players and vice captains going off in consecutive groups Thursday afternoon and Friday morning. So awesome opportunity for the fans to camp out at a hole and watch 4 teams of these guys come through.
Is that right? So give me that again. So you guys grouped them together so the fans get to see them all play together.
Yes. That was a Keegan request, and the tour was nice enough to accommodate, and it'll be easy for him to bounce back and forth and see how guys are playing. And I'm sure he'll be, you know, putting some strategic thought into the matchups and the pairings. Those are out and posted on our website at ProcoreChampionship.com.
Yeah, it's pretty darn cool. And you're right. Keegan will get valuable data there. So, well, listen, what a bonus for you, man. Oh, by the way, you guys have the burger dogs that Olympic Club's famous for. Silverado quietly has those too, right?
Silverado does. It's the same family, the same outstanding burger dog. And I was able to watch a bunch of the players enjoy those for lunch yesterday.
Very good. And by the way, is it just a coincidence that the players chose one of the most spectacular settings on the West Coast, Silverado, during September, wine country? Is it just a coincidence that these golfers want to enjoy lush, beautiful surroundings and tasty wine? Is that just a coincidence?
It's a little more than a coincidence, Murph. You know, the wives and significant others have always called this their major, and you know, they get out a little bit, they have, you know, a little bit of fun, and it is a good blend of competition and some fun off the course. And with the great amenities at Silverado, most of these guys are just walking out of their condos 50 yards to the practice tee, and they're ready to roll.
Awesome. Hey, for the regular fans going up there, non-Ryder Cup players, are there do you guys feature wine, the wine culture up there? Is that part of the concessions and the tents up there?
We do. We have a new signature cocktail this year, the Frosé, a nice blended rosé cocktail, and I think it's going to pair well with the Burger Dog.
Give me a Burger Dog and a Frosé. I like it. All right, so how do they get, after all this, we've sold the tournament strongly, how does somebody get a ticket?
ProCoreChampionship.com. I want to briefly highlight Saturday is our college day. We encourage all of our fans to wear memorabilia from their universities, and there's a great local tie-in here. We've got Matt McCarty playing from Santa Clara. We got James Hahn, Max Homa, Colin Morikawa from Cal, Maverick McNeely from Stanford. Of course, down on representing our friends in SoCal, Sahith will be here representing Pepperdine, JJ Spawn from San Diego State. So got some great local representation, though. Got a discount code for college students, faculty and staff with a .edu email address at ProCoreChampionship.com.
By the way, was that just an overt diss that you didn't mention Patrick Cantlay's UCLA Bruins? Was that just a shot fired there, Andy? Was that it?
I mean, I do remember, Murph, my days working at Cal and your love for UCLA. Yeah, it was an accidental slight of Patrick.
I know. He has his own things going on with his pace of play. So we'll make sure that you get out there with a cattle prod to keep him moving. Man. Oh, so college. Yeah, so how do the college kids get the discount? You said .edu email? All right.
Yeah. Anyone with a .edu email address can get that link at our website at ProCoreChampionship.com.
Well, listen, man, you've hit the lottery, man. All eyes in the golf world. My great pal Mark Cannizzaro, Marky Mark from the New York Post flew out. I know Bob Herrig flew out, and Doug Ferguson from the AP is out there too. All the great golf writers are there. So you guys are the focus this weekend. So enjoy the weather, enjoy the wine, enjoy the buzz of the Ryder Cup team being out there, and everybody go to ProCoreChampionship.com. I don't want to screw this up.
Yeah, ProCoreChampionship.com.
Andy, have a great week.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Andy McDowell, not the actress from Groundhog Day, a dude who just woke up one day and he's like, yeah, man, who am I going to get to play in my event? And then Keegan Bradley, the U.S. team captain, called and said, why don't I bring my roster for the Ryder Cup out?
The whole damn roster.
I think they're missing one or two. I think Xander Schauffele's not there, right? I don't know. What's Xander doing? How would you not? That was a great line. I didn't know wives consider this their major. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, dude, what's your history up there in the Napa wine country, buddy?
A lot of bags of wines being slapped at like sorority parties. That's my history.
Well, weren't your dorms named after freaking grapes?
Yeah, not my dorms, Murph. Other people's dorms were named after different types of wines.
Are you saying dorms that you may or may not have done the walk of shame?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's Waterboy on a Saturday morning walking out of Zinfandel again.
Oh my God! For you is a walk of pride.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a walk
dude.
of shame.
I ain't got no shame.
Young Tone, you been up there in the beautiful Oaks?
Yeah, you been to the Zinfandel dorms?
I have not. I wish I was.
You're going.
I will be there on Sunday. Yeah, funny enough. How about that? I got offered some tickets and I said yes, Merv.
How about that?
No questions asked.
Did you get parking, buddy?
I did not get parking. That was something I was intrigued to find out from Mr. McDowell.
Is this through CY?
This is not. This is a personal connection.
Why don't you circle back with McDowell, use your flex, and get some parking, buddy?
I like that.
Let them know who you are. Tell them this is Tony De Niro. I demand free parking.
Do you think you're going to have a frosé with your Burger Dog?
Do I think, bro? Easiest question of my life. Absolutely. I'll have multiple, and I'll have multiple Burger Dogs.
Ooh, okay. You are. You're calling your shot.
Absolutely. You have to.
Okay.
You can't just stop at one.
Good man. Good man. All right. Well, that was fun. Okay. My man, I'll be on the mountain Saturday. Well, while the golf is going on, and Mike Nash, our great friend who's putting on another epic sound summit, will be up there. Our old pal Paulie's going to be up there too. So let's say hi to Mike on the other side, and let's tell everybody that if you want to stay on the golf tip, we're giving away that twosome on Friday at Harding Park for the Junior Giants Willie McCovey Golf Classic. Tune in Friday between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. if you want 2 spots in a foursome with me. Who the heck would want that? Okay, Mike Nash, a little sound summit on the mountain, and then what did young Tony learn? And then we'll go to a day game Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. Turn it up, man. These guys are fun. Cake out of Sacramento. And they will be headlining one of my favorite days of the year, Sound Summit up on top of Mount Tam. Saturday, our buddy Paulie Mack will be up there. I'll be up there. And it's all because of our next guest, the executive producer, grand poobah of Sound Summit, Michael Nash. Mike, we love having you on pretty much every year around this time on the UMA guest line to brag about our great day up on the mountain, Sound Summit Cake. There's going to be a Canadian indie pop band called Always, a little light, airy pop. I've been listening to them. And then the really, really cool thing, Stand, a celebration of Sly Stone featuring a legendary lineup, including Taj Mahal. Michael, you did it again. You did the damn thing. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Michael?
Well, we've almost done it. It's got a few more days here. But yeah, I get the idea. Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
Hey, man, I want to talk about this Sly thing quickly because people say, oh, my God, we lost Sly and the Family Stone. We lost Sly Stone in June. But you had already been planning a tribute. Tell us, Mike, why did you want to give a tribute to Sly, and what are you expecting to happen on Saturday?
Yeah, the initial idea was we've got all this great talent in the Bay Area, a lot of which people don't know about, just great players and singers and left, right, and center. So I thought it would be cool to assemble a group of talented Bay Area musicians to celebrate a Bay Area music icon. And the first person, this was a while ago, that came to mind was Sly because he was a groundbreaker. He was an innovator. He was just a game changer completely. And so I thought of doing this last year, and then I pushed it to maybe do it on our 10th anniversary, which is this year. So I got a musical director, Larry Batiste, who is very excited. We put all the pieces together. We announced our lineup on June 2nd, and then on June 9th, he passed away. So it was a shocker, but we're still doing this with a lot of joy, and it's going to just take on another level of poignancy. And we have, as you alluded, we have some special guests, as well as an incredible 12-piece house band. We have Taj Mahal coming. We have Narda Michael Walden, a superstar producer and drummer. We have Greg Orico, who is an original founding member of Sly and the Family Stone, the original drummer, Martin Luther McCoy, Vicki Randall, more just great area of talent, and a great set list. It's going to be seriously funky. Soulful.
I love it. I mean, we're going to be up on the mountain, which is glorious. And we're going to have a funky, gigantic house band, super talented Bay Area jam session for Sly. Hey, Mike, sign me up. Yeah. Save me a spot, all right?
I think you got one, bro.
Paulie and I will be on stage. We've been doing it every year since this thing came about. By the way, here, don't bury the lead. SoundSummit.net. SoundSummit.net. And there's transportation information, how to get up the mountain. And then just a quick word on Cake, man. I mean, they did the very first Tam Jam in 2013, and you're bringing them back. Tell us about that.
Yeah, they were great. We sold out on Mount Tam Jam, which is the first show I produced up on Mount Tam, and that inspired me to want to do this continually, and so I formed a nonprofit, and we launched Sound Summit. And I thought for our 10th anniversary, it would just be cool to bring them back because they were part of the roots of where this started. They loved that show. They were thrilled to come back and do it again, and they're super fun, and I think they're going to be a great headliner for us.
No, they are. They're super. They're great. Anybody who's seen Cake knows the real deal. So we got that. We didn't even mention this Canadian indie pop band, Always. They'll be bringing a little light air to the proceedings. Real Estate and Wolf Jet. Plus, we have a Youth Speaks Poetry Slam going on in between. We got my man Andy spinning the tunes in between. I love the DJ work that Andy Kabik from Vetiver does. And
Andy's great. Yeah, we're happy to have these young poets. They're very powerful. Between each set, we're going to have young poets reading and speaking their truth, and they have a lot to say. So we're excited to give some young people a different platform than just music to, present themselves, and that's exciting. And that band, Always, you mentioned, they are very eclectic. They're powerful. They're sort of unclassifiable, and I think a lot of people who haven't seen them are going to love them.
It's going to be awesome. I'll be there. You'll be there. Paulie will be there. Sly, the tribute to Sly will be there. Cake will be there. So SoundSummit.net. Mike, we can't wait to see you Saturday. Hope to see the whole crew up there. So thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
Thanks for having me. I look forward to it. Take care, man.
It's going to be awesome. SoundSummit.net. That's where you fell in love with Faye Webster.
Oh, yeah, no joke. And next thing you know, I'm looking at my Spotify end of the year rap, and Faye Webster is like one of my most listened to artists.
I love it. I love
Yeah.
it. By the way, you are wearing a Quakes jersey for Saturday at Levi's Stadium.
Yeah, you're damn right I am,
That's
Murph.
their special fit.
I'm out here looking like Larry Krueger in that Warriors uniform.
You are.
This
you
thing
are.
is tight.
Everybody go check out the Quakes Saturday at Levi's Stadium against LAFC. You can get that jersey. It's a jersey giveaway. All right, Young Tone, let's finish strong. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
All right, Young Tone, there's always something. There's always something going on. So what was it today that caught your eye, buddy?
I wrote down Halos Pale Hose.
Wow.
So you asked a great question, and what did Young Tony learn today? What's the most random invitation you ever gotten from a coworker? It was inspired by what again?
Just in general. Oh, Jake Tonjes getting invited to the Grateful Dead show in Vegas.
He went out to the Sphere with George Kittle.
So
Kyle, you check Christian
I
McCaffrey.
couldn't come up with a good answer. And then John Platts, the Stanford broadcaster, Plattsy, who listens to us, who knows my life better than me, he goes, dude, April 14th, 1988, super fan from UCLA, who's also an Angels fan, walked into the Daily Bruin office and said to me, today's your lucky day, dude. 2 tickets, Halos Pale Hose, which meant Angels White Sox. And young Tony had never heard of the White Sox being called the Pale Hose.
I gotta say, I don't know if I've ever heard him be called
It's
that.
very old-fashioned.
Yeah, the Pale Hose.
The pale, get it, pale, P-A-L-E.
Oh, I got you.
New word hose, H-O-S-E, for the White Sox.
Ah, okay.
You give me a little Go-Go White Sox here from 1959, buddy?
Yes, indeed.
You like this little banger?
This is interesting.
It's got Bye Bye Baby vibes, doesn't it?
100%.
Yeah. So are you going to start calling the White Sox the Pale Hose?
Sure. I don't really reference the White Sox
You call
a lot.
the Angels the Halos?
A little bit, yeah.
You knew that.
Yeah, of course. Halos,
Next
yeah.
time we talk a little Sharks hockey, we will make sure to mention Will Smith's Pale Hose with his connection to the Chicago White
You know
Sox.
what? Drop the mic, buddy. You brought it home. It's all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Papa and Silver with Silver and JD are at 58 Social.
Ooh.
You guys see you down there.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to go get a bloody for my guy, Greg Papa.
Hey, when it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service, engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
My name's Eddie Pinedo, and I can kick the ball really, really far.
Oh, when the Giants come to town, is why
everything's recorded in here, Mike.
Today, we're the ball. Let's go up the
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Swinging. There's a high drive. Deep left field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! And maybe the pain has completely gone away now for Willie Adames. A majestic 3-run homer over the 354 marker out there in left field and well back into the bleachers.
Schmidt, it's a high fly ball way up there. Not that deep, though, right field. Carroll coming in. He'll catch. Chapman is going to test him. Here comes the throw. Chapman slides. He's safe. Wow, Chapman. That ball was not very deep, and Matt, some very daring base running.
Bailey batting left-handed. And a curveball. He belts one. High and deep to right field. On its way. Goodbye! Over the wall and right onto the arcade. And the Giants get one of those back right now on the first pitch. 1 strike offering. Swing and a ground ball to second. Fielded cleanly by Schmidt. And he throws him out at first. And the Giants win for the 2nd night in a row.
Let me tell you something. I am fired up to be here because here is 58 Social at the patio. It's the last time in the regular season that we'll be out here. Giants, Diamondbacks, day game, getting ready. Appreciate everybody already out here at the patio. Of course, Barbara Mary and Jane got the Jameson ready to go. We got Vasu in the house. We got Cesar. We got Walter. And we got JD back from Seattle. What's going on, dude?
What's going on, man? Good to be with you. Great, as always, to be out here on the patio. And the Giants are in this race.
Giants are in this race, man.
We've debated it. We talked about it. When could they get it to 3.5? Forget about all of that. That was handled 2 days ago. They're 2 back. They are 2 back. They've done it mostly under the radar, as much as a 13-3 stretch in 16 games can be under the radar. But they're 2 back of the Mets, who suddenly have lost 4 in a row and 17 games to go. I know they don't have the tiebreaker on the Mets, but they have been able, with their wins against Arizona and a little bit of help from the Mariners, who I saw on Monday in beating the Cardinals a couple of times. The Giants have separated by 2.5 now from those other teams that are in that group that would also like to consider them in the race. So it's not really a 2-team race yet, but the Giants are now clear of those other teams, at least for the moment. And they are the closest team to the Mets, who play the Phillies a couple of more times, play the Padres, Brewers. They've got a lot of difficult games ahead of them here over these last 3 weeks. And the Giants are just trying to keep the momentum going and have it mean something.
You know, you've got 2/5 of your starting rotation missing right now. You don't really have a closer. You've got Drew Gilbert coming out and playing right field along with Luis Matos. And we've gotten into this before in previous weeks. Worse additions of this roster have been playing better baseball. And 13-3 over the last 16 is pretty damn impressive when they're doing it with offense. And I think about last night, right? Willy Adames hits home run number 28 after fouling it off his knee. It's a 3-run tank. So the Giants are starting the game hot with a lot of early inning home runs, and they're giving their pitchers something that they really haven't had until the middle of August this year. That's a margin for error.
Well, and how are they doing it? Why are they doing it? I think is probably the better way to phrase it. They're doing it because their headliners are carrying them. It's Willy Adames. It's Devers. It's the last 2 nights, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray finding ways to get through with those leads. And you're right, every night I'm popping into the game, it feels like they're ahead. Like they're playing from ahead a lot more. And we've had this discussion about the 49ers so often, how dependent they're going to be on their stars. The Giants over this 13-3 have been heavily dependent on their stars. And yes, there's been heroes along the way and all of that, but it's been Adames and Devers and Chapman and Webb and Ray that have set the tone, and even Verlander with how well he's pitched for the most part during that stretch. Even though they don't always get the win for him, it's why they're in this position now with 3 weeks, a little under 3 weeks to go in the regular season. I guess we're getting closer to 2.5, but they're in it. They're in it, only 2 out.
I know they got to focus on today. And at this stage in the season, with the way the Giants have been playing, with the fact that you're 2 games back and no tiebreaker, it's 1 game at a time. Everything is 1 game at a time from here on out. But just to look at the weekend for a second, you got a very meaningful series against the Dodgers, which we weren't sure if you were going to have meaningful Dodgers September baseball. And on top of that, Matt Chapman's suspension appeal, that decision's going to be coming down tomorrow. We had Susan Slusser on yesterday when you were hanging out in Seattle. Krug and I did the show, and that's one of the things I asked her about right off the top. I said, hey, what are we going to find out about Matt Chapman and this suspension? And she said, well, it's going to be Thursday. And his argument is, well, I effectively already missed 1 game, right? It was 8 pitches into the game. Devers does the home run. He doesn't necessarily escalate it.
The Jalen Carter
he
defense.
You know, if Matt Chapman did the Jalen Carter and the little Hawk Tua, I think he might be getting more than a 1-game suspension in baseball.
But that he served his time,
yes,
because he was out of the game basically before the game started, and it already paid dividends, honestly, regardless of whether his suspension is upheld or not, because the appeal allowed him to play in that game in Colorado, where he was almost single-handedly the reason they won that game. So that ended up in a couple of weeks.
Come on, man. We're trying to boost Matt Chapman's arguments here, not hurt the arguments. The reason I'm saying he did less than Jalen Carter, and that's my reason for let's not suspend him. It's okay, guys.
No, I think that's a great defense. The Jalen Carter defense is a great defense. Yes, different acts, all that. But look, as I mentioned, the Giants have done this mostly below the radar.
Yeah.
And I get it. They're rolling. I think, Drew Gilbert is becoming somewhat of a national phenomenon here over the last week, it feels like. But it does definitely seem like the Giants are trying to keep the momentum going while also keeping it below the radar. They've been able to make up a lot of ground here because it's been kind of quiet and Nobody's really been paying attention. We all have because we've been locked in and out as we are at each and every day. But they're about to be on everybody's radar. Today, to me, is the last day where they are going to be able to do it mostly below the radar because, I mean, regardless of how it ends, 2 back, 3 back, 1 back, they could be 1 back by tonight and even a half game back by tomorrow evening as well with their off day, but the Mets and Phillies playing the finale of their 4-game series. But they're about to be on everybody's radar because they're going to be facing the Dodgers, and everybody's going to really be paying attention to how close this race has become. So they can try to get 1 more, 2 more days out of it, but when they play the Dodgers here on Friday night, it really, truly is going to be go time. And I think for the first time, really since before the trade deadline, they are going to be back on the radar in terms of a contending team for this final playoff spot.
And today, like the rest of them, is a really important one. And it's hard to sweep a team at home, even a team like the Diamondbacks, who has underperformed to their standards this season, and they've had their own share of injuries. Corbin Burns was the big signing they got, and that was the guy that the Giants wanted to go get. Well, it turns out they ended up dodging a bullet because he ended up getting Tommy John surgery. But Eduardo Rodriguez is going to be the pitcher on the mound today, and he started at Oracle Park back in May 14th. And I'm not going to spoil my entire award-winning Diamond notes right now, but back on May 14th, that was also a day game. Rodriguez didn't go super deep into that one. He went 4 earned runs over 4 innings. Diamondbacks won it 8-7 to close the series, but it was the long ball that was killing them. And the Diamondbacks ended up winning that series, but you got a whole bunch of hitters in this lineup. Corbin Carroll, Marte, Martinez, like all these players that can just hit it deep. And Jordan Hicks was a problem in that game. Hayden Birdsong gave up a couple of bombs too. Obviously, you're not going to see either of those two today, but this is a lineup full of power that can strike back quickly. So it's not just about getting a lead and coasting. It's about getting a lead and having the offense continue to propel you to victories.
Yeah, every win at this point obviously is paramount. But I think, our friend FP Santangelo put this out on social media, and I think it was on point. The season really isn't. It still isn't about the minutia to me because this team is on this kind of miraculous run. But it's not really about the big picture either for the last 2.5 weeks. It's more, I think, just let's see how it ends. Let's just see how far they can take it. There are areas of this team which are depleted because of injury and because of the decisions that were made at the trade deadline. I don't look back now at them maybe having a thinner bullpen than you would want for a team in a race and hold them accountable as if it was a mistake because they traded a couple of relievers and then the guy that was implanted as their new closer ended up with an elbow injury. I don't, because it was the right decision at the time. But FP kind of said it, like, whatever happens, it's cool that people can have a reason to be excited here today and through the weekend and through the last couple of weeks. And you know what? If they come up short and the reasons they end up coming up short are based on, in part, the decisions that they made at the trade deadline, I personally can live with that. Yeah. It's not going to be, oh, my God, Ryan Walker, or whatever, or the bullpen wasn't good enough. Like, it's not going to be that. It's more just let's see how far they can take this run. And then at the end, we'll go back and we'll look at the whole picture and where this thing got awry and how it needs to be fortified. Or they might get in and be playing the Dodgers in a wild card series in 3 weeks. Like both of those things right now are very much on the table. And they've got the Rockies, those final 3 here, which if those games matter to where you can sweep that and basically put yourself in a position to get in, you'd be in great shape. But, yeah, it does all obviously start with today and then into the weekend against the Dodgers.
808 KNBR, we can take text here. We've also got the YouTube chat. YouTube chat, always great to have them get the day starting. We got people saying I need a little bit of a smelling salts because I sound like a little bit stuffy. Luckily, I don't feel symptomatic or anything, but as Kyle Shanahan said,
I got your smelling salts right here.
Right, as he would say, I'll take a smell. So, maybe that's going to be an activity here during the break. When we come on back, we'll continue getting into the Giants, why they're playing so well, what they have to do today. And, by the way, I said Martinez. I was confusing McCarthy and Marte. I just combined it into Martinez. McCarthy is the one that's hitting for the Diamondbacks. Bottom line is they got power hitters in this lineup, and we'll get into that next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Niners fans, no more Jake Moody. We got our guy, Eddie Pinheiro, not to be confused with Eddie Guerrero, making the kicks, hopefully. Probably not many over 50 yards, but that's okay. New kicker in San Francisco. Let's get a game winner from Mr. Eddie Pinheiro. Keep it locked in here, Niner fans, on The Sports Leader, thesportsleader.com, and The Sports Leader app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing. It's been amazing. We know we can, we have an opportunity to make a push, and the guys been having a lot of fun. And, when you have fun on the field and you're winning games, I mean, I tell you, that would build the confidence, especially, in the position that we're in right now. We know we got to push.
There it is. There we go.
Like, I didn't know he was coming back. So, yeah, in the position that we are in right now, we know that we have to continue to play this baseball to make that push. And the boys, they know, and they've been taking a lot of good at-bats and doing the little things. And obviously, the boys have been swinging the bat good, man. They've been hitting a lot of homers. That's fun. That's a lot of fun.
A challenge for Willy Adames is to keep this rolling. Challenge for everybody else is if Willy Adames stays hot, to try to sneak up on him a little bit better with the Gatorade shower and the ice cooler shower. But it's okay. It didn't cool him down last night as he got that 3-run shot in the first inning. And the Giants win it 5-3. We are live at 58 Social. It's Papa and Silver. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Walter in the house. Final time for the regular season. And the Giants might be playing baseball beyond the regular season. Still an outside chance, but all of a sudden they're continuing to creep up. They've won 13 of their last 16. The Mets are playing a tough series in Philly right now. And by the way, Christopher Sanchez on the mound for Philly today, so that one's going to get going at 3:45. I know we always talk about our Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Look, if there's one game to pay attention to today, outside of Giants D-backs, it's going to be that one happening right around the end of what goes on today. So if the Giants get the win, they get the sweep, you're feeling good, you want a little bit more baseball, see if the Phillies can keep this thing rolling.
Well, they've been able to make up so much ground so quickly, and even with the Mets, I mean, the Mets are sweeping the Phillies going back a couple weeks ago. I mean, but they have an incredibly tough schedule, and I've been talking about this as it relates to the Mets. They've won a lot of huge games. Like, they swept the Phillies 2 weeks ago. They won 2 out of 3 against Detroit, but in between there, they dropped 3 of 4 against the Marlins, and they've been hanging by a thread. They've been winning just enough to keep it from getting uncomfortable for them, as it now is. And, of course, the Giants and Giants fans are loving it because they're only 2 back. But the one thing that the Mets were going to have to try to avoid is this thing really getting to where it's within legitimate striking distance. And I know we've talked about 3.5. 3.5 to me was really the point at which it became relevant to talk about the Giants being in a race. Well, forget about that. Now it's down to 2.
Yeah.
I mean, even without the tiebreaker, 2 with 17 games to go is significant. But what the Mets were trying to avoid is the fact that they've got this incredibly difficult schedule here down the stretch of the season, and now they find themselves playing the Phillies. They've got a series against the Padres coming up. And so the Giants just continue to put pressure on, kind of keep it quiet. But, yeah, I'm looking at they play – so they have 2 more against the Phillies, right, at Philadelphia, 3 against Texas, 3 against the Padres at home.
Okay.
Then they play the Nationals. That's their final home series. But they go play the Cubs on the road and that same Marlins team on the road to close the season that's been a pain in their side. They've split, I believe, the first 10 games against the Marlins head-to-head this season, and they play at Miami to close out the year. So Nats and Marlins on paper, the easiest 2 series, but the Mets are kind of in that mode like the Giants have been at different points this season now, where they've played better almost against the good teams. But I'm telling you, they've been hanging by a thread for a while, and they are going to really have to earn this thing as the Giants continue to put pressure on them.
Yeah, and the Giants, of course, are going to have to continue to put pressure on the Mets, too. I mean, they got the last game against the D-backs, then you face the Dodgers for 3, at Arizona for 3, then you go at L.A. for 4. You go a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then the Cardinals at home for 3, and then you close it out against the Rockies.
And the one thing that I think is significant that the Giants have done, and they can really do it today, because today I think is – and look, the Diamondbacks did a more extreme version of what the Giants did at the trade deadline. Like, they really sold, hard sell, but have kind of remained in the race as the Reds have been, although they've been struggling mightily.
They really just decided to support the Mariners' cause for a playoff push.
As the Cardinals have been, yeah, no question. But the thing that they can do today, I think they can kind of bury the Diamondbacks. Not that the Diamondbacks really feel like they're in it, But if the win today, you're already 2.5 separated there. We'll see what Seattle does against the Cardinals. But it's important for this reason. If you can make the Diamondbacks feel like they're out of the race, you play them next week.
Yeah.
So those 3 games at that point, like if you're playing a team that's kind of in give-up mode because they are legitimately mathematically eliminated, that benefits you. If you can do the same thing with the Cardinals, and the Giants didn't do this by dropping the 2 out of 3 at St. Louis, but by winning this series and potentially sweeping it, and we'll see if the Cardinals, again, kind of a do-or-die game for them coming up in Seattle, if the Giants can separate enough from the Cardinals, they can make the Cardinals believe that they're no longer in the race. And the Cardinals are a team that you're going to play that final week of the year against the Rockies when, let's be honest, you may need to go 5-1 or even 6-0 because once you get to the last week, it's basically win every day to try and be able to eke in there and finish a game ahead of the Mets. So it all is important, and I think the games against St. Louis, the games against Arizona are important for basically putting those teams away to where maybe they become a less formidable opponent when you have to play them again here over the final 2.5 weeks.
No, there's no question, and that's an important angle today that I think is very much worth mentioning. We got a little water coming down the skies right now. A
little mist.
There's a little mist. Been a little wet San Francisco here this week as we're entering our version of San Francisco summer. Little irony here. Anyway, you want to do your favorite activity? Giants did release their lineup after all.
Yes, but I needed to take a little sip here.
A little smelling salt action here.
Ode to Papa. Ode to Papa.
Big
Phil,
ode to Papa.
Phil Silver to Papa. That's right. That's right. To Papa. Yes, the Giants lineup is out for this Wednesday afternoon. Elliot Ramos leading off in left field. Rafael Devers, the designated hitter, batting second. Willy Adames. Anybody hotter than Willy Adames? My goodness. Batting third, he's at shortstop. Matt Chapman. Wilmer Flores playing first base today for the Giants and batting fifth. Casey Schmidt at second, batting sixth. And then they rounded out with Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, Luis Matos in right field, and Patrick Bailey, day game after the night game, is catching Carson Seymour, who pitched fantastic against the Cardinals in his last outing on Friday.
No, and I mentioned earlier, 2/5 of the starting rotation down. So you get some Carson Seymour, you get some Kai-Wei Tang, but all of a sudden, as the Giants continue to win and continue to have these offensive outbursts, these performances become big for these young pitchers who are trying to make their mark and have a big league career and be a part of this team in 2026, or at the very least just have a major league career, period. So Carson Seymour coming off his best performance, and really it's the long ball with Carson Seymour. You know, he's given up 16 runs on the year, 14 earned. 13 of the 16 runs have just been off of homers.
Yeah,
it's been a lot of solo shots and a lot of shots with the runners on first. But when you get runners in scoring position, I think hitters are like 2 for 18 against Carson Seymour. Like, he's actually been pretty steady for the most part, but he gives up the big mistakes, and he's got to stop hanging sliders over the plate because that's the difference between AAA hitting and Major League hitting. Too many times he has hung a slider to a Major League hitter where they have made him pay in a major way.
Yeah, keep the ball in the park, and he's able to be successful. And this is such a tremendous opportunity for Carson Seymour. Again, Giants, my opinion, trying to keep the pressure off. It's a great opportunity for Seymour to be, in this situation of a lot of big games, continue to try and develop for the future. So I think, having it not feel like it's a big game, I think is as important as anything here. But again, maybe I'm in the minority on this, but I don't think anybody should be holding Carson Seymour. Oh my God, Carson Seymour. Like, if he comes out and he pitches well, it's great. It's only a positive. If he falters, that's all right, because it's part of future development. He's in the rotation because of some of the injuries, and also wanting to give an opportunity to somebody that's come up through the ranks in the system for the ability to perform in the future. So big opportunity for Carson Seymour.
I mean, it's his third start in his career, and he made only 10 appearances before that. Yeah.
No, but I think it's like, JD, you can't have your cake and eat it too. I think this Giants team, given the way that they've played in the last 16 games to put themselves in this position where they're 2 back with 17 to go, I do think the Giants can kind of have their cake and eat it too a little bit. It's Like, nobody's going to blame Carson Seymour or the Giants for having Carson Seymour out there if Carson Seymour can't come through. I think it's kind of understandable as much as, obviously, when you're 2 back, you're very much in a race.
You mentioned Willy Adames, and is anybody hotter than Willy Adames? Isn't it wild that leading all the way up until the end of June, all we really talked about in regards to Adames was, yes, he was a great teammate, he was a good leader, but in terms of the 7-year, $182 million contract, he was underperforming in a major way. He's gotten so hot since July, and really in this last month in particular, where you look at the stats as a whole on the larger picture, you're thinking, oh, pretty solid season. He's got 28 bombs. All of a sudden, you look at that, 12 since August 1st. Only 2 players have hit more in that time span, and we're talking about $765 million Juan Soto, and we're talking about Kyle Schwarber, who's an MVP candidate.
He's going to get to 30. And you're going to win our bet.
No, I lost it. I was with you. We both said no.
I thought you said yes.
No. We both did leave it. On take it or leave it.
I apologize.
Walter says we both suck.
We both suck. Exactly. No, you're right. Walter had him at 35, actually. Well, which at this point, even with 2.5 weeks to go and needing to hit 7, wouldn't be a stretch. But yeah, he's going to get to 30. That's significant. It's already the most since Brandon Belt for a Giant. Since 2021 when he hit 29. I know Adames is over the top, but they were, half of them were with Boston. But I think that's the thing that bodes well for next year. Again, regardless, it's still about this year, but regardless of what happens in these next 2.5 weeks, Adames endeavors have shown that they can, and it took all the way till this stretch, but they've shown that they can carry this team, which is something that you want to see your star players be able to do for not the entire season, because no great players do it for an entire season, but for 2-week to month-long stretches of a season. So for those two to show the ability to be able to do it, I do think is significant moving forward. And then we'll see where it ends in the other areas where maybe they need to improve or not, depending upon how this thing winds up.
It's Poppin' Silver with JD. We're live at 58 Social, getting you ready for a day game between the Giants and the D-backs. A lot of energy on the patio already with a little misty skies and a lot of traffic going on in the city too. So if you're planning on heading out there, get here early and account for some extra time. I got to tell you about our guest who I have not teased yet. Omar Ruiz of NFL Network, and one of my favorite dudes in the business, is going to be coming by at 10:50. So we're going to get back to Giants in the 11 o'clock hour and, of course, wrap this up, get ready for the show. But we also got to revisit some Niner headlines because Krug and I did the show yesterday, which means we haven't gotten the chance on the air to be breaking down the big headlines. Kittle to the IR. Eddie Pinheiro is the new kicker.
It was a Minutia Tuesday here on
If I say minutia one more time, JD might faint. Let's get into some Niner talk next. It's Poppin' Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Hey, it's Greg Silver. They don't let me take any breaks around here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area? Some not even in California. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years, and these are the best because we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, bottom line is your rights need to be protected. They can be protected, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, and actually today with a fire truck, maybe you can hear the siren coming through the microphone, driving right by. The roads are a little bit wetter. There's a lot of traffic. Please be careful, and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Trying to untie this game with a minute to go here in the quarter. Moody's kick is up and it hits the upright. A 27-yard attempt from the left hash just banged off the upright, and the 49ers cannot take advantage of the red zone opportunity.
Well, that blows right there, because that long drive, they just gave life back to this crowd and to this football team. Under a minute, they do have 2 timeouts left. Moody has got to make those. It's that simple. That's an absolute chip shot for him, and he doinked it right off the left upright. His miss is always the pull.
We're live at 58 Social. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson, getting you ready for Giants Diamondbacks, but a little pivot, of course, to talk some NFL here. 49ers getting ready for the Saints as they look to start the season 2-0. Brock Purdy's status is in question as he's dealing with 2 injuries at toe and a shoulder. George Kittle officially goes to the IR, which means he will miss 4 games at a minimum. And on top of that, just kind of injuries galore across the board. Juwan Jennings got some good news there. He's day-to-day on the shoulder. Ben Barch also dealing with a little bit of a sprain there. And so as far as the moves from yesterday, the big one was Jake Moody, and this was a discussion point and has been a discussion point since the second half of last season when he came off the IR. And maybe even just from the moment he was drafted 99 overall as a third-round pick for the 49ers. And look, we got into this yesterday. The news broke right before our show, and I think there was about all had been said that had been needed to be said. Look, Jake Moody, I wish him well. I hope he has a chance at an NFL career and can go and do this somewhere else. But as far as working here in this situation with the 49ers, Sunday with that missed 27-yarder, that was officially the last straw, and they've moved forward now.
Yeah, it had to be. And I said as much on Monday. It was time. He had to go. I know a lot of 49er fans are thinking, well, why wasn't it done sooner regardless? I think, and I was stunned at the way Kyle Shanahan had explained it in the post-game press conference being up in Seattle, that he thought, no, he's on the team moving forward. Then he obviously backtracked a little bit off of that, and they were going to evaluate it a little bit during the week. But you can't have 27-yarders being missed under any circumstances. Like, it just can't happen. The margin for error is too thin. Those cannot be. You can miss 50-yarders, 55-yarders. That's a little bit of a different problem. But you need a kicker that's going to be money from inside of 50 and automatic inside of 40, really, let alone 30. I'm talking about 27, and the kick he missed in Seattle was basically the kick that he barely made against the Raiders in Vegas. So I think you can look at it there. And here's the other part, big picture component to it. It also changes the way that you have to call a game. It changes your decision-making. It changes your play. And I think that was as much part of why, once you separate from it, the 49ers got together and said, hey, this thing needs to be gone about in a little bit of a different way. So, yeah, Eddie Piñeiro comes in. I think generally speaking, Piñeiro's been pretty accurate, although not maybe with the strongest leg. And I think the 49ers are so good usually at driving the ball 20-20 and getting into the red zone that you will take a kicker that's going to be relatively automatic on the short ones. They just can't be leaving points on the board. Like, you can't get to the point where you're at the 10 and it's fourth and long enough to not go for it. And you can't just put 3 on the board, put 3 on the board, put 3 on the board, because I think that could be as many as 9 points a game that the 49ers are just kind of worried about, that if your kicker can come in and just do the job, it might make some of these games here moving forward a little less stressful.
We got a great crew, Grant, yesterday when we started bringing up the special teams because of the EPA special teams. Yeah, minus 11. Even if the Moody doink had gone through, they still would have been last in the league. And so I almost, this is a weird way to put it. Was the 27-yard kick that doinked a blessing in the end? Because, and again,
yes.
I'm talking about for the 49ers.
It didn't cost you a game, so yes.
It didn't cost you a game. You were able to move on. Again, this has nothing to do with the human element of Jake Moody. I'm talking about for the 49ers. Because if he makes that, and even if he sneaks it in the upright, and then he makes the 32-yarder and his extra points, but then the 36-yarder gets blocked, and it's kind of a special teams failure all around, you're going into this week probably with the same exact situation and not feeling good about it.
You are. It would have been just good enough for him to stick around long enough to miss a kick that really hurts you.
Correct.
And I think that's the one thing, is the longer he was on the team without getting on a real consistent hot streak, he was going to cost them a game at some point. And that was going to be the point at which he was probably cut. The way it all shook out, you didn't have to have it come to that. He showed you enough to where you had to move on, but thanks to Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall and the 49er defense and Jake Tonjes and all of that, you're able to win the game. And now it's kind of like we talked about on Monday, Greg. It's the fact that you're in a great position when you can win a game where you don't do a lot of things well. You do enough well to obviously win, but where you don't do a lot of things well that need to be corrected and improved upon, but you get the win. So you can make those improvements under the lens of being 1-0. I think this is very much in line. You make a potential improvement at the kicker spot while not having it cost you, even though the kicker, in this case Jake Moody, did not perform to where you need him to be.
Eddie Piñeiro entered the scene. He has spent 5 years in the NFL. Rookie year was Chicago back in 2019. Then he kicked for the Jets for 5 games in 2021, where Brent Boyer was the special teams coach over there. And then 3 years with Carolina from 2022 to 2024. If we're just talking about accuracy for his career, well, you've probably seen this going all over the internet. 4th most accurate kicker in NFL history. Now, you noted the leg strength might not be quite as much as someone even like a Jake Moody, but guess what? You had the leg strength and you didn't have the consistency and you didn't have the accuracy. So now you're going for a little bit of stability and you're going for a veteran presence where maybe the mental aspect of this kicking thing, he knows how to manage it a little bit better. We had Joe Nedney on with us yesterday and just kind of got into the psychology of being a kicker and the change of scenery and how he had to navigate some of the ups and downs in his career and even kicking when he wasn't 100% because Moody had that injury last year, and after that he was never the same. And Joe, what kind of made me laugh is he said, yeah, at the end of the day, the conversation was just, hey, man, just make the effing kick, and, that's kind of it. And I think about Kyle Shanahan, who has stated he doesn't want to think about special teams very much. Like, that does not want to be a priority for Kyle Shanahan. Well, one way to not make this a discussion point and not make it a priority, hell, I don't even want to talk about this for this amount of radio segments talking about kickers, but
one segment is one too many.
But one way to do that is to make it a non-issue, and you hope with Eddie Pinheiro you just provide a little bit of stability. It's one piece of the special teams which needs to improve as a whole, but it's the most important piece of the special teams.
Well, it goes back to, I think, the simple fact that it really changed the way Kyle Shanahan had to think about the game in the game, and I think that's something that he, maybe more than anything, absolutely does not want to do. Does not want to do. He wants to be locked in on the game plan, not have to completely adjust it. He'll do it if George Kittle gets hurt and he has to shuffle some pieces around, and we saw what Tonjes was able to do, and Juszczyk, and you're giving the ball to Christian McCaffrey more. Like, that's one thing. But to be able to have to completely shuffle the way you call a game and manage a game because of your kicker, that he doesn't want any part of that.
Yeah, no question. By the way, realizing we had a little bit of a miscommunication on the Omar Ruiz front, so he's actually not going to be able to join us, unfortunately. No worries. We'll continue moving along here with the show. We got all the way up until 11:45, so, hey, it's a short one anyway, and we'll continue to get into some of these Niner headlines when we come back, as well as wrap up our Giants discussion and get you ready for a day game against the Diamondbacks. It's Papa and Silver with the Sports. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson at 58 Social on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants pull out a tight one last night, 5-3 against Arizona at Oracle Park, cutting the wild card deficit into 2 games. 2 games out of the last wild card spot, chasing the Mets. A lot of games left, Giants fans. Can they do it? Find out. Keep it locked in here on thesportsleader.com, the Sports Leader app, and KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Trying to punch it in at the goal line. The 49ers at the 5-yard line. 3rd and goal. Or 3rd and 5 at the goal line. 3rd and 5 at the 5. Here is Purdy dropping back. Looks right. Throws. It is a touchdown to George Kittle. Caught it just in the front corner. And the 49ers break through and strike first.
Yeah, I could see that guy from up here. And that is so good to see. Kittle was not around in the Week 11 matchup. They only scored 17 points. You could see there they had the deep safety off in the end zone trying to cover Kittle on an out route. They let Jawan Jennings clear it out. Perfectly timed up from Brock Purdy to George Kittle on that 3 safety look. Ty Okada was there, and George beat him for the touchdown on the pylon.
Live at 58 Social, Pop and Silver with John Dickinson. Nicely done by Jacob back in the studio. Coming in with a little brain stew on that George Kittle season opening touchdown, but Kittle missing at least the next 4 games. So now you got to worry about going into New Orleans. No DeMarcus Robinson, no Brandon Ayuk, and no George Kittle. 4 games in the next 23 days. And Brock Purdy also dealing with a couple of different injuries right there. So you love hearing Tim Ryan before the ball is even snapped there as he's sitting next to Guy Haberman saying, "Get Kittle!" And then, well, you know that's where the ball was going. I mean, look, Kittle was off to a raging start, and the 49ers, 4 third-down conversions on that very first drive. You had Kittle, you had Pearsall, you had a roughing the passer penalty, and then you had Kittle in the end zone for 6. And by the way, they did make the extra point on that for 7.
I got a question for you, though.
Yeah.
Are you really worried about going to New Orleans? Even short-handed, are you
playing,
really?
If Brock Purdy's not playing, I am worried about it, yes.
See, to me, that's the game. That's the quintessential game that you got Mac Jones for. That's why you got Mac Jones, a capable backup quarterback who, if he was your starting quarterback, you wouldn't feel comfortable about a full season. But going to New Orleans in week 2 with the Saints where they are, even banged up, with the defense as well as it played in Seattle, to me, the reason you go get Mac Jones as opposed to Brandon Allen, as opposed to Joshua Dobbs, is to be able to go into New Orleans in a tough environment, but with a lot of Niner fans there, even shorthanded, and be able to get that win against a team that projects to be, I think, bottom 5 in the entire National Football League.
Yeah, of course, right? If you have to have Mac Jones play a game and you look at the schedule on paper, you're probably picking the Saints game week 2 and trying to get Brock Purdy right. But with the injuries,
it's not a
lock. It's not a lock. And also with the injuries mounting up now, I am a little bit concerned on this one. I think Brock Purdy had a really, really good week 1. Now, we could talk about a couple of mistakes, and the second interception in particular, you can't have that, right? I was seeing stuff about how, that's 2% of the game. No, it's not. You get 8 possessions in the game, and one of them got thrown away, right? That was a really bad mistake. But Brock Purdy also was running for his life a little bit out there. Trent Williams did not have his best game. Dom Pooney exited for a little bit. Colton McKivitz was great, particularly on the touchdown pass to Tonjes. But if we're going top 5 quarterback performances, by total EPA. This was leading into Monday Night Football. Brock Purdy was number 4 on that at 17.3. So Mac Jones, while I think is a very capable backup QB for Kyle Shanahan, and if you have to trot him out there, you're feeling better than Josh Dobbs or Brandon Allen. All that being said, he's a lot less mobile than Brock, and that offensive line wasn't looking all that stellar against, granted, a good Seattle defense.
You got to keep the game on schedule, and it will be much more difficult to keep the game on schedule with fewer weapons. But I think that's where you're encouraged. And it's so funny because we were talking about the fact that the 49ers offense may have to hold them up because the defense has got so many young players and they're trying to figure things out. I think we're already now, especially if Brock can't play in New Orleans, we're already to the point where the 49ers defense and Robert Saleh is going to have to hold this team up, and you're going to have to hope that the offense can do just enough to be able to win the game against a bad team, even on the road, although I think it's probably going to be about 50% 49er fans in the Superdome.
I mean, yeah, it may well be. Larry Krueger and his son going to be among those, as is our guy Tacky. So, yeah, we already got the numbers riling up there. But, no, look, as far as the 49ers.
Meet me on Bourbon Street, Tacky.
Here's one note I did have written down that you just essentially hit on. One area, one statement, I should say, I did not expect to be making at this point in the season is that this 49ers young defense is going to have to assist the young offense. We were expecting it to be the other way around for the first half, if not the entirety of the season. Week 1, the defense was stellar, making life difficult for Sam Darnold and the Seahawks in terms of limiting the big plays. Only allowed 1 touchdown, which came off the heels of an end zone PI. And they're going to have to go and do it again, which, to be fair, if you got to do this against Spencer Rattler, and yeah, Alvin Kamara's a good back, but he's a little bit older. Chris Olave seems to eternally be on the injury report. Maybe he should be a future 49er at this rate. Yeah, you're going to have the defense kind of lead the way yet again.
You are, and look, there's no question, I think when the 49ers are going to have to play exceptionally well defensively, and Kamara is somebody that can beat you a number of different ways. He can beat you in the running game. He can beat you with them dumping it off to him, the short passing game, all those things. So that there is a test there. But to me, if you're able to hold up there and you're able to get pressure, you're able to force a lot of mistakes. And to me, this is a game where multiple turnovers, and you never can quite project it or predict it, but I feel like this is a 2-turnover type game for the 49ers defense. And that alone could be 10 to 14 points going the other way, and maybe even more in terms of a swing, and if it's points that they don't get because you're taking possessions away. So I think Mac Jones can manage a game capably enough to where if the defense plays really well, and I think you have to contain Kamara, that's the one thing. You have to contain Alvin Kamara. That's the number one as we start to look at this on a Wednesday, and we'll get into it more throughout the course of the week. But you also have a young quarterback you can force turnovers against. And this is where I trust Kyle Shanahan to get Mac Jones set. It's just all about not making the big mistake to me if you're Mac Jones. Mac
can't turn it over.
Mac will play great for 5, 6, 7, 9 throws, and then it'll be oh no. It's kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo in a sense. The Mac oh no throw. If you can avoid that and keep the game on schedule, I think the 49ers can go in there, and maybe it's a little uglier than everybody wants, but they can go in there and control the game and earn themselves a second victory.
And maybe we don't have to find out because maybe Brock Purdy ends up being able to go, and we're going to learn a lot more today and tomorrow as Kyle Shanahan is going to go and talk to the media, and eventually whoever the starting quarterback is will have to address the media before this one. Tomorrow, Levi Stadium, we got our first football hour with Tim Ryan. That's right, the full 11 to 12. I'll be with Carlos Ramirez and then back with JD on Friday. So lots of stuff coming your way there. Chris Babcock passed along this note, though, because the 49ers, we do know they're without George Kittle. 6-12 without Kittle since 2019 and 0-3 since 2023.
And it hasn't been good without yeah, go ahead.
Just going to say, how well can the 49ers hold up without George Kittle offensively? Because when we discussed the wide receiver situation all throughout training camp, well, we always had George Kittle to fall back on us. He's going to be catching a lot of passes too, and now you don't have that.
You got 2 plays, right, as your baseline. It's get the ball to McCaffrey, and McCaffrey go get the ball, right? I'm kidding, But I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding, right? I mean, the 49ers leaned on Christian McCaffrey in Seattle. They're going to have to lean on Christian McCaffrey, especially without now George Kittle, in addition to all the receivers, and if they aren't going to have Brock Purdy as well.
Yeah, I mean, no Kittle is big problem. And look, that's not to take anything away from what Luke Farrell can maybe replicate in the blocking scheme and what Jake Ton just was able to do, just getting 3 NFL catches. But you're essentially trying to have 2 players at a lesser level make up for what one George Kittle can do, and you can only have 11 on the field at a time. And then you mentioned McCaffrey. That's going to open up our favorite discussion. What about the touches?
Doesn't matter.
And yesterday,
doesn't matter.
Yesterday we had Walter hitting that drop from our McCaffrey interview where he goes, "I didn't need less touches," because Krug was saying, "You can't do this. It's not sustainable."
I'm with you, CMC. If you're listening, I'm with you, brother. They got no choice. They got to give you the right. You got no choice. You want to win football games? You need Christian McCaffrey in the 20-plus touches. I know it was 31 on Sunday in Seattle, but this team is not good enough right now or put together enough in terms of the injuries and the youth and all of that to avoid having Christian McCaffrey. You just can't manage it the way. I mean, Brian Robinson got a lot of touch. He got 9 touches, which I think for his first week with the 49ers not knowing the full system, to be perfectly honest, it's more than I thought.
Same.
It's more than I thought he was going to get.
We saw him earlier in the game than I would have expected too.
Like they tried. Like that's the other part. And they tried, I felt, to balance it out and get Brian Robinson some touches there. But I think if there is a Christian McCaffrey plan to lighten the load, I think it's a Christian McCaffrey plan to lighten the load once you know Brock Purdy's fully healthy, and once you get Kittle back, and once you get Ayuk back, and once you get DeMarcus Robinson back, and once you get Brian Robinson up to speed. I'm not saying it completely goes by the wayside that you're not going to look to lighten the load for McCaffrey, but I think right now you need to lean on McCaffrey to make sure you can get through these first 3 to 5 games of the season.
If you don't force feed the ball to Christian McCaffrey in Seattle, do you win the game?
No.
Exactly.
No.
And especially on that game-winning drive.
He calmed and even in the middle of the game, just when everything is chaos and Kyle Shanahan's frustrated with the kicker and he's frustrated with what's going on with special teams and all of that, Kyle Shanahan's ability to just call plays for McCaffrey, I think calms the team down, it calms him down, it relaxes the defense, staying on the field, winning the time of possession battle, even though the Niners found themselves down in the fourth quarter, trying to go win the game, which they ultimately did. You don't win the time of possession battle if you're not giving the ball to Christian McCaffrey at the level that they were giving it to him. And if you're not giving it to him at that level and you're not winning the time of possession battle, maybe the defense is a little more tired. They make the 1 or 2 mistakes along the way that turn a win into a loss.
By the way, when Juwan Jennings went out in the fourth quarter, and 49ers hoped to have him available in New Orleans, who became an important wide receiver? Christian McCaffrey.
Yes.
9 catches. You know who had the second most catches in the game? It was a tie between George Kittle, who played a quarter and a half, and Ricky Pearsall, who had the big one for 45 yards on the last drive.
And Pearsall was extremely effective.
Totally.
Over 100 yards on the 4 catches, but you hit it. And Kittle was a huge part of the game plan, as Kyle mentioned after the game. But who are you throwing it to? It's just you're going to run it with McCaffrey, but it's those short little dump offs that pick up first downs, that pick up 5 to 8 yards, that move the sticks, that I think a lot of those could have been to Kittle, and I think it was going to be a heavy dose of Kittle. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
You don't have George Kittle, you're down a red zone target in a big way too, and it makes it harder to be able to punch it in, which is all the more reason why I think making a move at kicker was probably the right move to make. But, yeah, this team right now is just not good enough and not healthy enough and isn't getting enough from the rookies on the defensive side that I think they believe they will moving forward to not be extremely dependent on Christian McCaffrey.
You need to be dependent on your difference makers, and you're down a difference maker now in George Kittle. So Juwan Jennings, whether he plays or not, Kendrick Bourne now back with the organization, how much run he gets, that's all important, don't get me wrong, but none of it's going to replicate the absence of a George Kittle or somebody like that who you would define as a difference maker. The 49ers won the game on difference-making plays. Now, one of them came from a very unlikely hero in Jake Ton, just making that heroic catch. But Nick Bosa on the defensive side we might be talking about letting one slip in Seattle at the very end if it was not for Nick Bosa pushing the offensive lineman into Sam Darnold.
Hey, the Giants are dependent on their stars right now, and it's worked out the last couple of weeks. The 49ers are dependent on their stars, and it also depending on winning the big days and winning the big moments, winning the big plays in an individual game, and the 49ers did that on Sunday.
We're live here at 58 Social. It's Pop and Silver. We're going to talk a lot of Giants here the last half hour of the show. Right now, just wrapping up the 49ers headlines of yesterday. What to expect in New Orleans. Of course, Brock Purdy's injury status. Big item of the week, suffering both the toe and the shoulder. Kyle said that the toe was the worst injury. And even if he's good to go, I do wonder how that impacts his mobility because that's become a big part of his game.
Yeah, to me, and we'll get more of an update coming up in the 12 o'clock hour when Kyle Shanahan meets with the media as the week 2 practice week begins. But I think at this point, I would say, and I don't know where you are on this, it's probably more with a toe, it's probably more leaning toward not being able to play as it relates to Purdy. And also, I think believing that this is a game, not that you can go in there and win easily, but this is a game where on turf, like what's the nature of this injury? Like that's the thing. Like on another turf field, like it might make a lot more sense with all those games that are going to be coming up, including a Thursday night game against the Rams, to be a little bit more careful, knowing that you're 1-0 and believing even shorthanded that you can go win that game. Where are you at on Mac Jones and his ability to go in there against New Orleans?
Again, I'll reiterate it. If you're going to play Mac Jones for a game, this isn't the worst one on the schedule to have to do it.
It might be the best one, right?
Yeah,
there's a few at the end. There's a few at the end.
Yeah, we'll see if the Bears stink. We'll see if the Panthers stink. If Cam Ward and the Titans end up panning out. That's all beside the point. This would be one of the items that you'd put at the top of the list to have Mac Jones out there. And again, having Mac Jones as your quarterback is a better outcome than having to throw Joshua Dobbs or Brandon Allen out there. And really, it's the best backup quarterback situation since the year when you had Jimmy as the backup, followed by Brock Purdy, and then I guess followed by what? Josh Johnson, and then Christian McCaffrey when you were down to nobody.
Sam Darnold. I kind of had to catch.
That's true.
I had to catch myself. It's funny we think of Sam Darnold as he was the backup quarterback, but they never had to use him until week 18.
That's true.
They never had to use him. To me, this is a little bit more similar to that. This is 2 years ago, only, you have to actually use Mac Jones. I don't know. I liked what I saw from Mac
That's
for the
a good
most
call.
part.
Darnold's a better quarterback, but
Darnold's definitely,
But he only had to play a meaningless game in Week 18.
He only had to play a meaningless game in Week 18, but I think Mac, at the point in which he joins the 49ers, is kind of where Sam Darnold was at the point in which he joined the 49ers, but he was able to really have his stock rise during his time with the 49ers.
Also more raw talent and better
100%.
mobility on
100%.
Darnold. So going back to
100%.
the mobility, Mac Jones, yes, you got to be efficient with your game plan and you have to be on schedule, and he can't be turning it over, and the defense does have to lead the way. But if Mac Jones can get a reasonable amount of protection, I feel okay about him being the starting quarterback going into this game if Brock does have to miss this week.
Where does not having Kittle rank for you in terms of impact along how do you mitigate it? Because they really are depleted on offense going into this game.
Yeah, I mean, where it ranks on impact, I think depends on if Jawan Jennings is good to go.
Sounds like he's – see, if you say, JD, Purdy, yay or nay, right now, just gut feel, no inside info. JD, Purdy, right now, 11:08 on a Wednesday, yay or nay? I'm nay. Jawan Jennings, right now, 11:08. We'll see what Kyle says at 12:40. Yay or nay? I'm yay, based on the reports of the last 48 hours.
Okay, so granted,
so let's say Jennings
is
in. Let's say Jennings is in. Obviously, Kittle's out. Let's say Brock's out. Where you got?
As far as replacing Kittle, how worried I'm about him?
Or just hey, here are your playmakers. You got Mac, you got CMC, you got Tonjes and Farrell, you got Jennings, but you don't have really anything else.
I'm going to say what you agree with and what's going to make a lot of people wince. Feed CMC. Use your playmakers. Now, I want to see what Jake Tonjes can do.
You got 2 plays, Greg.
No, and look,
Get the
Jake
ball to
Tonjes had a
CMC.
great game.
And CMC, go get the ball. Take it away from Mac.
I want to see Jake Tonjes continue to make an impact in the receiving game, but how much of the load he can carry without George Kittle and how much he can make up for, that's very much TBD. He was great in his opener. He made a tremendous catch, which 49ers will and should remember for a long time. But talk to me in week 2 when you get a whole week to prepare for it and you know Kittle's going to be missing.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I think you can be concerned about it because it was concerning even with Brock Purdy. And I should have mentioned Ricky Pearsall, by the way. Ricky Pearsall is a legitimate weapon. You got Ricky Pearsall going.
Oh, yeah, that's true. He had a pretty good camp in week 1, I guess.
But Ricky Pearsall, if we're playing this out as you're not going to have Brock Purdy, the Purdy to Pearsall connection, I think, is exactly, that's the thing that you would be leaning on. If you don't have Purdy, it immediately, I think, makes you wonder about the impact of even Ricky Pearsall. Not his fault, but so much of Ricky Pearsall is the Pearsall-Purdy connection.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and I wasn't even mentioning Ricky Pearsall because to me
I'm owning that one.
It was just an automatic shoo-in as that's your clear wide receiver 1 going into the game.
Yes, but also he did only have 4 catches. Again, you go 4 for 108, you're good. Like that's awesome. That's
big
great.
catch on a 3rd down, big one to propel the drive.
It feels at times. I want to see if you agree with this, but it felt at times on Sunday, and the double move to Pearsall late, the throw to Kittle, which was a great throw. I mean, Purdy had a bunch of dimes early and late.
Oh, he was sharp early.
Early and late, should he have thrown the one to Tanja? Whatever, it worked out. We don't need to relitigate it. But it felt at times like Purdy was, and I use this in the most positive way. Like he was like forced. Like I'm forcing it to Pearsall, throwing it to Kittle, like in the end zone. Like this is what we're doing. Like this is the game plan. This is what we're doing. I feel less comfortable, as much as I am comfortable that Mac Jones can go get a win in New Orleans. I feel less comfortable with, let's say, Mac Jones, because Pearsall's what made it pop into my head. I'm less comfortable with Mac Jones forcing the ball to Pearsall or forcing the ball to anybody for that matter. I feel like Brock is at a level, and we've seen him be successful enough to where, like, Brock can do it, but you don't really necessarily want Mac Jones doing that with anybody.
I didn't see it that way. Now, Pearsall did get second on the team in targets. He had 7, 4 catches. Then Christian McCaffrey, the only one with more. He had 10. I really just think about the second interception, which was a clear force. He had 4 Seattle defenders in the area, 2 lurking behind and 2 in front. That was a bad play by Brock Purdy. Other than that, though, I thought he did a pretty good job working with what he had. Very on schedule and timely early, and then a little dicey on that final throw late with Tom just making a great play. But I didn't feel like Brock Purdy was forcing it in one direction too much than the other. So that's just my final thought on that.
Yeah, no, I think as much as forcing throws to certain receivers can be kind of in the game plan, I think that's more what it was. It wasn't really – it's not even really a bad thing considering how shorthanded they were, but I do think there was a conscious effort of it's Pearsall or Kittle or CMC. Like, and if it's not, like, we're gonna look to get it to them at all costs, and if it's not them, then it's probably not going to work. But they ended up getting just enough.
Well, we'll get a lot more information as the day goes on. Kyle Shanahan's set to speak after our show today because we just got about a half hour left. It's a short one. Then Giants pregame is coming your way. We'll talk to the booth. We'll have your award-winning Diamond Notes, and we'll see if they can get out the brooms against the D-backs. Mary doesn't like when I use that S word, but last time when I was out here with JT Snow, it wasn't a problem. It's Papa and Silver getting you ready for some Giants ball on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
A lot of injuries in the Niner game against Seattle on Sunday. George Kittle placed on IR. He's going to be out for at least 4 games. Brock Purdy, questionable. Jawan Jennings also got banged up. Niners playing short-handed, but they go to New Orleans to take on the Saints, who aren't in the upper echelon of teams in the NFC. Pre-game starts at 7 o'clock on 107.7 The Bone, thebone.com, and KSFO 810.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Schmidt, it's a high fly ball way up there. Not that deep, though, right field. Carroll coming in. He'll catch. Chapman is going to test him. Here comes the throw. Chapman slides. He's safe. Wow, Chapman. That ball was not very deep, and Matt, some very daring base running. And that straight line home, the foot first slide, and he got to the plate ahead of the tag to score the run. It's 4-0 Giants.
And we are live at 58 Social, getting you ready for Giants Diamondbacks first pitch, 12:45 pregame, starting in 26 minutes from right now. It's Greg Silver, John Dickinson. We got Walter in the house. We got a whole nice audience out here at the patio. I'll tell you that our show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. All right, JD, a lot of this year, when we've talked about Giants base running and base running decisions, usually that hasn't been a good thing, but Matt Chapman last night testing a shallow sac fly, goes for it, gets the run. The Giants end up winning at 5-3. Patrick Bailey is now hitting 3 home runs in a week. I mean, this is a total alternate reality, and I said this to Krug yesterday. You remember in the second Back to the Future movie when there's that alternate timeline, the alternate 1985 that he has to go back to and deal with? That's what the 2025 Giants season feels like. It's an alternate 2025 where just a couple of months ago, they were, 1-14 at home. They couldn't score a run. They couldn't get a runner in scoring position, and if and when they did, it was a disaster. Now, all of a sudden, they're hitting a home run every game. They've won 8 of their last 9 at home, and they're 2 games back of a wild card spot.
Yeah, the one thing they have done among the many, like they're playing from ahead a lot more during this 16-game stretch, which is in part why they've been able to make up for the fact that the back end of the rotation is a little bit shorter than it was early in the year, why they've been able to make up for the fact that the bullpen is a little bit shorter than it's been earlier. So they're playing from ahead, which gives you a chance. The Giants were winning in large part early in the year because they were winning tons of close games. Like through June, really probably more than their fair share of close games. That has not been the case during this 13-3. They've won a couple. The game in Milwaukee, which I think really keyed this whole thing. The day game against the Cubs when JT was out here in my place a couple of weeks ago.
That was our score 4 game.
They won a couple of close games in that, but this has really not been about winning close games. This is not about, oh my God, this is crazy. How are they doing it? Like a little bit of the 2021 vibe to basically most of the Giants' success. Like kind of how are they doing it? They're doing it over these last 16 because they're playing from ahead. Why are they playing from ahead? They're playing from ahead because they're hitting homers, and they're hitting homers early in the game to put themselves ahead. I think that if there's any one thing, quick sidebar, if there's any one thing that's going to be a test as to whether or not the Giants can complete this miraculous run and finish it with a wild card berth, there are going to be games here in these last 17. I don't know how many, but can they still win the close ones when the close ones pop up the way that they were winning those close ones early? Because I think if there's one thing that you say, JD, what's going to run out for this team in the last 2.5 weeks? It's not necessarily the power or even the pitching led by Webb and Robbie Ray. To me, it's when they get down in some of these games, because I think that is due to happen when they're playing some of these games where it's a one-run game late. Are they going to get the clutch home run in the 8th? Are they going to get the clutch home run in the 9th? Are they going to be able to rally and steal games when it looks like maybe it's going to start to swing back the other way? So that'd be the one question. But I say all of that to get to the point that I really wanted to make. Long and winding road here, Greg, as you well know with me from time to time. They're just playing cleaner baseball as it relates to the base running. And as it relates to the defense, for the most part.
For the most part.
For the most part. I know it's been a little shaky at times
but
the last
guess
couple
what?
days.
What they haven't done is overcome defensive errors with the bats until this last really hot stretch.
Nailed it. Exactly. But they are, I think, they're playing more like they did earlier in the year in terms of overall cleaner, overall more heads up, and overall I think with a lot more energy, which maybe is easy to do when you're also hitting the ball out of the ballpark early because it makes everybody in your dugout feel really good.
My question is, can they close games that they need to close? If you lose tight contests with the Dodgers or with the Cardinals when they come in, yeah, that's a bummer in terms of the short-term outlook of your playoff hopes. If you lose 4-2 to the Dodgers and it's a tough contest, hey, it happens. That's what I was saying about the Padres when they came in, right? If they lost a game 5-3 to the Padres and the Padres loaded up with talent and the Giants offloaded it and it happens, okay. But losing 11-1 in the fashion that they did, that was unacceptable to a point where we were going full fire and questioning Bob Melvin's job, questioning the future for 2026. Can you close games that you really should have? Because games like Saturday, that can't happen.
Yeah.
No, it can't, though.
No, I get it in terms of making the playoffs, and I apologize for jumping. I'll let you finish your point. You get the last word on this. Yeah, it can't happen, but let's be honest. You're down 3 relievers, because of the decisions you made at the trade deadline, which I'm not blaming anybody for. But no, it can happen. It actually can. And it might happen more. It might be the reason this team ultimately doesn't make it despite this hot run. That's the thing. I can't do and again, no shade at you, but I'm not going to do the hand-wringing over the things that they chose to not make a priority at the trade deadline because we were all kind of out on them at the trade deadline. You can't go back and revise history and go, damn it, if you had 3 more relievers, can't blow that game, Ryan Walker, can't not have enough. Yeah, you know what? It might happen. The Rockies might beat you in a 9th inning on a Saturday that costs you the playoffs. It might happen. So I'm not going to be the one screaming about it like bloody murder, like it's the end of the freaking world, when nobody would have said that was the wrong move to make on August 1st.
Let me rephrase. It can't happen in the lens of trying to catch the Mets and making something out of 2025. As far as next year, you're right. I'm not fixating on Ryan Walker going out there to try to get a save, as this matters so much for 2026. They need to go and find a closer, no doubt about it. And by the way, this kid Peguero, who's come in after 10 years in the minor leagues, he's been awesome to watch. And if it wasn't for the Randy Rodriguez injury, I might not be focusing as much on somebody like that. But he was the Barney Nugent Award winner at spring training, and maybe an arm that's going to have a lot of value for them. When I say it can't happen, I mean in the context of keeping yourselves afloat and wanting to make this a true race to try to catch the Mets. Not worried about your closer situation going into next season. You've got all off season, you got free agency, you got the possibility of a trade to sort that out. One thing is for sure, you're not going into this next year just because you're hot right now. You're not going to have the 5-man rotation of Webb, Ray, who knows what's going to happen with Verlander. We got into that with Susan, and Kai-Wei Tang and Carson Seymour.
You're a literal mind, Silver. You're a literal mind. That's okay. That's why I love you. You're a literal mind. You literally can't have it because it might cost you. But I guess what I'm saying is, not that I'm okay with it, but again, this is such a unique run. Everybody, I think, including themselves, just kind of left for dead, right? We did it, fans did it. I think the players in the clubhouse, to a certain extent, cleared the deck. All right, we're out of it. Let's just finish strong. And now all of a sudden you're 13-3. No,
Are they starting to not, though? Is that door starting to open again?
I think today's the last day. I think today's the last day that you can play that card. I think when the Dodgers are in and you're 2 out or a game out or whatever it is, half game out, whatever the math is over today and tomorrow when they go into that game on Friday, I think it's good. They're going to be back on the radar and in it in some form or fashion, whether it's 3.5 or whether it's a half, because there is that wild swing there. But no, I think that has been the case. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to become a national story. They don't want Drew Gilbert to be on McAfee show. Let's just keep winning games and keep hitting 3-run homers in the first inning and keep scoring 10 runs a game. Let's just see how it plays out. That, to me, that's their mindset, because that's the mindset that's been successful for them, and that's where they've had that's where they've been their best throughout the entire season, when they were the team that everybody picked to finish. The team that everybody picked to finish fourth was the team that was 41-29.
Yeah.
The team that everybody gave up on August 23rd.
That was 22-37 after the Rafael Devers trade before they got really hot.
That was the team that was on the radar.
Yes.
In a big way. And that's fine. We set that aside because that's not where this team is now. Like they've overcome it to a point where they've given themselves a chance. So it doesn't wipe it away once we do the full postmortem on the season. But from my point of view, it wipes it away for today. Like I don't care about they were good, this, ready for prime time, all that doesn't matter. But the choices that they made as to how they're built at the deadline could impact the way they finish the season, and it might not, because the Mets have a tough schedule. The Giants are so hot, they might make the playoffs anyway. They might get a wild card spot anyway. And by the way, have you given yourself a chance to think? And Giants fans need to all kind of, I think, picture this. I get it. There's still time to go. But have you given yourself a chance to think of how sweet it would be if you're a Giants fan to get that wild card and basically have a free shot at winning 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers? Because the Dodgers are 4 back of the Phillies now in terms of who gets the bye and who doesn't. Like they're 90%, 95, 97% going to play the Dodgers in the wild card series. And I know it's like, oh God, you don't want the Dodgers to eliminate yet.
In this context, I'm in.
To have a 2 out of 3 for this team this year, to be able to maybe 2 out of 3 with maybe Ray and Webb pitching one of those games. I think Ray and Webb are going to have to pitch in the Colorado series probably to finish the deal, so that would alter it. But even if one of those two pitches the opener against the Rockies, you'd be able to pitch in the wild card series. If you can get 1-2 Friday, Saturday, you can get them Wednesday, Thursday, and so it's. If you could get those guys to pitch in both of those, like, could you imagine that?
How about Verlander outduels Kershaw?
How about Verlander? Because he'd probably. How about Verlander, Webb, and Ray potentially lined up for 3 games at Dodger Stadium? You only got to win 2 off of this year, off of 84 wins, and you snuck in because the Mets tanked and you got really hot. That would be a pretty sweet first week of October, I think, if you're a Giants fan. It would just the opportunity. Maybe you win, but if anybody asked you, August 23rd, you want a chance to win 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers and knock them out? Like, that's like a dream scenario. It's a dream scenario, Silver.
Well, we got the people energized and ready to go as we're getting closer for Giants Diamondbacks, and pregame starts in 15 minutes, so let's go ahead and wrap up the show. And when we come on back, since we got the camera going with the stream, I might just be chewing on JD's sleeve. We're doing some Drew Gilbert type of behavior. I don't need a smelling salt. I want whatever Drew Gilbert's having. So maybe I'll find that during the break. It's Poppin' Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Niners fans, no more Jake Moody. We got our guy, Eddie Pinheiro. Not to be confused with Eddie Guerrero. Making the kicks, hopefully. Probably not many over 50 yards, but that's okay. New kicker in San Francisco. Let's get a game winner from Mr. Eddie Pinheiro. Keep it locked in here, Niner fans, on The Sports Leader, thesportsleader.com, and The Sports Leader app.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, there's certain points of the game, obviously they're bigger than others, and that there was nothing bigger than that today. Obviously Willie's homer and Dom, his play in the ninth inning, but coming in 1 out, rookie, and a little different coming in with guys on base and, getting 2 punch outs like that threw a lot of momentum back in our dugout.
That's Giants manager Bob Melvin speaking on Yoel Peguero coming in for Matt Gage, and that was a very pivotal moment last night as Peguero has been one of these under-the-radar Giants that's come up to the roster, and he's throwing heat, and he's on a long journey in the minors and now making his opportunity here in San Francisco, making the most of that, I should say. Pop and Silver with John Dickinson is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Final segment before we get you going for Giants pregame. So just a quickie here. And look, they got a chance to go and sweep the Diamondbacks. And sweeping teams is hard, even on your home ballpark. And the Diamondbacks got a lot of power in their lineup. They've made their bats and their presence known in day games before. I referenced the one back on May 14th, which coincidentally, same starting pitcher, Eduardo Rodriguez, who they're going to face. Now, Carson Seymour is the starter today, just making his 3rd total start in all of this one.
Giants almost stole that one.
And the Giants did almost steal that one.
They almost stole that one, which, they almost stole it, but they didn't. And it was kind of the end of, if you remember, that early season run where they were winning every day game.
Yes.
I think that was the first day game they lost after winning 5 or 6 or 7, maybe even to begin the year. I think that was the first day game that they lost.
I think it was the first one at home for sure.
Yeah, at home.
Yeah.
No, that's what I meant. At home.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the first one at home that did not, and they were walking off. Remember, they had all the walk-offs, I think, in their first 4 or 5 home day games.
Yeah,
but
like the Ramos Little League home run, the 2 walk-offs against the Mariners. It was crazy.
They got to get back to that, and they did a couple of weeks ago against the Cubs when you were out here with JT Snow. You had JT, you got JD, and we'll see if they can complete the sweep like they did against the Cubs.
Yeah, where the hell is JP Martinez? Why didn't he come out here today? Final few minutes here on Papa and Silver on a Wednesday. Got some Niners stock in, and of course the Giants, as we sit, they're 2 back, and big one today happening right at the end of this one. You got the Mets and the Phillies going at it for the 3rd out of 4. So the Giants off tomorrow. Mets and Phillies get 2 more cracks at it, and Clay Holmes is up for the Mets. Christopher Sanchez, I'm going to say should have been all-star lefty who the Giants really struggled with this year, is going to be on the mound for Philly. So we got a chance by the end of the day, if all goes well. We talking 1 game?
I think we might be. I'm feeling pretty good. Today might be the game that the Giants need to steal. Today might need to be one of those games in the last 17, and I think there could be anywhere between, let's say, 3 and 5 in the last 17 that they're going to have to win when they don't have their best, or they're going to have to win because there's something miraculous that happens. Oh, my gosh. And you hope that the Giants didn't use up all of those in the first, let's say, 70 games of the year. Today feels like it may be one of those, but I'm kind of feeling like the mojo is clicking right now, and I'm feeling like the Mets don't get 4 games swept at Philly, but I feel like they do end up losing one of the 2, and if the Giants can get today, that obviously sets up everything in a big-time way. You'd be a game and a half back at that point going into Friday.
We got award-winning Diamond Notes coming up, and we got all these features about X factors, players to focus on, keys to the game. By the way, last time I nailed keys to the game, I said score 4. They won 4-3, getting that in the bottom of the ninth.
That's a good one. You could play that every day.
Well, that was my Greg Papa stat. I said, because, JT said this might be a game, it was the pitching matchup. Who was it? Imanaga versus Webb in that one? Yeah, I think it was Webb versus Imanaga, and he's like, you just might need to score 2 or 3. And I said, nope, I'm sticking with my guy Papa. It's the score 4, and that's exactly where it ended up heading. But Matt Chapman, for the stats he puts up relative to the impact he has on this team's winning, is pretty remarkable. Since he came back from the IL August 23rd, Chapman is 17 for 52, so that's 327, 14 runs, 4 doubles, 5 homers, 12 RBIs, 10 walks, and an 11.30 OPS over 16 games, and Giants, of course, are 13-3 in that stretch.
They are being carried by their carriers, and Chapman's been a part of it. We talked about Devers and Adames, but Chapman, it's those three. And again, the Giants are going to have to augment this thing. It's not so much about the big picture for me right now. Like, let's pause. I'm calling a personal pause on the big picture to just kind of allow for this season to play out, and we can see. But I think the number one biggest, most important thing of the Giants' 13-3 run is who it's been led by. It's been led by Adames. It's been led by Chapman. Pretty much since the day he came back from the latest injury, along with Rafi Devers and Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, who in some of these starts have not had their best stuff, but they've been able to grind through with the lead because you're hitting a lot of homers to give yourself a lead and guide this team to victory.
Final minute or so here, and just want to take this chance. It's our last regular season day game out here at the patio. It's been a tremendous baseball season with a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah!
I just want to thank the hospitality of 58 Social for letting us do this, all the hard work that goes into this, promotions who help us set up early. Walter has done a lot of that as well, in addition to producing.
Yeah!
Of course, Barbara, Mary Jane, and the entire cast that we have here that comes out to support no matter what the state of the team is, and the wonderful staff here at 58 Social that make sure we're taken care of with our bloodies. So whether it is with Greg Papa or me or JD or JT, we've had a lot of good shows out here and looking forward to keeping this thing going. I'm very appreciative of our partnership with the Giants.
October 8th sound good to anyone? I was looking at the am I going to call my shot October 8th right back here? Who says no? Who says no? Barbara, Mary, and Jane are in. October 8th, that's 4 weeks from today. Game 3 of the division series. The Dodgers have already been snuffed out at that point. But who says no? Giants, Phillies, October 8th. Who says no?
I don't hear any no's. That's a great sign right there.
Cut
JD,
that up if it happens.
Appreciate you as
We're
always.
Play that back.
We're gonna get that snippet. Thank you to Jacob back in the studio, and that's about gonna do it here. But don't worry, we still got some pregame coming your way. Booth segments, award-winning Diamond Notes around the park, all that jazz. This pregame starts now.